It's the short bus Saturday. It's the short bus Saturday. It's the short bus Saturday. Short bus Saturday. It's the short bus Saturday. It's the short bus Saturday. It's the short bus Saturday. Short bus Saturday.
Yo, what's good, everybody, man? You know what time it is, man. I'm GG. You tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel. It's the place where black men can express themselves freely, straight up with no chases, man. Straight up, man. And before I get things started, man, make sure you like the video, man. Hit the subscribe button and the bell notification button so you can stay abreast of what's going on here on the Green Gorilla channel, man. And also, man, you know, like I said before, man,
share the damn video, bitch.
Share the motherfucking video, man. Stop clowning, man. Stop playing, man. Share the video, man. Shout out to all the haters out there, man. I know y'all lurking, man. You can't do nothing but lurk. You can't come up and have a cogent, rational, protracted, syllogistic conversation. Shit, all you do is like result to shit throwing and mudslinging, which to me is pusillanimous. But you know, it is what it is. Shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to you haters out there. And then, next, like I always do, I want to shout out all the members of the Green Gorilla channel. I know this takes some time, but I like to do it, man, because I really appreciate you all, man. And I feel like you all deserve some honors, man. You all deserve honors and applause, man. Straight up. So, having said all that, man, shout out to G-Star, Heru in the Apocalypse, Ted Gunderson, Outside the Cube, Gerard Shelton, Raiz Muajid, Black Men Being Brutally Honest, Wild Bear 50, Sun Ra 44, Marnolis, No Sleep, BGS Ipmore, Jastek, and FA4. Man, every time I see this, it throws me off, man. FA for Life, Andre 416. I need to find a different way to say that, bro. I need to know. At some point, man, you got to step up and tell me who you are, brother. Straight up, man. But shout out to all y'all. Mantis on Break, Lock Vegas 05, Bimrock, Brotherly Love 215, Damian H, Passport OG, Dr. Tiasan Johnson, Rasheed Barnes, Black Square 404, Ben Cannon, Kenton, and Sherlin Woe. Big up. Leon, Artisan MC, Dub Wheel, Mr. Good Dad, Third Coast X, Roderick Jackson, Michael Ross, 63rd Samurai, Devon Love Ridge, Ishmael Samad, and The Watcher. Big up. Hostile Adept, Ruthless Heartless Revelator, Kill the Game, Dr. Thunder, Jason Hales, Charles Finney, Interesting Thought, The Silent Warrior, Naomi Gary, Jay Cleveland Green, and the Black Masculinist, the Toxic Masculinist. Big up to them, man. Man, y'all switch y'all names up too, man. Y'all confuse me sometimes, man. But shout out to Pulpit 28, Larry R, Seth Son, Afro Troop TV, Show Me, Spain Man, Seven Coast Dojo, Anthony Davis, I'm Just Jules, An Honest Look, and Ricky Dawson. Big up. Big up to Stefan, True 7360, Mr. Me Too, Call for President, Gold Professor, AKs and Curtains, H-Town, Rogish the Billmonger, Adrian Thomas, Electrician 4080, and Binga. Big up. Big up with Cutting Up with the Jones, Anco 1, D. Scott, Path Guy, Pete Rock, Aaron Peters, Vincent Lindsay, Quiz the Poet, Black Wizard ADOS, and Shadow Observer. Big up. Big up Troy Warren, Mrs. KP Bailey, Alan Wiley, DeFace, Life of Commerce, AI Apostle, Timothy Blewett, Jeffrey Speed, and Marvin Battle Jr. Big up. Big up to Adam, Ignatz Mouse, Dr. Tree 33, 77, Base X, Brian McMurray, K. Reness, Charles Rogers, Rick Ross, Sandra Jean, and Charles Gilmore. Big up. Big up to Greg, man. Big up to Barry Little, Mr. Valentino, Cameron 87, Dr. Rock, Mark Swift, Odd Collar, Donald Watts, Coach Hotep, Old Soul Chief, Mr. Blue Collar, TD Hip Hop Media, Drew Main, Mr. Heat, Sir Anthony, ML Law, Universal 178, Aaron Smith, DH, A Double, Kalanja Collar, and W Pierre 1. Big up to all of y'all, man. Big up. Okay. Also, I'd like to give a shout out to all the people who support me on Patreon, man. Shout out to Robert Wicks, Shine Language, Chris Flowers, Christopher Burton, Daxby the Tetrahedron, J Live, Rashawn Phillips Searles, Keith Bass, Nick, Albert C, Dr. Ben Vincent, J. Cleveland Green, I'm the Light of My Father, Waffle Weave, Darnell Smith, Excalibur, Preserve Prisoner, Taz, Dragon 59, J. Bailey, Mr. Michi Momal, and Asangwa. Big up to all y'all, man. Straight up. As I said before, man, y'all deserve a round of applause, man. I appreciate you for supporting me, man. I really and truly do, man. Straight up, man. And if you're interested in supporting the Green Gorilla channel, man, here's how you do it on YouTube. And I'll be back. What's good, everybody? I'm the G with a PhD, and you're tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel, the place where black men can express themselves freely. Straight up, no chaser. Today, I want to introduce you to my new membership program that consists of 5 levels where you can invest in the Green Gorilla channel on a monthly basis and receive level-specific perks. Memberships are special because they improve the quality of the content of the channel and will help me to be able to keep the channel going. Now, to participate in the Green Gorilla channel membership program, all you have to do is hit the join button, which is located right next to the subscribe button on my channel page. Now, for all of my subscribers who decide not to participate in my membership program, nothing will change. The content will keep coming the way it always has. Thanks for watching, And be careful out here, people. Bless. All right, man, we back, man. I'm GG. You tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel. It's the place where black men can express themselves freely, straight up with no chasers, man. Shout out to all the people out there in the chat, all 50 of y'all out there, man. Like the video if you can. And also, like I said before, man.
Share the damn video, bitch.
Share the video, man. Like the video, share the video, man, so we can get more people caught into what's going on, man. And brought a friend along. You know, he always comes to get down with me, man, with this short bus shit. His name is Marcus Aurelius, man, also known as Keep It 100, man. What's cracking?
Yo, what's going on, man? Y'all can hear me out there in YouTube land. What's popping?
Yeah, what's cracking? Shout out to Salty Balls, man. Everybody's got a little light with Salty Balls, man. I'm just
Salty
reminiscing.
Balls.
I'm just
Put 'em in your
reminiscing
mouth.
of
Suck 'em in, suck 'em.
the old NWA shit. Everybody's got a little light with W Balls, man. Shout out to Salty Balls, man. He said, "Scroll of the harvest."
I had to
Book 2, verse 3,
sorry.
man. Thine first fruits of the harvest have been bestowed to the sons of the great maroons. Rebuketh thine enemies in the presence of prosperity. Amen, man. Shout out to Salty Balls, man. Appreciate that, bro. Shout out to Salty Balls, man. You know, Marcus, man, I am going, but shout out to everybody out there. Shout out to Ron Matthews, big up. Shout out to Adrian Hicks. He says, you know, I love the intro music so fucking much. Appreciate that, man. It's silly. I know it's silly, bro. I did it to be silly. And it is what it is. J3 says, I love the Short Bus anthem. It's the Short Bus Saturday. It is indeed Short Bus Saturday, man. Shout out to Leon, man. He at work. He said, I'm getting this money, man. Get that money, man. Get that bread. Shout out to Asada Muhammad. Shout out to I'm Listening and Indigo Flow. Shout out to Mrs. KP Bailey, man. Shout out. So anyway, you got anything? Go ahead. You want to say something?
No. Oh, I shout out my man Adrian Hicks. Shout out KP Bailey. Because I was watching Bernard yesterday. You know, Salty Balls is a regular contributor on there, man. So shout out to him, man. Salty Balls supports a lot of the Manosphere channels, man. So shout out to you, bro. Like,
yeah, shout out to Salty Balls, man.
Big time, yo. Not even
Shout out to Salty Balls, man. Yeah. Shout out to Bernard Riley. Shout out to Obsidian, Muhammad Ali. Shout out,
Muhammad.
No, I'm talking, you know.
I know you fucking with him.
But shout out to Obsidian, man. Shout out to that brother, man.
Shout out to Leon. I see you, bro. Leon 008. Ron Matthews, I see you, man. You know, it's, a lot of the Indigo. It's a lot of the, usual suspects up in here, man. What's going on, y'all?
And look, let me just give a special invitation to all those people who have a lot to say about what we do here, man. I'm open to having conversations with people who disagree with me. The only thing I'm not open to is disrespect, straight up. That's what I'm not open to. So, I mean, if you disagree with what we say, if you take umbrage with some of the claims that we make, hey, man, that's fine. I mean, look, hey. Not everybody is going to be in concurrence with the viewpoints that we present here. But, I mean, if you have an objection, it is necessary for you to voice that objection in a reasonable way. If not, man, I'm going to say, fuck you then. You know what I'm saying? I'll let you, man. Bye. Ain't gonna, you know what I'm saying? Holla at you, man. Holla at you. But anyway, man, you ready to get down to this shit, man? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. Let's.
I'm gonna make myself bigger, not because I feel like I'm bigger, but just I'm making the screen bigger so that it can be more visible to everybody, so they can see the shorts. All right. So let's go ahead and get this thing started, man. I'm starting off with your favorite rapper, man.
Uh-oh.
The one with the most skills.
Uh-oh. Let's
the skills more so than any other rapper out there. No, I'm just talking shit. Man.
We're gonna see.
I
I have no patience for anybody that doubts me. None at all. It's too hard out here. You know what I'm saying? If my people don't stand up for me, who is? I understand these white folks looking at me like that because they don't know me. They didn't hear keep your head up. That ain't no fluke. You know, keep your head up ain't no goddamn come up. I didn't do that for to be smiling in my face to say, oh, he's cool. I did that from my heart. So that if they do try to put a rape charge on me, my sisters could say he ain't doubt that. Now, if my sisters can't say that, you won't hear another keep your head up out my mouth. You understand me? Because it's a struggle on young black males today.
So I thought that was significant, man. You know what I'm saying? In my viewpoint, it's significant because, you know, in his viewpoint, he was like, shit, I'm coming out, I'm supporting the sisters. You know what I'm saying? I'm coming out, I'm trying to, you know, glorify, to represent, you know, to try to take away some of the stress and the strain and the pain. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to commiserate and empathize.
Right.
But damn, am I getting shit on out here?
Yeah.
Motherfuckers got the nigga audacity to come after me with some fuckery? Mm-hmm. Is it the case that now, you know what I'm saying, that you got one chick trying to slander my name, not all of y'all trying to sling shit at me? Huh? This what y'all trying to do? So I'm thinking, you know, at this point, you know, Tupac's trying to give a strong signal. Fuck y'all. If that's how you coming to me, I'll never do a record like that again. And I think, you know, my viewpoint on it is he's cognizant, I think, of the kind of troubles and the pitfalls and the trials and tribulations that black men are facing. Not that black women don't have any that they're facing themselves. Right. However, you got to be cognizant, man, that this system is bearing down on us. We don't need the extra negative energy coming from y'all. Right. What you got to say about it, though? Because to me, that's some red pill type shit to say.
Yeah, I mean, he had a red pill moment, but Tupac is definitely not a red pill dude. I'm
not gonna say he is, but there are elements to him being red pill at various moments.
Yeah, you know, when it hits him that
these bitches ain't shit.
Yeah, when it slaps him in the face that maybe these chicks ain't to be, you know, exalted like I normally exalt them. You know what I mean? Like, you know, it's a lot of guys, especially guys who come from that pro-black shit, who they exalt women until the reality hits them, and then temporarily they have a moment of clarity until that moment is over, and then they back exalted. And that was Pac. And, you know, no disrespect to Pac, but it's just what it is. It's just what it is. You know, me and you, G, we from that time period. You know, you got a lot of kids now that kind of like look at Pac like how we look at MLK or Malcolm, where he's before their time, so they weren't around for that period to know all the nuances and things that were going on at the time, but we was there.
For sure.
Right, right.
But I'll say this. The gender war at that particular moment wasn't on full blast like it is now. I'm not saying that there weren't elements of the gender war already starting to foment. Yeah. Okay. Because, you know, there's always been back and forth and, you know, kind of like jabs being taken between men and women. And I don't think you'll ever eradicate that fully. I just don't think it's something that you can eliminate altogether at all. Okay. Because we're different to a certain extent, and we experience the world differently. But I mean, if I had to say it though, I would say there was a lot of rappers out there who, you know, they push back against fantasies related to women. Now I ain't gonna say which rappers because I don't want to go into like a full-fledged list of rappers who I think, you know, kind of approximate you know, masculinist ideals. I'm not about to get into all of that, but I mean, I think you're right though. I think, you know, Tupac, he complex figure, man. He kind of oscillates back and forth between various viewpoints. You know what I'm saying? I mean, One minute he loves niggas, the next nigga, fuck these niggas, I'm ready to ride on them. One minute, you know, this black woman she's, you know, the crack, you know, she a crack fiend, but she a black queen. The next minute, you know, I wonder why they call you bitch.
Well, again, it's a lot of these dudes move back and forth depending on what their circumstances or they lives is in the moment, right?
Right.
So wonder why they call you bitch is is where his head was. Excuse me. You know, when a chick pissed him off, but then he go back to simping. I mean, I'm gonna say it straight up. Pac, you know, we love him. He's everything that we say he is, but he's a simp too. He's crack fiend, black queen, and that he will go down forever with that line. You know, he was full of contradictions. I mean, you know, a lot of people are, but he was full of contradictions. You know what I mean? You know, I say this is what I always say. I say Pac was the best, I guess, emotional storyteller, and Biggie was the better lyricist.
Yeah, Biggie was definitely a better lyricist than Tupac was. I think, you know, look, everybody
and that's not
knows,
to say that Pac didn't get lyrical when he wanted to.
But I don't think Pac strove to be lyrical. I don't think that was like his MO.
He had his moments, but
he wanted to catch vibrations.
Yeah. Right. That wasn't his style. His style was more about making you feel a moment.
And you know, I think some of his most memorable lyrical moments, like, are in his earliest formative albums and shit. Like, I think "Me Against the World" is more lyrical than like Machiavelli or some shit like that, or "All Eyes on Me." You know what I mean? I just, you know, like the old school. What can I say? You know, we wouldn't be here today if the old school didn't pave my way. I think that was, you know, that he was lyrical as hell on that shit. You know what I'm saying? So even though if he was just making a list of names, it still was done in a lyrically, you know, aesthetically pleasing way to New York rappers or whatever the case may be. But anyway, man, recently though, on a sidebar, it's been some controversy drummed up over, guess who? Who's the biggest and better storyteller? Notorious B.I.G. or Ice Cube?
Oh yeah, I heard this debate. Storyteller?
It came up, I think it was Tony Yayo.
Yeah, it was Tony
being
Yayo.
interviewed. I don't know if it was Drink Champs. I don't know where it was. It could have been.
It was Drink Champs.
Yeah,
it was what's his name's boy, DJ EFN. DJ EFN got into a back and forth with Tony Yayo over who's the best, lyricist or storyteller?
They came in to talk. They were saying storyteller, man. Who's the better storyteller? Biggie Smalls. No, don't get it twisted, man. Biggie Smalls is a fucking great storyteller, bro, lyrically.
But how many stories? I mean, we got story to tell, but what's the other stories? Because when people say Biggie's a great storyteller, they always go to, I got a story to tell. So aside from that, what else?
The 10 Crack Commandments is a fucking great story, man, because it starts off by him giving you dictates about how to avoid getting locked up or getting jammed up related to.
I wouldn't call that a story. I would
at the
say
end of that motherfucker, that nigga starts telling the story.
I would say it's a breakdown. I wouldn't call it a story. Like, it's not a continuous story.
After he gets through with the 10 Crack Commandments, he goes off into a story. But Biggie, Give Me One More Chance is a story. I mean, Biggie is a story. I mean, I'm not taking shit away from Biggie. Like, he's got some great stories, man. Okay? But Ice Cube's got some great stories, too. And I think, but Ice Cube started telling stories before Biggie Smalls ever did, though. Real talk.
The best storyteller in hip hop is Slick Rick. Let me first say that. The whole album was stories.
Yeah. You know.
You know
what my favorite Slick Rick story is?
I like
Davy Crockett, King of the Wild Frontier.
That was dope.
Davy Crockett, King of the Wild Frontier. That's my shit right there.
Yo, people slept on Sitting in My Car. And I ain't talking about that remix with Warren or whoever he did it. I ain't talking about that remix. I'm talking about the one on the album. Got Rick sitting right here, waiting for you, that shit is fire. If anybody ain't heard that, y'all need to go check that out. Yeah, Good Day is fire. I might between these two, I don't know.
I'll tell you
man.
what. Look,
I might have to go Ice. I might have to go Cube, man, because the first album, Straight Outta Compton, he had stories on there.
Man, what the fuck do you think Dope Man is?
Yeah, that's where I was going.
I mean, woke up quick at about noon when I thought that I had to be in Compton soon.
Strawberry was the neighborhood hoe.
I gotta get drunk before the day begins before my mother starts bitching about my friends.
I'm gonna have to go with Cube on this one.
And then also, like, and I've heard it said, I'm not the first person to usher and to throw in this comment though, but I will say, Ice Cube does more than rap and tell stories. He actually makes movies and tells stories, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Cube on this one, man.
This motherfucker has made major movies, bro. That are done well. I'm not talking about, like, some people do movies and the movies are like terrible as fuck. Mm-hmm. And there was an era, I think, you know, like around the 95-ish, 98-ish time frame when everybody in hip hop was making movies. You remember that?
Yeah.
Like the Jay-Z's, like The Streets Is Watching, which was, let's quite frankly, like, Jay-Z shouldn't be in movies, bro.
I don't think Jay-Z wanted to be in movies, but I'm gonna say this. Okay. I might have to shout out the Cash App, but I'm gonna say this, right? Yeah. By the way, yeah, shout out to Corbett. Shout out to Corbett for the Cash App. I don't even think it's a fair comparison because Ice Cube has much more work than Big. Big's career was shorter than Cube's.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, look.
Cube, it's not really fair to compare Cube to Big.
But I mean, but the impact that Big had in a small amount of time that he was rapping. Like, I'm gonna tell you, look, bruh, I'm a hip hop head. And I know one thing for fucking certain, man. It ain't too many Biggie songs that you can put on and say, that's some whack shit. Now, I mean, I can't say the same for Ice Cube either, though. Okay, I'm not going, but I'm not going to say, but I will say this, though. Time matters. Back when NWA first came out, you could not touch Ice Cube, man. Mm-mm. You couldn't fuck with him.
Nah.
When Biggie was out, you really couldn't fuck with him. He ran New York. That's a fact. Okay? The fact that, I mean, you know, the fact that Tupac was able to actually hang in there and have a beef with this nigga with the differences in approaches to hip hop is amazing. But, you know, it just goes to show you, you know, like the kind of influence that Pac had. But look, I don't want to get stuck on this. You know what I'm saying? But speaking of hip hop, there's a TV show called Love and Hip Hop.
Right.
And do y'all remember, you know, like this chick, man, named Jocelyn Anderson?
Anderson?
Hernandez. That's her name. I take it back. Jocelyn Hernandez. You remember her, right?
Absolutely.
Did you see what the fuck recently happened to her?
No.
Watch. Now, this is going to bring up another question. Do you consider Jocelyn Hernandez to be a black woman?
Black woman? What's her parent? Like, who's her parents?
Let's look it up. Jocelyn Hernandez.
I mean, off rip, I would say no.
She's Puerto Rican.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, I got viewpoints on this. Okay. But the question is, you know, like, we know that Puerto Rican has African ancestry. Puerto Ricans have African ancestry. Okay. Some of them have,
damn near has African ancestry. But go ahead.
No, I won't say damn near everybody does. Like, a motherfucker from France who's white as the pure driven snow doesn't have fucking African ancestry. I mean,
like, far back enough.
Well, Puerto Rico's got more recent African ancestry than, say, for example, France. We're talking about like millennia.
I got you.
So we're talking about the transatlantic slave trade, and the African presence in certain populations related to that, event. Okay, versus, going back to Neolithic ages and shit where, human beings crossed the Bering Straits and moved into various land masses and shit. But anyway, look at this shit. And there's no audio for the first portion of it. So there's Jocelyn talking to the police, yelling and shit, telling the police to shut up. Now she's striking the police.
Y'all want to kill me? You
That's her getting locked up by the police.
You faggots.
Relax, relax.
You good? I got it. You faggots. You gay. You gay. If you kill me, you all gonna die.
Nobody wants to hurt you.
If you kill me, Cracker, you're going down first.
Nobody wants to hurt you. I'm not a
Cracker,
cracker.
you're going down first.
I'm not a
Cracker,
cracker.
you're going down first, Cracker.
All right.
Oh, my mother.
All right, get her up. Get her up.
Todito se van a morir.
Get her up.
Toditos ustedes se van a morir. Toditos se van a morir. Toditos y tú vas.
Okay.
How much did, like you say, you tried to give your mom 2 checks, she didn't want them.
No, that's not what I want to show right there. Go back. All right. So now all of this depends on what you perceive in relation to Jocelyn Hernandez and her, her racial composition. Personally, I'm going to say Jocelyn Hernandez, to me, that's a black woman. She looks like a black woman. She acts like a fucking black woman. It's just my opinion. Where yet? Are you there, Marcus?
I mean, she picked up. I put it to you this way: if you want to say she's been socialized as a black woman, I'll go with that. Hereditary, maybe not. Socialized, just like a Cardi B. Socialized, absolutely.
And I'm going to explain to you why I say what I say, okay? Now, is she African American? I'm not saying that she is. But I'm saying that, there are more people who are black than African Americans. Unless, of course, you just want to reduce blackness to African Americans. We're the only people that are black, which to me just seems, when you look at it, it looks fucking crazy. And the reason I say that is because, and I'm not here to convince anybody. You can have your own opinion about this, but here's my position on it, right? Mm-hmm. You are black in America precisely because you have African ancestry. That's why you are perceived as black. Not because necessarily, your particular geographical location, your enculturation in the U.S. White people who created whiteness and I think subsequently blackness, if you want me to be quite honest about it, they're the ones who began to determine who fits into the inclusive category of whiteness and who's excluded. And I think people who have African ancestry are perceived as ultimately black. Okay? Now, in terms of if you want to circle the wagons around ADOS or FBA people, we can do that. Okay? But to argue that there aren't people who have African ancestry throughout the world, that's patently fucking false. Now, whether or not they want to identify with people who are black Americans, whether they want, say, for example, a Sudanese individual named Myron from Fresh and Fit, mm-hmm. Whether it's a Jocelyn Hernandez, whether it's a Cardi B, I think she's Dominican or some shit like that. I'm not exactly sure what particular,
Cardi
ethnic...
B is Puerto Rican. This is
Puerto
the thing, and we touched on this a bit, right? We got to stop treating these people like they black if they don't want to associate. Understand, black is a class. It's not if we talk about African ancestry, that's one thing. Black is something else. And I always get into these conversations with people. about black, white, shit like that, that's racist. Okay, races in someone's hereditary disposition, genotype, phenotype, whatever. Those are not the same thing, right? Because Africans ain't quote unquote black. Black is a description. All right. Black is what other people describe you as. People don't call themselves black. We call ourselves black because we were told we were black by other people who are not black, right? So this is the thing. These people who may have, African blood in them, what black people in America, and I'm using the word black, what black Americans have to understand is that we're the only ones really that practice this skin tribalism because America's so racialized. And I'm not saying other places aren't racialized. Understand this. Other people who are from different places, they put their nationality before their skin color. So if you're not from that nation, you're not from that tribe, and they don't see themselves as being the same as you. So when we look at other people who have our skin tone and we think, oh, they're our brothers and sisters, they will disagree with you. They will say, no, you're not my nationality. You're not my tribe. Because even within people who are homogenous, they practice that. Japanese and Chinese see themselves as different from each other. The Koreans see themselves as different.
I get it. Look, Marcus, I get it. I understand.
So that's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is, let's stop trying to, because I think black people, we want allies so bad that we're trying to make anybody with a piece of African ancestry part of our tribe, and they don't want to be part of the tribe. Just leave it what it is. They don't, if they not, but I don't care. They grew up in the hood or whatever. You got people who are not genetically black, but they are socialized or they grew up amongst us and they have more.
So it's Eminem black, man.
This is the point that I'm making. What I'm saying is, no, he's not black. But what I'm saying
white boy Rick black, man.
What I'm saying is, you have people who are not technically or genetically African, of African descent, but they have more allegiance with us than people who do.
And look, and let me just say this. Look, we can have a question. I'm not going to get into this today. I'm not going to deep dive. But personally, I think that Jocelyn Hernandez got some black girl energy, man.
Because she was socialized.
That's my viewpoint on this shit.
The
way I see that chick, I see her, acting out with black girl energy. Now, my viewpoint on it is, like, if you're a man and you do the shit that she's doing to the police, you're not just gonna be sitting there, in handcuffs while you're acting wild. They're gonna beat the fuck out of you.
Of course.
You're gonna leave with some lumps. You're gonna look like Willie Lump, but not on your dick. You're gonna have lumps all over your forehead.
But see, the police are not gonna treat. See, she can act like a black woman. And Christopher Clipper, in America, black is a class and it's a culture, right? Understand this. The police, they're looking at Jocelyn. They're not going to treat her as a black woman, even if she believes she is, right? I mean, shit, you can pass for white and be black. You can have a black mama, but if you appear white, you can pass for white and you will be treated as a white person. This video, what we visually see is a Latina being treated like a Latina who is acting black because she might have grew up around some black people. She grew up in the hood, so her energy is black because she grew up black. We all know a white boy, my boy Greg. We call him White Boy Greg, one of the realest niggas I know. He ain't got a drop of black blood in him, but he grew up on my block. I'm 5 years old with this motherfucker. You understand what I'm saying? And that's what I mean. He socialized black, he got dreads, he's a straight up nigga. You understand? But they not going to treat him as such because they don't see that. What they see is a white boy. And right there, they see a Latina. And they're going to treat her a little differently than they would treat a black woman. Period.
So I don't know if I agree with that, but I don't want to stay stuck here.
Right.
The only thing I know is I saw the video. I said, look, here's a woman acting like a motherfucking fool. And I've seen black women act like this and get this kind of treatment as well, where they don't get their motherfucking ass.
Well, it depends on how dark you are. Also, like, you know, there's a lot of nuance that it'd take us too long to go into that stuff. But
yeah,
you know.
yeah. So cause it is the Short Bus Saturday. Now we can revisit it if when we like invite people on to the panel or something. We can talk about it then. All right. But
absolutely.
Shout out to Xavier Cray. Shout out to him. He says black is defined by two distinct traits: brown to black skin with African textured hair. Hair similar to Henry Highland Garnett. Okay, that's just his opinion. Papa Dida says, what's the difference between Latina, Latinx, Afro-Latina, or Latinidad, Hispanic, Spanish, etc.? The reason why we are confused is because we use white definitions. Look, I'm gonna side this conversation. I'm gonna table it for now. We can come back to it maybe at a later time. All right.
Yeah.
But
Before we move on, I just want to toss to this chat. I don't think that all black women get the same police treatment across the board. They get better treatment than us, but within them, it's not flat. It's not all black women get treated the same way. There's levels to that shit too. But that's all I'm gonna say. We'll table it.
Yeah, let's table that because I think maybe at some point, like, pardon the interruption, it's like, motherfuckers argue about the point, they go back and forth, and then you move on to the next point.
Right.
I wish I had a timer like BGS. I think I might create one. I know how to do that shit. So anyway,
Also.
moving on. Yes, can I help you, sir?
How much did, like you say, you tried to give your mom 2 checks, she didn't want them. You told your mama you were gonna stay in Miami, she sent your clothes. How much of that relationship has helped you be the father that you are now?
I didn't want to stop you when you said when you said the part about not only a great father, but the man you are. Her, because I have no father. You know what I mean? I lost my father early as he got killed, murked, and so in New Orleans, I probably knew him for a good 6-7 years of my life before that happened. Other than that, my real pops, he walk around something. I'm sure he pissed because I go super hard, and I know you got friends that be like, nigga, you don't know that nigga? That nigga. Well, nigga, you know, I had to prove to my friend when I was 11 that, nigga, this is me on the album. I'm sure he got to prove, like, nigga, that's my son. But anyway, it's all her, though.
Yeah.
All her. Taught me how not to be that.
Really?
You know what I mean? Taught me how not the furthest from being an immigrant mother. You know what I mean? That was their thing. And we're gonna teach this young boy how to be a man before anything.
What you think about that shit? I got some ideas and opinions about it, but I'm gonna let you take the first dibs at it, man.
Nah, I had my mic muted for the sound. I want you to go first on this one.
I'm tired of black people specifically, man, especially black men who are successful, shitting on their fathers, man. I'm tired of black men who are famous, who like might have strained relationships with their fathers, shitting on their fathers. Many of these guys got kids, and maybe they have, like healthy and vibrant and, nurturing relationships with their children, man. Good. God bless them, man. But it's some motherfucking women out here, man, that's on some whole shit, bro. Because they've encountered hoes.
But a lot of these niggas...
I got one more piece to add to this.
Mm-hmm.
The one more piece is this. Don't remove your mother. I know you love her, but you cannot remove your mother from the irascible, feminine Just absolutely a hellcat bitch of a woman. You can't remove your mother from that equation, man, until you know the score, man. Now, are there some deadbeat dads out here? Of course, absolutely. Absolutely. But are there some women who've pushed, like men away from their children and, treated men just like as fucking sperm donors? Absolutely. But go ahead, man.
A lot of dudes be mad at a man that ain't even a biological father. We know that's the case with Pac. I mean, from what I understand about Wayne, I don't even think he was raised by his biological pops, unless I'm wrong.
No, he was raised by a black dude named Rabbit. I know that for a fact.
Right.
And I don't think he ever knocked Rabbit. He never spoke bad about Rabbit.
Okay, but a lot of dudes do be speaking bad about some stepdad. Right. And but aside from that, I had conversations with a few women, one-on-one conversations where I say, y'all don't give y'all fathers the grace you give your mothers. And you got mommy issues. You got mommy issues, but then you humanize your mother. You say, well, I understand what she was going through. She's a black woman and yada, 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 yada. But you don't give your father, the same grace you gave your mother. I know a girl who her father was kept out of her life by her mother, and she knows it. She knows it. And she still holds these grudges against her pops. Well, she did until we had the conversation. She let it go.
That's why I said, at the end of the day, black culture is concubine culture, bro. I hate to fucking tell you this.
It's
not something I say proudly. Culture. This is not something I'm saying like I'm proud of this. Like, like this is something I take delight in. Or, like something I'm using to rub black women's noses in it. That's not it. But I mean, there is a matter of fact about the world that like our culture is one in which fathers are an addendum. Okay? You are a satellite. You're not the thing that holds the family together. You are not the glue. You don't undergird it. You are a sperm donor in many instances and cases. It's not like I'm coming up with this myself. I didn't put this out here.
Yeah, a cash and cash and sperm dispenser.
Now, could you please look? I got 77 likes. I got 130 people watching, man. Can I please get some likes, man? Can I get the likes up, bro?
Let's pause. Let's take a like pause.
I mean, for crying out loud, man.
Let's take a like pause.
Can I get a witness, man? Like, hold on, man. Let me go to a commercial real quick. This shit right here. Like, you know how Kevin Samuels used to go to a commercial or something, man? Come on, man. Get my lights up, man, a little bit.
We're going to take a like pause. I'm going to be watching these likes because I can see them in real time.
All right, man. We got, 94 right now? Let's get this motherfucker to 100, man. Look, we going back to another commercial till that motherfucker hit 100, man. Okay, I'm cool now. We at 104. We at 104 right now. We got I know we dropped some people, whatever. I guess some people got a little bit perturbed, of us forcing the issue like this. But come on, man. It don't take shit to donate a like, man.
Yeah, likes are free. Likes are free, and for everybody that fucks with the Keep It 100 channel, likes will be enforced. I used to enforce them, then I started slipping, but now I'm back on it. It's like I forget who said it. Shout out to Fantastic. He said, "Listen, man," he said, "I appreciate your donations, but I want the free shit too. I want the free shit more than I want the money. Give me the likes."
Yeah,
you
man.
Understand what I'm saying? Just give me the likes.
And like I said earlier, man,
Yeah.
Like I said earlier too, man.
Share the damn video, bitch.
Share the video, man. It's like Drummer Boy. Listen to the track, bitch. Share the video, bitch. Share the fucking video, man. Stop playing, man. You know what I'm saying? Give me some love, man. That's all I'm asking, bro. But anyway, I don't like how successful black men take shits on their fathers, man. Knowing that in many instances, men are peripheral to women's lives. Okay? And like they have these transient relationships with these men, and then like the children blame the shit on the men. Like, where is the responsibility that your mother has for making this situation be what it is? It's not necessarily that, you're not loved by a man or whatever the case may be. That motherfucker might not even know your ass exists.
Because it's not his story, it's her story. It's not his story, it's her story. It's her story. It is what it is, man. People defer to their mother's side of the story, their mother's point of view, their mother's opinion. If, hey, where my daddy at? That nigga ain't love you. You know what I'm saying? Or they give him a story, because let's face it, man. We know that most of the time when women tell their side of the story of a relationship, they tell a version that don't make them look crazy. So if it ain't her fault, whose fault is it? It's his fault. It's always his fault. They always tell the story. They leave all the shit out that they did.
It's
It
like
could have been
Shaq.
all her. It could have been the both of them, but they're gonna leave her shit. She's gonna leave her shit out. Like you see women in relationships, you never hear them say, "I fucked up."
Man,
I'm the reason why the shit is on.
Boy, it take a lot of shit for a woman to say, "I fucked up, man."
Yeah. You told me to, right?
It's hold on. Look. It's like you fucking with their soul, nigga. You fucking with their soul. They can't I fucked up. I'm wrong. And that's one of the issues we got with black women today, man, and just in general. But let me go back to the main topic, man. I shouldn't have done that. I got to start all over, but I'm going to move this one. Hold on, let me go.
It's all her, though.
Yeah.
All her. Taught me how not to be that.
Really?
Not to be like that nigga. My mama taught me to hate my daddy. Now don't be nothing like your daddy was, boy. Nothing like that. In other words, don't be like, I don't know. I mean, what? Be a sucker ass nigga?
Tell me how not the furthest from being an immigrant mother. That was their thing. And we're gonna teach this young boy how to be a man before anything.
We're gonna skip past that shit.
Black women are availing ourselves to all of the options that our hard work and circumstances currently afford us. And that means that single motherhood by choice is going to be an option that more and more black women consider and even exercise.
Man, somebody get this bitch a motherfucking memo, man. Update this motherfucker. Does she not know this has been the norm for the past 40 fucking 50 years?
Yeah, she's late.
What the fuck is she talking about? I don't understand what she's talking about, bro. Like, now women have just come to the conclusion that they're gonna fuck and have kids and not have a man be an essential part of the family. Now, a woman who decides to do this shit and has children and they raise boys, for example. No, what the fuck you gonna tell your son? Your daddy ain't shit? I'd like to hear some niggas come up, all you pro motherfuckers, all the pro, I gotta defend the women type shit. What the fuck do you say about a daddy in this type of culture? Like, the man is not present and the woman doesn't want the fucking man present because all she's looking for is a fucking sperm donor. What do you say?
You ain't producing for the women, and you ain't doing this and you ain't doing that. So this is the Umar argument. Everything that they do is because of what you're doing or not doing. So the fact that women have to go to a sperm donor at all is niggas' fault.
Let's play some more of this shit though. Look, this shit, it fucks me up. Look.
So anybody that's in their feelings about that can go ahead and start to process right now. Because black women that have the privilege to embark upon this expensive and oftentimes lengthy process will increasingly decide to forego marriages and partnerships that do not serve us and that are not in our best interests.
and the women...
This bitch sound like a fucking goddamn airplane stewardess and shit.
And the women who can't afford to do it will find the dustiest nigga possible and have his kids. That's what most women do. I was supposed to, man, I'd say maybe a year or so ago, I was supposed to do a show with one of my homegirls talking about the price of sperm. Women don't want to pay the price of sperm, right? What she's talking about, she's speaking from a standpoint of somebody who can go to a sperm donor and pay for multiple attempts to get pregnant. And that's even if she finds the sample she's looking for. See, these rich women can do that. But the average everyday woman, they not going to the sperm doctor. They asking niggas around them. And most niggas will say no. So then they forced to find some bum ass Dusty, right? And have the kid with them. And then the guy that they look for this specific purpose, they want that support from him. And when they can't get that, yeah, your daddy ain't shit, he don't like you, this and that. It's that type of thing, man. These women, bro, for years and years and years, and before my presence on YouTube or Facebook, I said, yo, these women want the children. They don't want the men. They don't want the men. If you're on the ground, you can see that.
And she's basically saying it out loud. This is a successful black woman who says, ultimately, niggas ain't shit other than as sperm donors. Insufficient, insignificant, non-factor. It's the same as the shit I've been showing for so long, man. So long. The Vanishing Black Family clip that I used to show all the time. Remember that? About the woman. Man's not necessary for the, a significant portion of the family.
But this is old. This is old stuff. She's not saying anything new. And the funny thing is, I mean, as you play the rest, you know what? Play the rest of the clip because I don't want to speak to what she's saying before you play it. Because she says something else here that can. I mean, I don't know how much more of the clip you got.
It ain't too much more, but I'm gonna show what little more, show.
And now that bypassing those insufficient relationships does not have to come at the expense of motherhood, well, frankly, it's a whole new world. A world in which black women are no longer subject to the desperation of being chose, because now we get to do the choosing. And as we choose, we do have to contend with the reality of a dismally small supply of black sperm.
Dismally. No, there's black sperm. We just ain't giving it to your ass. Because y'all, these bitches be trying to get child support from the sperm donor bank. Sperm donor.
Man, and what part of the game is that?
Once you see, this is the thing, right? Once women do that, see, these chicks don't know how to fight against their own, bullshit. In other words, you got women out there chasing the sperm donor for child support. The women who want sperm donated to them should be mad at that because they fucking the game up for them. But no, they celebrate that. So now motherfuckers say, okay, we ain't donating no more sperm. So now, oh, we ain't got no black sperm. Why are you so concerned about black sperm, bitch? You had a white husband.
Man.
Or better yet, a white fiance. You were trying to marry a white man. Now you want some black sperm. Why? Oh, we want kids to look like us. You weren't so concerned about that shit when you was about to marry a white dude. So now you want black sperm. So if you married that white dude, where you was gonna get your black sperm, bitch?
Man, this is just a jab at black men, man. That's all this shit is, bro. That's it's a dig at black men. Dusty, crusty, bus driving ass, no good, low down, trifling ass niggas who have, you know, like the audacity to put them, you know, in a position where they got to have a relationship with them in order to have a baby and shit. Like, man, this shit is crazy, bro. That's all I can say, man. Look, Be About Peace and Pleasure says, I can be wrong in my assessment, but what's the difference between her and Sukihana? Look, I will say there's a difference between her and Sukihana because Sukihana sucked dick for money. Like, that's all she does, whereas Ebony K. Williams don't necessarily suck dick for a 9 to 5 for a living.
Well, not for a living, but
I'm not saying she don't do it. I mean, you know, but I'm just saying it's a difference between getting your subsistence from sex work and, you know, somebody who's just, you know, like a member of the black elite and, you know, just talking shit, hurling shit at, you know, people who they consider to be beneath them. It's a different kind of thing. That's just my viewpoint.
Suck dick to get in the position.
It's possible. It is possible.
Right. So to me, that's sucking dick for a living, right? She has a living that she possibly sucked dick to get. So I understand what you're saying, and on a day-to-day basis, Nana, you know, I mean, I don't know if Sukihana is out every day sucking new dicks to
man, what she did, bro, all I can say is I done seen it. Okay, you throwing up and gagging over dick for some change, man. Yeah, you know what the profession is.
Or some shit. I don't know, but all I'm saying is, listen, you get the point. I don't want to dwell on this too long, but you know, at the end of the day, me personally, I don't see a difference. It's just a difference in method. That's it. Like, you know, it's
so
like
all women are hoes, Marcus.
I didn't say all women are hoes. I'm saying hoeing is hoeing. I'm saying hoeing is the best thing going. It's like I said on one of my streams. The hoe on the street thinks she better than the hoe in the kitchen. The hoe in the kitchen thinks she better than the hoe online. You know, it's all these different forms of hoeing. The porn hoe thinks she's better than this hoe. It's all hoeing. No, hoeing is hoeing. I'm not saying all women are hoes, but hoeing is hoeing.
Man, look at this nigga, man. Look at this Herb Sank motherfucker with this goddamn Yoda with a mad motherfucking Alfred E. Newman mix and shit.
That's dope. I think that's fire. But
that shit crazy as a motherfucker.
in the comment.
Yeah, he says, notice how women like her, who are not successful at marriage, are considered credible by the masses.
Right. Because
there is a norm. There is a norm in black culture such that, and I'm gonna come out and say, okay, so there's a paper I read a while ago, okay, and the paper's name is The Myth of the Black Matriarchy, and the author of it is Robert Staples. It was published by a journal called The Black Scholar, and it was published in 1981, okay? And so what he does is he tries to explain why they're, like when we talk about the gynocracy or a black matriarchy, that is not really actually true. I want to argue, you know, look, Staples, man, there's a lot of evidence that demonstrates that, yes, there is a black fucking matriarchy, bro, whether you like it or not, okay? And the second wave feminism hasn't helped, okay? Because at the current moment, you have black women doing what white women aren't even doing. They're going further than white women are going in relation to, you know, does the father need to be present? Is the father an essential or, like, you know, a foundational component of rearing a child or having a child be healthy in terms of their development, psychologically, emotionally, the whole nine. So this is black culture, bro. It is what it is. But shout out to Herb Saint, man. Lil Daddy. Shout out to you, Woody. It's just where we are, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, black women, motherhood is more important than wifehood for them. It just is what it is.
Well, they say that. They say,
Take them in face value. Motherhood is more important. The experience of motherhood is primary. Not being in a functional familial relationship. This is, I'm doing this by myself. Now, I'm going to have a supporting cast of women, you know, to help me do this. But a man being essential related to the rearing and the upbringing of a child, it is peripheral to black culture. It just is what it is. And it's becoming increasingly ostentatiously so. Motherfuckers letting you know this is where we at with this. This is what we on. You done heard Megan Thee Stallion come out and say she ain't had no baby yet, but sooner or later, I bet you she will. Keke Palmer's come out and saying it. You got Ebony K. Williams coming out and saying it. And so many countless other women coming out and saying it. It is what it is. Mm-hmm. So, but I am going to read that article again from Robert Staples, though. I'm going to read that shit again. Because quite frankly, this is where we are. And you can say what you want to say about it, but like if you got a group of men who've been told, essentially, nigga, you're non-essential. What the fuck are they supposed to think? Why would they try to make them an essential part of something that they feel like they've been pushed to the periphery of and marginalized from?
Yeah,
what the fuck is the point?
Yeah, eventually you accept that and keep it moving.
Why would you want to be an integral part of something that somebody's telling you you're not necessary, nigga? You're a non-factor, motherfucker. You already told me I ain't a factor, so fuck it. I'm gonna pump some dick into you and keep it pushing.
Yeah, but a lot of niggas ain't really. I would say more men are trying to be relevant than not.
You talking about the simp shit, but that, I mean,
absolutely.
But it's a natural. Personally, this is my position on this. Now, and I know, you know, look, don't go out of pocket, truth as I know it. But I think men essentially want to be able to develop families so they can develop legacies. Okay,
but you don't need black women to do that.
I understand that, bro. We get that. Okay, I'm perfectly understanding of that. But the point is, motherfuckers go with what they close to. It's like motherfuckers commit crimes with people who are closest to them. They're gonna fuck people that they're closest to. Okay,
I get it.
So all I'm saying is, it has been a common feature of human societies and culture, stretching back for millennia, that if you develop a family, you're gonna have like a coherent institutional arrangement where you can watch your children grow and help contribute to their development. But not today. This is an entirely different sort of this is a different kind of culture. And it's not just something that's inherent to black culture. Because as I was telling BGS the other day, bro, and it's just it's just the truth. Whether we like to, you know, deny it or not, here's the truth. The bitches that push for no-fault divorce were white women. They're the ones that issued that shit in, okay? They're the ones that started that, all right? When it came to suffrage and political representation, it's white women that fought for that. Equal pay and equal work, white women. Employment discrimination, like Title VII and the Civil Rights Act being added to it, and the Equal Pay Act of 63, they're the ones that did it. Reproductive rights, like Roe v. Wade, that's white women. sexual harassment and, you know, conversations around violence and shit like this. That's white women who are ushering in and authoring these policies and these acts and laws. Title IX, education, equal access to education, right? Prohibiting sex discrimination in any educational program. Like, that's why you can't even have a school for boys now. Because they so worried about their goddamn selves. Parental leave and shit like that for women, though. Very little parental leave do you hear about, you know, men. Because you're non-essential, nigga. You're non-factor, okay? All the LGBTQ shit, white women, okay? Gender equality in the law, all white women.
I think what niggas need to stop doing is thinking that interracial is limited to white women, though.
I get that. The only thing I do,
I'm just saying, because even in that Umar discussion that he had on the wrap-up crew, it's like as soon as black men talk about interracial, the go-to is white women, as if the only like the only other women that black men have access to is white women, and it's almost like it's fallacious. Right, and I hear
bro,
that context thrown at niggas all the time. But white women and white women and white women and white women, white women. As soon as you hear interracial equals white women, and it doesn't equal that, bro. I'm not saying this. I'm just saying it so it can be said. You understand?
I get it. I understand it, bro. Look.
White men went all over this globe and put their dick in all races of women to colonize this motherfucker. But black men still on this shit about, well, we want to be with our own in the face of all this disrespect. Niggas is hard-headed.
This
Whether
is what
it
I
be
say,
black
Marcus,
or white women. If these are the women that's doing it to you, then niggas are still trying to be with them, then niggas are hard-headed. If niggas want to practice this genetic obligational bullshit, they free to do it. And this
Marcus,
be my debate
my
against,
argument,
you know, whoever. But go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
My argument is this, Marcus. In Western culture, you're going to bump up against these kind of issues, okay? And it's not that, you know, you don't have the latitude today. If it's a purple bitch, go get with the bitch. If you like her, if you love her, I like her. Because I ain't going to say, if you love her, I ain't going to say that. I mean, if you like her, I ain't going to say I love her. But you get what I'm talking about.
I do.
Right? If it's a polka dot bitch and she fucking, you know, like, she knocks you off your feet, you know what I'm saying? Like Stevie Wonder and shit. Hey, I ain't gonna argue with you, bro. Go ahead and get at it. Okay? But all I've been saying, this is all I've ever said, bro. I want to see men have fully functional families where they are involved and they have access to their children and they have healthy, working, viable relationships with the women that they're interconnected with. I would love to see that for guys. It's not like I want to see something the opposite of that. I want to see that. I really would love for you to experience that and to have that and to savor that. But all I'm saying is, it's not very easy to do in the midst of Western popular culture, bro.
It is. It's easy, but niggas don't want to do it because niggas are still mentally umbilical cord attached to these bitches. That's what it is, bro. We still look.
So it's easy it's easy to get married in America and to have a faithful, productive, viable, healthy, burgeoning, flourishing relationship just because you marry somebody who's non-black.
If the women are cultured that way, then yeah, it's easier. So if you look BGS said it. BGS has stats, at least he says he has stats that show that the divorce rate is lower when you marry women who are from certain cultures. I'm not talking about women that grew up in this culture. I'm saying women from certain cultures.
Okay, but
so
you're on the same page that I'm on. Look,
and I'm gonna say this to the chat. If motherfuckers want to disagree with me, try to marry a black woman and then complain, and deal with your no fault divorces and all of that shit. Have at it if you motherfuckers want that. If that's
this is what I'm saying. Look, Marcus, I'm saying is, I'm coming with the Eddie Murphy Raw back in the day.
I understand.
You go get Umfufu and bring her to this motherfucker. then you might have a problem on your hands when she starts to convene with all of the other motherfucking hyenas that's trying to get all up in her shit to tell her how free she is and all the type of benefits she has and all the access to the laws and, you know, like your resources she has. All I'm saying is, like, I got a frat brother, you know, Sand Dog. He did it the way, like, if you're going to do this type of shit, get the fuck away from here while you're doing it.
Right, but I mean, again, I agree that you shouldn't bring a woman back here. But again, BGS says he has stats that say that the divorce rates are lower even when you bring a woman from another place back to here. The divorce rates are lower. Not that they're non-existent, but they're just lower. That's what he says. Now, if you want to ask him about that,
we can have that conversation at a later time. Here's my thing, though. The only thing I've said is that increasingly in Western culture, Western culture, and we talked about this. I've discussed this. I have a long list of reasons for why we are where we are and how we got to this place. Okay, and principally, it's been legal precedent after legal precedent after legal precedent, and like subsequent movements in politics and jurisprudence that have led us up to this point. The first death knell in Western culture of the first blow, like, you know, like of the 10-hit combo is this 1666. I think that's the right year. I could be wrong, but it's called the 10 Years Abolition Act. That's the first moment. That's the beginning of the ending. That's the start of your ending. Your man's Lyndon, me is Lyndon. That's it. Okay? That's the beginning. The 10 Years Abolition Act, where fathers had the ability to appoint guardians to their children in the event of their deaths. Then the court has supervision over the administration of those fucking, testamentary guardianships. And then afterwards, that led to an opening whereby they could actually intervene and administer jurisprudence and supervision over actual fathers' relationships with their children. Then you get the Custody of Infants Act, where women could petition the court for custody of their children between the ages of 0 to whenever they're born to fucking like 8 years old or some shit like that. Then they came and they had another law. I can't remember what the name of it is, but then after that, they came up with another set of legislation to where women can hold on to the children. I think it's like the tender years doctrine or some shit, where they can hold on to the kids until they're 16. Okay? So this is jurisprudence and common law in the English tradition that upended the absolute right of fathers. Okay? And so now, this is the kind of precedent that's been set in this culture. And the fucking family court system, 9 times out of 10, if there's a discrepancy, a dispute, she got you on some Kramer versus Kramer shit, that kid is going with her. Because it's perceived to be that in the tender years, the child's going to be better off with her. That's just English law. Now, that's a lot of power. Just that alone is a lot of power to put in a fucking woman's hands. I know from experience what it feels like to be alienated from your kid, to where you can't, if you don't do what the fuck I tell you, guess what? You ain't got to see your baby. Now imagine a nigga doing that shit to a woman, bro. Like, oh, bitch, you want to start clowning? You don't do what the fuck I'm telling you to do? You ain't got to see little Julie no more. You don't get to see little...
It's either stupidity or insanity that makes a nigga go back to where he's been abused or experienced pain. When a woman is dealing with a nigga that's whipping her ass, we wonder what keeps her there. I'm neither insane nor stupid. Okay? Niggas want the shit to be something that they don't want it to be, and they've shown you and they've told you for decades that they don't want it. And niggas are still banging their head against a brick wall for this aspirational bullshit. And again, like I told motherfuckers on that other stream, I'm willing to let you do it. I'm willing to let you do it. Because niggas want the community for black people that they see other people have. It's a dream, just like every other dream that niggas have. It ain't happening. Nobody fucks with you, black man. I keep telling niggas this. Nobody fucks with you, especially here. It ain't happening. This is why niggas are killing themselves and all types of other shit. And it's like this reality, right? And you know, people say I'm black pill. No, this is black pill. What I'm saying, right? Everything else is blue shit. Everything else is the Smurfs. If you don't want to accept these realities, then continue to bump your head until it bleeds.
Because
I'll hand you a napkin.
I know from experience, this shit'll get you bloody, bro. It'll get you bloody, okay?
Period. I do not have children. I've never been married. I'm not interested in none of that shit.
Hey, look, I can tell you from experience. And look, you're intelligent to have avoided it. You know, some motherfuckers are risk takers though. Or some people don't learn from others' experience. They have to go through it themselves because they don't believe that heat is hot. You know what I'm saying? They don't believe fire. They don't believe the water is wet.
That's fine. Well, them motherfuckers are drowned, they'll burn to death.
But before, let me do this housekeeping real quick, Marcus, man.
Right.
Shout out to my man, Mr. Heat, man. Ibmore, man, appreciate that, bro. Appreciate that generous donation, man. Straight up, for real, dog. Shout out to David White, man. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate that donation, man. It's generous, man. Straight up, appreciate that. Also to it says supporting the G with the PhD. Any super duper says Umar is too super obsessed with white women, in my opinion. He might be messing with them on the low too. He might be having them a little snow bunny, pink toe. Fucking with them pink toes, man. Let me find out, Umar, you fucking with them pink toes, bro. I'm gonna call the motherfucking nationalist police on your ass, boy. Call the nationalist police on you. That'll be a hell of a thing to say, boy, or to see. See Umar with a motherfucking white chick. But anyway, man, one last thing, bro. You know what this, well, maybe, it might be one more before that, but I'll see, because I don't know, man. This might be the only one left, though.
We got one more.
Guys, this is the reason why men don't want to date black women. If you're watching this and you're a black woman, listen carefully, okay? It's not racism. I'm not racist. My friends aren't racist. I'm speaking for all men. They're not racist, right? It's nothing to do with racism. It's to do with being masculine and aggressive. No guy wants to date a woman who's so masculine and aggressive. The average woman, the black American woman, is 180 pounds. Man's coming like Israel Adesanya, middleweight UFC champion. I don't want to date Israel Adesanya. 180 pounds. That's average. That's crazy, meaning more than half of the black American women are above 180. They're coming like Brock Lesnar. And the problem is they're looking up to people like Cardi B, Megan Thee Stallion. Cardi B has literally been on interview saying multiple times how she's drugged people, stole their money, done all these horrible things, and you have all these black women saying she's a queen, she's a queen. The problem with so many of these black women is they're so fat and bulky, right? And they're acting like, why am I not being treated like this European model? Because you're not a model. It's nothing to do with your color. It's just, she's a beautiful model. She looks amazing. You are massive. Oh, but I'm big boned. Look, black people have great genetics. They're very strong. But the problem is with black women is it just makes them go so fucking crazy and psycho, and they want to beat everyone up, and they become so aggressive. Relax. No one's trying to take your chicken. You just need to relax a minute. That's why people don't want to date.
Let me stop, man. Let me stop, bro. Hey, look.
I think
I'm laughing at this shit.
Yeah,
but one thing, man, look. This is what I'm saying, man. Look, this guy, like, well, this is not, I believe this shit is to some degree racist, bro.
I mean, he only made one, I guess, racial comment. He might have made it in jest.
Nobody's trying to take your chicken away from you.
Yeah, well, you know, he said take the chicken, and he's not black. I mean, if we made a chicken joke, it'd be funny, but he made a chicken joke.
Yeah,
so
man, fuck it. Look,
it comes off racist,
it's like,
right?
Niggas say nigga, we cool, but crackers say nigga, nut the fuck up.
So look, I think this is one of the ones that I did send to you, and then I sent it to my man Adrian, who probably is in the he's in the audience now if he's still around.
Yeah, shout out to him, man. Shout out to him.
Right. Look, that man and me, Adrian. Shout out to Adrian. We already had this conversation. That man ain't say shit different than what we are saying. The only difference is he's a non-black man saying it. So we gonna now get mad that he's saying it. And I understand the nigga thing, right? But understand this. He's telling the truth. The truth is the truth. I don't give a fuck what box you put it in. I don't give a fuck what ribbon you tie it with or what postage stamp you use. It came in FedEx or DHL. I don't give a fuck. If he's saying the same shit we're saying. Now we can say, okay, fuck the box it came in. Fuck the ribbon. Fuck DHL. Fuck FedEx. But the actual package is what it is. Truth is the truth. The truth is the truth. And your feelings ain't gonna change that shit.
So this is where I say, okay, you can challenge anybody can come up and make a comment at this point. Say what you if it is that you think it's racist, you can make a statement about it. If you think he's just telling the truth, it is what it is. But
what
this
part
is
is
why I
racist?
asked,
The chicken comment or the rest of it?
well, put it this way. Every stereotype has some element of truth to it. Okay.
Are we talking about the chicken or are we talking about the obesity? Because
we talking about a whole bunch of shit. Like, I want to say, like, this is what I asked in terms of a hard question to BGS the other day. And I presented it to people on his channel. And it's a hard question, right? And I'm not saying the proposal of the question, I'm not offering up an ultimate answer. It's something for men to think about themselves. Black men in the manosphere, outside of the context of the manosphere, whatever the case may be. And I'm guilty. Because I'm not gonna fucking lie. There have been instances where I've been like, okay, I feel kind of satisfied that other people are acknowledging what I also see. Okay? Namely that, you know, like a lot of these chicks are out of fucking control. Specifically black women with the neck rolling, you know, the hand clapping energy, the energy like I'm fucking like, I mean, if I'm gonna borrow a term for Tommy Sotomayor, the BT 1000 type shit. Okay? Like I can beat any bitch's ass, I can beat niggas' ass, I can walk on water and I can dance on water and not get wet.
Listen, I'm not about to put a cape on for black women because a white man said the same shit I'm saying. That's bullshit, right? And I'm not saying that you're saying that. At the end of the day, these are the same men that these women tell us they divest into. So this man is telling these same chicks, they're saying they divest into these men. No, bitch, we don't want you for the same reasons your man don't want you. He said no man wants a masculine woman. Then he spoke on women's weight. We talk about this shit all the time. So now we gonna get offended. We gonna become, you know, super pro black because a white man said it. That's nah. Now, if he said some nigga shit, or he said I don't fuck with black women because they got big noses or big lips or some shit like that, I'll be all with it. But he said everything he said has to do with behavior. It has to do with them, you know,
things they can control, features or functions about human beings that can be under control.
Right. These are not racially, intrinsic features. That's what it is. So yeah, I had an Asian dude on my show some time ago, and you remember, G. Well, he said he didn't want his Asian women acting like Megan Thee Stallion and Cardi B. So if he didn't want his women acting like that, you can only imagine what his thoughts on black women are. These guys are not making racial comments about Afrocentric features. That would be different. Obesity is not an Afrocentric feature. And if we're going to agree that it is, then we're agreeing with women that say, oh, we're fat because of racism, because they did say that. So you got to put your right. So you got to put your feelings aside and say,
Mark,
you know
keep
what?
going, Marcus. I got to move away from the mic. I'm listening though. Keep going.
I got you. So no, he made a racial joke. Put your chicken down. Well, the bitches do eat chicken. There's a commercial that's on TV right now, I forget whose commercial it is, was a bunch of women or men dancing. It's like a party. And the only black woman in the commercial, I thought it was Lizzo for a second, and it wasn't. The only black woman in the commercial is obese. Because brands, you know, now they know how to market to black women because they know that most of these women are big. So they know that, okay, we need a big black woman in the commercial because that's how black women identify. That's what will resonate with black women. So they put an obese woman in the commercial. It wasn't even Lizzo, it was somebody else. I forget what the commercial is. If you guys ain't never see it, you'll see it later. But at the end of the day, these are the men that they're saying they're passing us up for. And them men is like, you know, y'all know that meme with Conceited at the rap battle with the face? That's what this is. Nah, shorty. What if your dudes don't want you, what makes you think we are gonna overlook the shit that he won't overlook? We don't overlook it in our own women. White men don't date fat women on average. This is what I said is, yo, how many black men, how many black women you know? How many black women you know that are anorexic or bulimic or any of this? You probably don't know any. Because that's a white girl thing, because their men demand that they are in the 100 to 110 weight category. Niggas like fat bitches. So niggas don't mind women being overweight, right?
So let me shout some people out, though. Let me shout some people out, Marcus, man. Shout out to Super Duper again. He says, look here, my black ass loves some chicken. And unashamed, so no, I ain't mad.
Right.
I ain't mad at homie. Again,
we make jokes about they fucking mayonnaise.
Shout out to Show Me. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate that. And I think I said I gave a shout out to everybody else. Super Duper. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I covered that. Go ahead.
Yeah, we make mayonnaise jokes. We make potato salad with raisin jokes. Y'all mad at a chicken joke? At this point, if he made Afrocentric feature comments or insults, it would be different. But he didn't do that.
I want to show you something.
It's borderline, you know. But I don't. That shit ain't bother me.
So I'm done with that part. Okay, but I do want to show one more thing.
Right.
Okay, and I want to know if I'm going overboard with the shit because. When I saw this shit, my first response was, this is the shit that's getting bit. This is the shit that black men experience. And when a black woman gets checked for it, then we get told we're not being protective of black women.
Okay.
But I kind of felt like, you know, on the one, because people came at me and I'm like, bitch, you got to understand what you can and what you can't do in the real world. There's certain shit you should be doing, there's certain shit you should not be doing. And if you continue to act like you are that bitch, somebody eventually is gonna check your ass for it. Just like it would happen to any man. If a man goes around, like you ever seen them videos where you got like the one little dude, like I forget, Tyrone, like I'm getting at your bitch or some shit like this. You remember that guy used to do all them videos? I'm Tyrone, I'm taking your girl or some shit like that. You remember that? Mm-hmm. You keep going to random people with that bullshit, somebody gonna fuck you up, bro. You understand what I'm saying? Like if you come with rah-rah energy, eventually somebody's going to match that energy and to check that shit. But then when you get checked for it, what the fuck do you expect? Now you all the niggas that you say are non-essential, non-necessary. Now you want them to come serve as attack dogs.
Right.
That's my viewpoint on it. I'm like, how can you then demand? Shout out to Dr. Thunder as well. I see you out there. How can you demand that men now be a vital or an essential part of what it is that you're doing socially when you cut them off in every other area? And then you walking around like you're a fucking attack dog, your damn self. And then like when the shit gets hot, now you want motherfuckers to come support you and to be there for you unequivocally, unabashedly, 100%. How can you expect that shit? That's all we saying.
Well, but we told them they have impunity. Understand that the majority of black men, they deal with black women and they give them impunity. They give them impunity. What's going on, Adrian? I'm gonna let Adrian cook for a second.
But before he cooks, I just want to show you, this is what I saw. This is what I saw. And I'm like, am I wrong to think that this chick got what she deserved?
Which one is this? This is
I got to show it. I'm gonna show it.
Okay.
And you'll see it for your own eyes. Okay. I'm gonna put y'all on mute. So
my
I can't hear.
My Chismo TV is in the building and Maul is in the building. And shout out to Dr. Thunder. He's shouting us out, bro.
Shout out to him, man. Shout out to Dr. Thunder.
No doubt.
All right, mute yourselves if you can, though, because I want this to be heard on its own accord.
No, I'm asking a question. She's a child.
She bumped into me when
So if she did something wrong, she needs to apologize. If she did
this
something
ignorant
wrong,
woman bumped into a 15-year-old.
Correct?
And you're on camera.
Okay.
You're feeling threatened.
Okay, well, go in.
No, Mom.
I got this.
You're blocking me from getting
No,
my
girl,
No, we
no,
weren't. No, we weren't. No, we weren't. You're ignorant.
Go ahead, call them. No, we will, but you're not going to sit there and violate a 15-year-old.
She's ignorant.
Do it, bitch. Do it. Go ahead. Do it. I want you to do something.
She's very ignorant.
Dumbass bitch. Yeah, I said it. You say something, I'll beat your white ass. I will. Do something. Please put your
something.
hands up.
Do something.
Please.
Who the fuck do you think you guys are?
Who do you
Who do you think you are?
You calling her name? She did nothing to you.
Yeah,
I didn't. I didn't.
No,
you didn't. You're very racist and ignorant.
You're racist because you're calling
No,
her
you
name.
bumped it. She bumped into me.
You cannot just walk around calling white people racist. This is not that
Why
type
would
of
you
world.
bump her?
White people
Why
are
would
racist.
you bump her?
No one's
Why
racist.
would you bump her?
I
Why
care
did you
about
say
you.
sorry?
I care
Why
about
did you say sorry?
And I'm sorry if you've
Why
had an
did you say
incident
sorry?
that has made
If you
someone
bumped
make
into
you
her,
feel
why
like
did you
that.
say sorry?
No one is racist.
If you didn't do
I'm
anything, why
sorry
did
if
you do
you
that?
had something like that happen.
Ignorant. Ignorant.
Okay.
Very. Ma, watch.
Get the fuck away from me!
You don't get on her face.
You better get on my face right now. Get away. Get the fuck away. Get away. Get the fuck away. Are you gonna hit? You gonna shoot me?
Get the fuck away.
Oh.
Get away. Call the cops right now. Call them.
Oh.
Call the cops.
Get the fuck away.
Call the cops.
Get away.
She got the gun on me.
Call
He
them
about to hit me
now.
with the car. Call them. I'm telling. Get the
Call the cops.
Get the license plate.
Get
Get the license plate now. Cause you were never about to hit me with the damn
Don't
car.
you
about to
fuck
hit
no.
me with the car? Oh, both of y'all put the guns on me.
Yeah.
Okay? Call Richard back up to the police. Call Richard back up here now. I got it.
Don't you fucking jump behind my
No,
car.
I ain't jumping on your car.
That's enough of that, man. Ain't no need to continue to see more of that, man. Okay? But initially, when I saw that shit, I'm like, and this is right around the time Black Lives Matter was at its zenith and all of this kind of shit. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, why? First of all, it's like stepping on your shoe. Somebody stepped on your shoe. Now you gonna make this shit a large issue and keep the motherfucker going and going and going and going and going. For what? And at the time, I'm thinking to myself, this is some stupid nigga shit. And Keisha fucked around and found out. It's like you keep fucking around, you're gonna find out. She fucked around and she found out. You had all of that energy, you're gonna whip everybody's ass. You're a woman. And you unarmed. You're a woman out here, you unarmed. That fucking white woman is armed, ready to murder or kill a motherfucker and put them down if they on some bullshit. You came to this bitch like you whipping ass. You came to her like you was ready to whip some ass, and then you got brandished on. They let you know you ain't really ready for this shit out here. And it pissed me off because I'm like, black women need to understand, if you bitches ain't ready to go hard, go home, man. Sit your ass down somewhere. Stop acting tough as a motherfucker. That's my feeling about this. Now, look, everybody thinks they're a badass. I don't know why it is that black women have this kind of energy where they feel like they're
I do.
They can't be fucked up.
I do.
And I think ultimately you're gonna say it's black men that create this kind of condition to where they feel like they can't get fucked
Definitely
up.
a part of it. Absolutely. Absolutely.
But my whole thing is like, look, at the end of the day,
between that,
am I fucking wrong? Like, I sometimes I'm wondering if I'm teetering on the edge myself to where I'm beginning to hate these bitches. You know what I'm saying? Like, am I taking it too far? You know what I'm saying? I'm asking. That's why I asked the question.
You don't have to hate them. You just have to understand it and just move with that understanding. I think that we so emotionally attached to, again, this idea, this aspiration, this dream. Is like we keep telling ourselves this ain't real. It ain't like this. It can't be like this. This can't be life, nigga. It's life. It's life. And motherfuckers hate when I say some shit like this. It's life. Move forward with the knowledge. It's in your face. And this is why, bro, like, this is why I be like, fuck this shit. Like, I got one foot out the door already with this shit. Because it's like, niggas gonna do what they gonna do. And again, even like this energy right here is why they do what they do. Motherfuckers don't just want to say, you know what? This is what these bitches is on. This is how niggas gotta move. They don't want to do that. This is why we got niggas talking this SBE shit. Because we want these bitches to change deep down. A lot of niggas want these bitches to change. They're not going to change. So their insanity is what their insanity is, and niggas' insanity is hoping that we cure theirs.
Hey, look, if it's people, before I leave, man, let me just say this, man. Like, shout out to Chris Burney, man. I'm almost at 10K, man. Can you help push GG to 10K? God damn, man. There's some motherfuckers watching this video right now, man, that are not subscribed to the Green Gorilla channel, man. I want to see. I think if I want to see Snoop Dogg dance, man. Come on, man. Make Snoop Dogg dance today. I ain't seen no subscribers today, man. Can we get some subscribers, man? I know some people watching the video that haven't subscribed, man. Please subscribe to the Green Gorilla channel, man. Please. Thank you. Almost at 10K, man. But, Adrian, man, what do you got to say about this, bro?
I was just circling around back to Homeboy talking about black women just for a second. I know that Marcus and I had a conversation about this, and I reserved, any judgment of that dude until I went into his YouTube, or not his YouTube, but his Twitter, and saw what else he was on. He's talking about how he wants to be on Fresh and Fit, and so when you add that to the whole chicken comment and the fact that Fresh and Fit and all them is trafficking in blatant racism, and this dude's talking about he's all the way over in Dubai or something like that. How many black people is he even interacting with on a regular basis for real? And the question that I had, at the time is, why is it that the first thing that people want to traffic in is black shit? When they want to talk about, relationships, this dude, I guarantee you, he has nothing to do with black people ever, but it's low hanging fruit. So, he, as many people do, felt comfortable in talking about it. So, now I understand where Marcus is coming from in that, a lot of these tropes, have some basis and something that's true, but two things can be true at the same time. He can be spouting facts about, the condition of black people, i.e. overweight or masculinity, amongst females. And he can still be a racist asshole at the same time. And that's just my, my feeling on dude.
So can I respond to that?
Of course. You did the other day.
Right. Well, now we're public.
I know.
Just everybody, this is my guy, man. You know what I'm saying? So let's start on that accord.
Yeah.
Thank you for your comment, though. Thank you for your contribution. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate the space, bro.
yeah, I don't know dude enough to say one way or another, and I don't care about, you know, if he's racist, if he's not, this and that. That's not even something that I want to debate. Like he may be, or he may be. Again, I don't got the the suction cups connected to him to know whether he's coming from a place of racism or coming from I don't want to speculate that. What
I just bought new suction cups, bro. I just bought new suction cups. I'm on it.
No doubt, no doubt. Yeah, I ain't got the lie detector on it. I ain't about none of that. For me, to be honest, the truthfulness in his statement is irrelevant and mutually exclusive to him and where he lives and his contact with black people. Everything that he said is true. That is the only part that I'm focused on. The truth in his statements. That's what I look for. I look for truth. Keep it 100. I look for truth, right? Period. Like everything that Adrian is saying may be an actual fact. It doesn't change. And there's no basis in truth. No, it is true. 80% of black women in America are obese. 80%. That is the truth. It's not maybe leaning towards true-ish. None of that shit. It's the truth. It's factual.
Well, it's overweight. Overweight.
Overweight.
About 57%.
Okay, so then we can look up the obesity rate, and I'm sure it ain't far off. Again, these women are obese as an identity now. They're not even, and they've attached it to their blackness.
So look, let's be factual because we deal with the facts, right? So let me present the screen, share the screen. Obesity in black women. The global epidemic of obesity is rising, but the prevalence of obesity is disparate among racial and ethnic groups. In the U.S., black women have the highest rates of obesity compared to other racial ethnic groups. Approximately 60% of black women are considered obese on a body mass index greater than or equal to 30 kilograms, and black women are 70% more likely to be obese as compared to non-Hispanic white women. Okay, the disparities in obesity prevalence are linked to disproportionate rates of hypertension, diabetes, mellitus, and cardiovascular disease among black women. Obesity has also been directly associated with 30-day mortality following a myocardial infarction, deaths from cardiovascular events, and all-cause mortality in black women. Okay, now we can begin to talk about the various reasons for which this obtains. I'm not going to, I'm not, and thank you for the subscription because, and this is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see Snoop Dogg dance, and he just did. So, and shout out to Indigo Flow for the $5 donation. Flix It All 77. Thank you for becoming a member and subscribing to the channel. Not a member, but subscribing to the channel. Subscribe to the channel, man. Fuck. That's all I'm asking for. If you can, please do so. Big Kev, you got anything you want to say about that, man? I mean, because I'm asking, sometimes I feel like a sense of vindication and satisfaction with other people noticing what I notice. And maybe perhaps I think sometimes I'm going a little bit overboard. Maybe perhaps I'm doing too much in terms of having approbation or disgust for certain behavior. And the question is whether I'm trying to, Indigo Flow says, like, am I checking myself? Am I really actually going too far to the point where I'm engaging in deleterious behavior? Because we know, let's just be frank about this. Black people are susceptible to internalized racism. Okay? I'm not saying that, I do this consciously, but like there are times when I'm tired of niggas. I'm just being honest. Like it gets to the point sometimes where I'm like, man, I can't stand these niggas. The shit that these niggas are doing it's too much. Now, I'm not going to disclose every encounter I've had, with black people that has left a sour taste in my mouth. But I do know that there's structural issues which create the kind of conditions that black people experience, such that, the likelihood that you'll encounter a lowlife or some shit like this or a crab in a bucket is higher than amongst other groups of people. The only thing I don't like at the present moment, I'm just gonna be honest, man. Like I don't like tough bitches that as soon as the motherfuckers get tough with their ass back, now all of a sudden they're this demure, innocent damsel in fucking distress. That's some shit I fucking despise. If you're gonna be a rough bitch, like don't be like the chick with the whatever scar lip. Don't come with the get the fuck out New York energy. Then if a nigga smack the shit out of your ass, now you crying and shit on camera. Don't come with the hand clapping shit. Then if a motherfucker pull a gat on your ass, now you like, well, oh, I'm a woman. Hold on, wait a minute. You coming with that hardcore shit. You wouldn't expect a man, if a man was out there acting hard as a motherfucker, and he got checked for that shit, you wouldn't say, oh, well, you know, well, that's a little guy doing that. Oh, he's too little to be out there. You know, you can't check him because he's a little guy or he's a short guy or something. You'd be like, nigga, you shouldn't be out there doing that shit. Like you see the prank videos where guys walk up and they say ignorant shit to other men. Or they'll slap shit out of their hands or something like that. Or, you know, go in Walmart or something and tell them, hand me that there, boy, or some shit like that. You seen the videos. And then, like, eventually somebody's gonna check your ass for that shit. And then when you get checked, then what's your go-to? Well, I'm underdeveloped and I couldn't hurt a fly. Well, why was you out here wilding out? Kev, what you got to say, man? But before that, though, Ghetto User, man, shout out to Ghetto User 49. He says, no, you're on target, so stay with what you're doing. Look, sometimes I feel guilty, though, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you know, I do feel, because I love black folks. You know what I'm saying? I want to see us win. But, you know, Blue Sock says, hey, man, get off the marshmallow time with these black women, man. Stop feeling sorry and shit. And, you know, one of the reasons why is because I got 2 black daughters, man. It's just a fact. It's my reality. I got 2 fucking children out here that are girls, man.
Elaborate on that.
It could be the chip. He says, is it the chip, GG? All I know is if my daughter's out here with some hand clapping shit, I'm gonna check her ass and be like, look, you shouldn't have been out there on no hand clapping shit. If I got a son out there doing that shit and he get his ass beat up, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be like, nigga, you shouldn't be out here motherfucking acting like you wild out here. You get what you give. You receive what you impart. If you're out here on some wild girl shit, girls going wild, and then you're gonna get some girls going wild shit in return. If you carry yourself, you know, with some class and some dignity, like if somebody bumps you in public, man, only a young, ignorant motherfucker is gonna take that shit to like and magnify it, or somebody who got some issues, some psychological issues. If somebody step on my shoes at the club, niggas, motherfuckers, how many people are in the club, man? It's like you walking around a whole bunch of motherfuckers in a swarm in a beehive. That's how the club is. So somebody eventually is gonna step on your fucking shoes, man. If they don't say, excuse me, did they even know they stepped on your shoes? Like, you can tell people's intentions. Like, if a nigga just intentionally disrespected you, I can see it. But sometimes it's best for you to be like, fuck it. What I'm gonna do, shoot the club up over my shoes? Sometimes you gotta let shit go. But then the question is, oftentimes, like, you see a lot of black women on some Wild Wild West shit. Why are you on some Wild Wild West shit? I know you got a sense of indignation and a sense of justice, and you know you got, you know, a sense of, you know, desire to make things right if something wrong occurs. But then you got to also be practical, and you got to fit things in its proper scale and put it in the proper perspective. Everything ain't, you know, worth slapping on the back of motherfuckers' car windows and shit and rolling up, going, stepping up to their car. Especially in America, gotta get your ass shot. I know in my city it'll get your ass shot. Shit, I'm fucking goddamn St. Louis Kossuth and the Fair. You come with that rah-rah hand clapping shit, motherfuckers will pop, 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 and be off. Holla at you, homie. They ain't gonna sit there and play with you about it. So I think women feel like they get a pass because they got a crotch. They sitting on labia instead of testicles. And so they get to have imaginary testicles and they get to pop off with no consequence.
But they got social proof for that. It's not simple that this is part of it is that, but they also have social proof that they get passes. They get less time for crime. They get off of parking tickets. They get in shit for free. They get all this other shit. They have social proof for the slit between their legs being able to be cashed in. They have social proof for this, right? I'm gonna have to jump out in a couple of seconds. Shout out.
I ain't gonna be here long. Okay,
right.
So
shout out to real quick. I just want to get this out. Shout out to Adrian Hicks for jumping on, man. You know, we gonna continue rocking with that convo another time. You know, me and Adrian got some shit in the works, by the way. But they have social proof, and you know this. Their entitlement doesn't exist in a vacuum. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist in a vacuum. So to some level, and it may be depending on who wants to feel this way or that way about the level, but to some level, we facilitate that entitlement. We just do. We just fucking do. And the reason why we're getting attacked in this space is for that very reason. Because we speak on this stuff and other motherfuckers don't want it said. Therefore, they are facilitating the entitlement that these bitches can do what they want and it not be addressed or examined. Their entitlements facilitated, whether it be about them getting some pussy or just the fact that, oh, we just got to protect these women because my mama and my grandma and my aunties told me that is my sole reason for drawing breath on this earth is to protect black women no matter what. No matter what, no matter what. Umar said, no matter what they do, they still queens. No matter what. Their entitlement is facilitated. It does not exist in a vacuum. And it's not just black men. It's also white daddy, white government, and all of that shit.
That's why
my question is, when will and it'll take some time, when will a decent number of black men respond with action, meaning get the fuck up and walk away? It ain't about, oh, we stuck with these bitches. Nah, it's bullshit. You're mentally stuck with them. Because every other race, Fantastic. Shout out to Fantastic. Fantastic says, he said the same thing you said. He said, most people want to deal with their own. And that's true. But he made a mistake of saying, well, the Asian women don't like the Asian man, but you will never see a 52% departure from their men.
You talking about Mr. Fantastic?
Mr. Fantastic. And on
shout
the
out
other,
to Mr. Fantastic, by the way. Shout out to him.
Yeah,
man.
shout out to him. And I rocks with him. Yeah. But, Fantastic might want to look at some stats because over 52% of Asian women in America marry white guys. That's more than half. That's nowhere near what it is for us. To be honest, if black men walked away from this fucking, this black utopian fantasy, we could keep it the fuck moving. We could keep it the fuck moving. I'm gonna tell you.
So look, I just want to do some housekeeping real quick. I do want to respond to that, but look, shout out to the Mississippi Delta guy, man. Look, man, bro, that's a generous donation, man. You deserve some honors for that one, bro. Real talk. Shout out to him, man. And then also shout out to Jamfar777. He says, look up Garifuna and Miskito, Sambu, or other Negro, Zombo, Maroon ethnicities. We have started over before. You don't need a majority, and you don't need black women. Just need women receptive to you passing on your cultural traditions. So he's saying that there are other options. Okay,
absolutely,
there are other options. And look, I agree that men, always have other options. I think, and this is just a guess, I think, black men are really, because the culture is maternal, the culture is gynocratic, the history of black folks being what it is, we have this like hope and desire to see us do better. And
men have that hope and desire, not women. Men have that.
I think it's becoming painfully apparent. Again, there's some things that I'm gonna have to go over again. Like I'm gonna read that Robert Staples article. In fact, I'm not gonna read it today at all. Okay, but I am going to read this again because I think it's worth revisiting. It's entitled, let me present it right here just briefly. Window, The Myth of the Black Matriarchy. Can you see that?
Yeah.
The Myth of the Black Matriarchy. I'm gonna read this shit again. Okay. It's not a very long read, and I think it'll be useful for us to take a look at it to see what he has to say about it. Because it's done by a scholar, and it's a discussion of some of the shit that we're talking about. Okay, but it's focused. So I'm not necessarily in agreement with Robert Staples on this issue. But if we don't, I do think that in effect in the United States, what we do have is, if you don't call it a gynocracy, it is a familial arrangement that is partial to women. Bottom line, especially as it becomes about the stewardship of children, who is actually the authority figure over the child is definitely not the father. And that is primarily a social, legal product. It's not necessarily a natural product. It is a social product. Okay?
Right.
So having said that, Kevin, are you there? Or do you have a pulse, sir?
Yeah, I was about to say something, and then you was just going on the you and Keep 100 chopping it up.
Cut in, man. You gotta get in. Sometimes you gotta fight us, man. Get in.
Okay, cool. Yeah, man. In regards to the article with obesity, I'm a big deal myself. I gotta lose some weight myself. I'm telling you, if you look at it, it's two things. Okay, most of them.
You're kind of low, man. You probably need to get closer to the mic if you're not.
Perfect. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so it's two things. Number one, it's because of a sedentary lifestyle. Basically, most of them don't work jobs in which they have to move around a lot, number one. And then number two is due to a whole lot of starch and sugar. I wouldn't be surprised if you look at the average so-called black woman and found that she eats say 300 to 400 grams a day of carbs, from chips, potatoes, potatoes. That's what's causing all that obesity. Sugary drinks, alcohol, etc.
Yeah, right. Look, let me just say this. Black people, unfortunately, we have a horrible diet.
Who cooking?
We have a horrible diet. I mean, whether we're cooking, but Americans in general have a horrible diet.
Yeah,
we just have. We're even worse than the average American when it comes to diet.
Our shit is worse. Our shit is worse. How many years out of slavery and we still celebrate eating the slave shit?
Bruh, ain't no way in fucking hell. I'm sorry. You won't see me eating no pig feet, no hog maws, or no chitlins. You won't see me eating that shit.
But the majority
I'll eat some bacon.
Yeah,
I'll eat some bacon. But you will never find me eating no fucking, putting some goddamn hot sauce on some chitlins. No fucking way. I'm not doing it, man. I'm not eating no hog maws and no pig feet, bro. I'm not eating that shit. Ain't no way I'm eating that shit. I'm not eating no snoots. I'm not eating that, bro. I am not doing that shit. Now, I'm not saying I eat clean all the time. I'm not saying that. But damn it, man. Like what I'll do is every now and then, I'll fry my foods and shit like that. But like last night, what I ate for dinner, I didn't eat any vegetables. I should have, but I didn't. I drank a smoothie earlier that day. I had a banana, some kind of frozen fruit, Greek yogurt. I put emergency in there. I put acai in there, and some almonds and some juice, and blended the shit in a blender and drank it. I didn't put any greens in there because I didn't have any. I didn't go to the store, so I didn't have any greens to put in it. But I try to eat a smoothie, and I try to get some sort of vegetables in my body or fruit in my body every day. I ate some tilapia, but I didn't fry it. I blackened it. So I cooked it for 5 minutes, 2.5 minutes on each side on medium-high heat, and I had a baked potato. But I'm not about to eat pig feet and shit, man. I'm not about to eat a whole bunch of slave food. Now, I will eat every now and then. I'll eat some soul food like mac and cheese or some pork chops or some shit like that or some steak or something like that. But I don't even eat candy, all that sugar and shit, brown sugar, white sugar, and like yams. I'm not about to eat all that. I don't like sweet shit like that. I don't like it.
Yeah, like if I'm trying to eat clean, what I'll typically do is I'll probably have like say for example like a chuck eye steak, I'll sear it, butter baste it with like some garlic and thyme. Then I'll have like some kale and some sliced apples. So that's my version of eating healthy. So.
But like this guy says, he said I gave up so-called meat years ago. Most of it is what I call mystery meats. Bro, like if you eat processed meat like hamburger, you don't know what the fuck you're getting for real. Now you could trust the average supermarket and say, okay, well, they're saying that this is where they got it from, but anything that's ground up, you don't know where the fuck, unless you go to a butcher and see them ground it up, you don't know where the fuck that shit's coming from for real. But I will eat a hamburger here and there. I will. Okay? But like eating out like Chick-fil-A, that shit is fucking poison and got sugar and MSG in it, even though that you act like it's healthy because it's chicken. That shit's fucking foul. Whataburger, McDonald's, Jack in the Box, Taco Bell, all these restaurants are trash, man. All that shit is processed. The food is dead. No nutrients in it. All that shit is poisonous. I'm just keeping it real. Like the shit ain't got no health. There's no health in the shit. So if you go to the grocery store, like I hate to say this, but one could argue, like if you do go to a black grocery store, oftentimes it's a food desert as well. They ain't got fresh produce in the motherfucker like they should, and they ain't got the most fine and select choices and cuts of meat. But if you do go to the grocery store, they tell you, stick to the outside aisles, man. Stick around the periphery of the store. When you start going to the inside aisles, that's where you get the processed shit. That food is dead. But the chicken ain't foul, but cook your own chicken. Bake your chicken or cook it or fry it in the air fryer. Like I made the other day, the Mediterraneans have one of the cleanest kind of diets, man. Follow their diet system, man. They had among the lowest rates of heart disease. The number one killer of black people is heart disease and cancer. That shit kills us more than anything else. More than domestic violence, homicide, all that shit put together. That shit is what's killing us. Our diet is killing us. That's how we die the most.
This is true.
Malignant neoplasms is cancer. That's killing the shit out of us. Heart disease kills us more than anything else. Kevin Samuels, he died of heart disease. Even black men don't exercise as much as they should, but they exercise more than black women do.
Yeah.
But we don't fucking move.
But we eat. It's not just exercise. It's the food. More so than the exercise. Look, you can exercise And you might be in better shape than the guy who doesn't. But if you're eating trash, you might as well be in the shape that the other guy is.
Yeah, true indeed. I'll
Right?
agree with you on that.
And I'm talking about health-wise. I'm not talking about physique-wise. I'm talking about health-wise. Because you can look at somebody and they can, you know, aesthetically look good. This is what all the fat chicks say when they go and make excuses about being obese. Oh, just because somebody's small don't mean they're healthy. And they're right. But what someone obese means is you're definitely unhealthy.
So what we're gonna have to start doing is this. And I know people ain't gonna watch it, but that's why, like, I did, like, not too long ago, I came up with, you know, I got a website. I haven't really put a lot of content on the website recently, but I was just talking about macronutrients, like what macronutrients actually exist. You got carbs, fats, and proteins. And your body primarily, it most efficiently uses fats. Secondly, you know, the most efficient use of any food source is going to be the carbs, and then it's going to be the proteins.
When you say efficiently, what do you mean?
Protein, yep.
Like how hard
like
it is for your body to digest it and to actually use it. Because, I mean, you use everything that you take in, but how efficient is the shit that you're using? You know what I'm saying?
so let me say this. When we talk about macros, all right? And this is Marcus, y'all. I study this. This is the shit I do all fucking day. Carbs are the first thing you burn, right? Then fat. Then your body does not want to metabolize protein. It does not. It wants to hold on to it.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to.
No,
say.
Because that's why I asked you, what do you mean by efficient? So if anybody didn't understand, that's why I'm saying it this way. So carbs, you know, pretty much are, and I, you know, all carbs ain't sugar. Let's say that. But for the most part, carbs do spike your blood sugar. It spikes your insulin.
It also depends on what type of carbs it is, because if you're eating bread and rice and stuff, but if it's like broccoli or like sunflower seeds or stuff like that, you know, stuff with a lot of fiber in it, it's not gonna
right. So fiber dense carbs. So we call them slow carbs, fiber dense carbs. You know,
complex carbohydrates,
oatmeal, stuff like this, right? And then you got refined carbs. And refined carbs, people are like, but you need carbs. No, you don't. No, you don't. Anybody who want to argue this with me, come bring the smoke. No, you don't need carbs. You don't need sugar at all. You don't need. It's not essential. Carbohydrates are not essential. Fat you do need. Protein you
Thank you for saying that.
But you got to understand that there's different types of fats, though. They got saturated fats, unsaturated fats, polyunsaturated fats, and trans fats.
Yeah, right.
Black people got a love addiction with trans fat.
Well, they put it in the shit. It's not that we gotta love. This is what they sell. This is what they put in it because, you know, I mean, again, we could talk about the food industry. It tastes good, and you know, it tastes good, and they make money with it. But at the end of the day, what I'm telling these people is that carbs and sugar are not essential. You got a lot of people put misinformation out there, man. You know, carbs are not essential. Fat is essential. And you do got different types of fats, right? But fat is something that, you just can't eliminate totally and just rock. But carbs is definitely something that you can eliminate. And to be honest, the removal of carbs will, either slow down or prevent cancer, because cancer can't grow without sugar.
For sure. Yeah,
cannot. If you dispute that, then argue with the doctors. It cannot exist without sugar. Cancer. It can't. I mean, I go deep into, nutritional shit, mitochondria and all of that shit. This is shit that I watch all day. All I'm saying is it's the diet that's killing us.
Yeah.
The overabundance, and Big Kev said the overabundance of sugar. The overabundance of sugar, too many carbs. If your body is running off carbs, it cannot burn fat. Period.
Right.
And that's why I say your body goes to carbs first. If carbs are existing to be burned, it'll burn those first. And you put more carbs in there, it'll keep burning those, and it will store fat. It will store fat. Right. Because your body is made to save shit. It's made to save, energy, just in case there's a famine. It's just in case you're starving. So it saves fat. It'll store fat And if you overdo the carbs, it'll store that as fat. It'll turn those carbs into fat and store those.
Right. And I'm glad you're one of the people that clearing up this misconception, because unfortunately there's been a part of the reason why there's been a rise in obesity in the nation over the last 60 years is because of that whole lipid hypothesis theory we've basically been beaten upside the forehead with, where you've always been taught that, saturated animal fat will kill you, fats are bad. And it's like, no, they're not. Or just saturated animal fat by itself is not bad. In fact, if anything, it's good. Like beef tallow is high in uric acid, which is good for the body and stuff like that. Again, it's like it's trans fat from the vegetable oils and stuff.
I think what people do, people mistake the retention of fat on their own body, for like thinking that all fats are bad. Like, but like the reason people have the amount of fat that they do is because they're eating a lot of sugar and they're eating a lot of simple carbs. It is what the fuck it is. And sugar is a simple carbohydrate. It just is what it is. Processed and refined sugar, that white sugar that you eat, that shit is fucking it's a simple carbohydrate is what the fuck it is. All right?
But a lot of stuff we eat is processed. Fats too. Like when you mentioned trans fats and stuff like a lot of, like some of these fats are not natural fats, right? Some of this stuff is genetically modified, processed, and things like that too. Like you want to get away from anything that's like that. You talking about fats, you want to stick to your olive oils, stay away from your seed oils and, different things like that, man. And shout out to Toya. She says nuts and seeds. And that's all I eat most of the day is nuts and seeds as a snack. And I don't fuck with no candy and none of that shit. But now back to you, G.
Yeah. Avocados, good source of fat. Almonds,
coconut oil,
peanuts,
coconut oil,
fish. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, they got a lot of omega-3s and shit like that in it. And then also, like, an old girl, like Felicia Gray says, well, like, what do you do if you're anemic? How do you eat some protein. The protein has got the fucking iron in it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, eat some beef.
Multivitamins also.
Yeah.
Wake up and take a multivitamin.
Take a Geritol, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, just in case you crazy. Just in case.
I'm serious though. Shit, that's
nah, you right.
You know what I'm saying?
Y'all say she old, son?
I take no.
You could have said Centrum.
I take Centrum Silver, nigga. I'm 50 years old.
Yeah, Centrum Silver. Okay, Centrum. You my man said Geritol.
I take Centrum Silver, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm 50. It is what it is.
Nah,
you know what I'm saying?
man.
Like I ain't gonna perpetrate like, I ain't no whippersnapper out here no more. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna eat what I know I need to eat relative to my age, and I do work out though. I'm not like in the best shape that I could be, but I feel like I'm in decent shape for a person my age. Cause I know motherfuckers my age, bro. You be talking about dump truck, bro. You know what I'm saying? At least I can get up and do some pull-ups, push-ups. I can take my shirt off at the pool and not feel bad. Might fuck around and you might fuck around and find out. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Might have your girl on some old.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You want to start talking about some Pound Town?
Mm-hmm. Hey, I'm a jump off of here in a few minutes, but yeah, man. If I do a stream, I mean, I want to do a Q&A thing where people can ask me questions, and a lot of you guys, man, some of you guys got to hit that link, man. We ain't got to debate nothing. We ain't got to argue. We can just have a conversation. I can rotate it, man. But I at least want to do one of those, man, because I want to talk to some people, man, because I'm thinking about hanging this shit up. You know what I'm saying?
Don't hang it up, man. Don't let motherfuckers drive you out of the drive you out to get you out, make you leave the gym.
Wait, say what?
Don't get a motherfucker to get you out the gym.
No,
man.
Ain't no motherfucker getting me to do shit, man. At the end of the day, me and you spoke on this. You know my real reasons. Ain't nobody chasing me out of nothing. You understand what I'm saying? I don't run from shit. I'll fly to a nigga town and punch him in the face if it get that serious. But nah, ain't nobody chase it. I don't get chased out of shit. You know, if I leave, it's on my own accord. You understand what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is, you know, I like the interactions, you know, and I don't. Again, another thing is, oh, you motherfucker, you know, y'all saw my last stream, you know, speaking on old boy, you know, and this idea that motherfuckers is here because they need the money or they need the grift and all this other shit, nigga. I will shut shit the fuck down today. So, you know, I just want to put that out there. But at the same time, I know it's a lot of people that
you ain't fucking with the short bus, nigga.
Nah, I'm fucking with the short bus. But what I'm saying is, I know there's a lot of people that want me around. Nah, my appearances on people's channels won't change. But I know there's a lot of people that want me around and they still want me to do streams and things like that, man. I you know, you gonna have to let Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, and Death Row Records know that you got love at this point, man. If people want to hear me on my channel and if people want me to continue to make videos, I gotta see it. And I ain't talking about your bread. I'm just saying I gotta see it. You understand what I'm saying? For me to continue,
support,
like,
man, support, keep it 100, man.
For me to continue to
some love, man.
Yeah, for me to continue to donate my Wednesdays and Saturdays to this shit, right? I need to see it. And I'm not saying niggas don't show me love, because they definitely do. But I'm just saying, I need to see it.
For sure.
Because
for sure.
I ain't nobody's martyr. I ain't nobody's Medgar Evers, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. Because motherfuckers love to have niggas advocating for them and fighting for them. But then when the guns come, niggas get left out in the cold. And I for damn sure ain't going to be nobody's entertainment while niggas come at me. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, man, motherfuckers
all I can say is, man,
they want us here, man.
For sure. Peace out, man. I know you got to go, man. Go ahead and do your thug dizzle. I appreciate you coming forward, but I will say this, and you know, we're gonna close out. I'm gonna let Kev. The link is out, man, bro. I done hit that link up so many times, bro. Here you go, Truth. There you go. So look, but peace out, Marcus, man.
Nah, I wait for Truth. I know what to jump up
this is what I'll say though. The motherfuckers that came after any of us though, this shit was lame as fuck, bro. Look. We talking. Look, it'd be different if they just had like ideals that were different, but the way they came, like, bruh, all that shit about I'm calling the feds on a nigga, I'm outside.
It's not about that, bro. It's not about that. You know, because that happened recently, and but bro, how long me and you been having this conversation? This is before now. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you know, at the end of the day, my thing is this. You know what? This is better saved for my channel, man. But
yeah, for sure. Do your thing, man.
Yeah, this is better saved for my channel because it's more about the space than about anything some one dumb nigga's doing or another dumb nigga's doing. It's more about the space, right? For sure. Still look out for my conversation with BGS. That's coming soon. But yo, go ahead and do your thing, bro. I was waiting for Truth as I Know It to jump up there. The link is right under your comment, bro.
Yeah, he'll come up if he's ready. You know what I'm saying? He'll come up if he's ready.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Keep It 100, man. As the saying goes, you know, you catch the most flack when you're right over the target. So the fact that people are still catching flack is just what you know. You're right over the target and you're right where you need to be. So hey, it is what it is.
Yeah, I just think that this shit is becoming a minstrel show, and I don't do minstrel shows. Real shit. I don't do Mandingo. I don't do minstrel. I don't do. I mean, not us, but I'm just saying the whole thing as a whole. It's like, you know what I'm saying? But again, I'm gonna let the people that just jumped in talk before I leave. But Truth as I Know It, Toya. What's up, y'all?
What's going on, Marcus?
What's poppin'?
Hey, what's happening, y'all? How y'all?
Hello.
I'll let Toya, you go first. You were on here before I was.
I'll be quick, I promise. Just to the point of nutrition that we were talking about, I can't let the conversation go past without reminding everybody that I used to weigh 300 whole pounds and I do not anymore because I made some changes. And so a lot of what Gigi and Marcus were saying were correct. But I want to also remind people.
Toya, stop fucking playing, man. 300 pounds?
Absolutely. I was a size 22. Yes,
Get
I
the
was.
fuck out of here. God bless you for that, for getting that shit off your chest, man. You deserve some applause for that, man. Straight up, some honors for that shit.
And it
Straight
ain't
up.
coming back.
If it's not too much to ask, where are you sitting at now?
Well, since I've moved to Texas, I've put on some weight, so I'm at about 165.
That ain't 300 pounds though.
No, but I definitely have put on some weight since moving to Texas and eating all the good food here. But I'm maintaining steady. I'm still working out. I'm still eating things in moderation. It's just that, y'all do food a lot better here.
Right. Well, hey, man, Texas got some good food. I ain't gonna lie. They got good barbecue. They got good Mexican food.
Yes.
It's real Mexican food. It ain't that old Taco Bell type shit. These motherfuckers cooking flour tortillas, corn tortillas. You know what I'm saying? They putting real refried beans and shit together with the chicken, the steak, the onions, the green peppers, the red
All
peppers.
of
I
it.
mean, that shit is good now. I ain't gonna lie. The shit is good. You know what I'm saying? So I understand your pain.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But like I'm naturally slim. You know what I'm saying? So I got genetics working for me, I guess, in that regard. So, but also, I do move though. I don't sit still. You know what I'm saying? And one thing about black folks though is we get sedentary.
Right.
And then we do we smoke menthol cigarettes and shit. We drink malt liquor, and we eat slave food.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fucking recipe for death. That's the cause of our fucking heart disease. It is what it is. Newports, Cool Filter Kings, and motherfucking Bud Ice. I've seen niggas, that's what they do.
But that's why I came up, just to really say to everybody listening, please don't underestimate the power of drinking water. Please drink water. I know so many people who say that they just don't like the way it tastes and they never drink it. And you really would be surprised at how much better your body would feel if you gave it what it needed. And some of that is water.
Yeah, man. What I have to do most of the time is just put like a little bit of lemon juice in the water, or like have like some fruit infused water, where like you take like some sliced oranges or like blueberries or something like that, and put it in a container and like infuse it with the water. That works too. So,
Yeah, well, hey man, that's really impressive, man, that you got that, you got that under control. And
thank you. Thanks for having me. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that with us, Toya. You are a fine 165 too. That girl's good looking. She got a great attitude, always has. She's a real blessing in this space. And it'd be nice if we had more women like her around these parts, but she's a rare breed around this camp. So one of the things too I want to talk about is that, the dating dynamics in America have changed radically for black men. And it's a bit of a troll comment, but I believe it to be true. And that white women love black men and are more willing to marry black men more than any other demographic in America. And not necessarily like a white woman as an individual will love you more. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying there's so many damn white women that are actually out here. They're like, what is it? 1/3 of the population, something like that. Like 1/3 of the population, or at least 1/3 of all women. They're everywhere. And a lot of them, there's a lot of Karens that are racist or they're just psycho, cluster B. You should stay away from them. But there's also a lot of them that could make quality wives and would marry black men, which is crazy as fuck, just considering in the last 50 years how things have changed. And then, with black women, the black manosphere has been built on this, or at least, that's where it's at now, is it's really hard to find yourself a quality black wife. And if the slave master's daughter is more likely to marry you than Keisha around the corner, that's crazy. We're living in a whole new dating paradigm right now for black men. And I don't like that to be true. I don't say that, and I'm not trying to rub that in anybody's face. I don't want to believe that to be true. but I think it's obviously true. And I think as black men, we should internalize that truth and stand on it. And that doesn't mean go out there and go get with a Rebecca or whatever. I ain't saying do that. But what I am saying, though, is that's just a new reality. And be indifferent that things have changed. That's it. Learn to be indifferent that things have changed. Things always change, and they're going to continue to change, at least here in America, because we got all types of freedoms. We don't have a theocracy. And so once you can accept that, hopefully you can move on, because there's a lot of options out here in America. There's a lot of options in this world. And Green Gorilla, I'm with you. It's not easy. No matter who you marry, no matter who you start a family with, it takes a lot of work, and there's no such thing as safety. Everything is high risk. You can't, trusting women, that's beyond me. But all you can do is maintain your vetting process over the years, right? And you just kind of keep your fingers crossed and hope for the best.
That's
But
not betting. That's gambling.
well,
That's not betting. That's gambling.
that's fair enough. But if you want a family, that's what it's gonna, that's what it is. That's
No,
what
leave the
it means.
country. Find somebody else somewhere else. I tell men, and and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna be out because I don't, I really gotta go. And I'm sorry to interrupt you. And shout out to Mr. Z. I forgot. I was looking for the comments you said earlier, but I agree with you. I forget where it is, but bro, I tell black men, I don't tell them to gamble with a 80% divorce rate. I live in Vegas. That's like me telling the motherfucker to go to Flamingo. You're gonna be a millionaire at an 80% failure rate. I tell them go where your chances of getting what you want are better. If we are men talking about how progressive we are, and then you got guys who say skills, resources, and all this other shit, then you should have the skills and the resources to take your value elsewhere and get what you're looking for. This is not the place to do it. Shout out to Jay Jermaine. I see you, bro. This ain't the place to do it. I will say, find someone that's not from this culture and do that. You don't want to do it here. And if that's harder, well, then shit that's worth having is worth working for. Because to tell people, I hear the word vetting thrown around, vetting. Every nigga damn near every nigga in divorce court thought he had the one. Vetting, her family or this or that. No, these women could one day be on some bullshit tomorrow and change them. 14 years of marriage, and then one day you woke up and decided, you know what? I don't want to be with this motherfucker no more. Ain't no amount of vetting prepared you for that day. Niggas do not have superhuman Marvel character vetting powers.
Spidey sense, nigga.
Right, like none of that shit is real. Like vetting.
But this is what I will say.
People grow, people change, bro.
I think that if America and Western culture in general wants to see the maintenance and the integrity of its culture sustain itself over time, they're gonna have to make some changes in family law and marriage law. They're gonna have to. Because now they're making it. This is a scam for women now. I'm fucking sorry. And look,
Not now, it's been that way.
And look, let me just say this shit, right? Jeff Bezos is a fucking Uberman in terms of productivity, skills, and resources. There's no disputation like when it comes to that. He is at the top of the fucking food chain. He is an apex predator. If, like you want to start labeling people according to hierarchy and accomplishment and social status and economic, achievement. His wife said, fuck you, nigga. Fuck you, I'm taking half of your shit. And I'm jumping on some young white dick. What can he do? You can't do a goddamn thing about it. Now, it's not hurting him other than his pride. Anytime a woman that leaves you unilaterally because of, I just don't want to deal with this anymore. Start getting obstinate and acting like you're the source of all the irritants in her life. That's going to be a painful experience. But it's happening to motherfuckers like Tiger Woods with his white wife. It's happened to
Dr. G. Well, Bezos, he was cheating on his wife. He had like
Well,
a
we
little
know
side
that,
piece
bro. Look.
or something like that. And same with Tiger. He had a bunch of side chicks, you know, and he was fucking up and disrespected his wife. And they were like, you know, they got hundreds of 300 millions, billionaires. These are extreme examples, man. Like,
I get it. Hey, look.
The reality is in America.
Truth, I'll give you that. I will grant you that. But this is
Nah,
what I also
I'll
say.
give him Jeff Bezos, not Tiger Woods. Listen, I'm gonna say something really. Y'all don't even hear Mr. Z sound like this. Listen here, bitch. If I bought you, I said it the way I meant it. It sound crass as hell. Guess what? You don't get to leave me for cheating. You were bought. If I said it the way I meant it. If I'm rich as hell and you're with me mainly because of that, then you were bought. I don't care how it feels. And you don't get to leave me for air quotes cheating.
That's a terrible policy.
Yeah, y'all can take it the way y'all want it. It is what it is. Yeah. No, but she did go with it. She knew what it was.
She walked away though. I mean, you can't. I'll put it this way: as a man,
right.
if you tell that to a woman,
the glove don't fit anyway.
If you tell that to a woman, you can't expect her to follow that.
Well,
Hell no,
well,
that's
yeah,
dangerous.
Oh wait, what you mean?
Let me interject real quickly. Let me interject real quickly. So the only problem
Bill Gates' wife was with it. Go ahead.
The only problem I have with this is this. From 1776 on up to motherfucking the 1960s, white women were fucking perfectly fine with their husbands going out fucking field niggas.
Hey,
literally producing pickaninny babies and shit to reproduce, to replenish the fucking slave plantation.
Hey, I'm gonna see y'all later.
Look, and I hear what you're saying,
Truth, I'm talking about hard truths. Now it might sound fucked up, but the hard truth is they turned a blind eye to that shit for fucking centuries.
They had to.
Now all of a sudden,
can't say they liked it though, or they were on board with it.
Shit, it was part of the game.
Do you know that Bill Gates?
The white bitches was fucking. They was fucking Josiah too. They was fucking. I mean, the white women was riding on what's a good name for a Negro slave?
Cloephus or some shit.
Cloephus. They was riding some Cloephus dick too.
But you know something, Truth? Bill Gates had with his wife, Melinda, right? He could once a year for a week, him and his college sweetheart would go to a house that mind you, the college sweetheart was married too. They're both married and they're at some beach house resort once a year. Yes, these women know what the hell they be signing up for. They just don't like to hear it on paper. All right, Mr. Zia put that shit on paper. There ain't no plausible deniability.
But I will say this, given the argument that the truth as I know it said, like, look, if it is the case that you have committed yourself to be in a relationship and because you can embarrass a woman by being a philanderer. Okay, you can do that. Okay, it's embarrassing to have bitches smiling in your face knowing it. She just left the bathroom doing a bump of cocaine with your husband and fucking his brains out, in like in the beach house or some shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's embarrassing for the wife. You know what I'm saying? But now I'll say this though. In some cultures, men have more than one woman. You know what I'm saying? Like they have multiple wives and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So, especially if you're an accomplished person, like we talking about a motherfucker that's got control of billions of dollars, man. Not 1.2 billion, 1.5. We talking about racks on racks on racks on racks on racks and racks. This motherfucker got like 50, 60 bill type shit. So, I mean, the question is, what will you tolerate? Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Dr. Gigi. Here's my issue. We live in a neoliberal, capitalist society. This shit is transactional oftentimes, and we let women get away with plausible deniability like they not with the dude they with because of potential upward mobility financially or that he's on his game financially. And we let them play plausible deniability like it's all some love and emotional shit. I'm over that. And that's what I was trying to forward to Truth is like these women understand who they're getting with. They know what it is. They like to play plausible deniability in divorce court, but they understand what they signed up for. right? To me, it's a game at the end of the marriage to pretend like you didn't know who would, like Gigi was saying, you were with an apex predator. You know what that
Everybody knows
equals.
that, Mr. Z. That's
Yeah.
like everybody knows that. Yeah. But the thing is, as a man, like as black men, I think one of our biggest weaknesses is we don't lay down the law for our own family structure. That's a cultural issue. I'm not saying you and me and
No, I
I'm
understand.
saying like as a whole, like we have been taught that we take a back seat when it comes to our family structure. We don't put ourselves at the head because I know this, right? Being a player in the game, running through all type of chicks for decades and not getting married until I was about 40. And one of the things I did is I always put the responsibility on myself to know this bitch ain't shit and she's dangerous. So as a man, you can't put your arm in the cage with that crocodile on there because it's going to bite it, twist you around, and then rip your arm off. So when you're dealing with women in these transactional ways, and you're right, and the women pretend like they don't know, but I'm like, but why are the men entering these relationships when they should know better? Like, it should be obvious that she's a predator just because she's cute and she says she's down with it. You can't tell she's bullshitting. I can
Can I
tell when a
forward
woman's
something to you,
bullshitting.
Truth? I think, and this is going to be messed up, and this is beyond just black men. I think American men have come to the realization that this is what it is, and this is the best it's going to get, and so they end up with these chicks in a weird way, hoping for better, but knowing how the outcome will most likely end up. I think we throw a fit when it's like, God damn, it happened, right?
They take the risk,
right? Like you and like Marcus was saying, you go into the gambling house and you're like, okay, I won $10, all right. Okay, I won 100, all right. Oh, I won 1,000. Oh shit, I lost, right? Like that's. I think that's what's happening to men, and I think that's why you see a dearth in marriage. I think men are wisening up, and women are screaming. Not only are we wisening up marriage-wise, we're not even going on dates. One of the complaints now is that men would rather, especially young men under the age of 30, would rather be home pleasuring themselves and playing video games. Well, duh, right? So, like, I think we are wisening up. I would agree with you that it may be maladaptive, but I think the environment dictates that this is actually the smarter way for men that aren't balling out of control and can't be passport bros, right? So, that's something to contend with. But
this is what I will say. Like in my own life, when I look back at it and some of the choices that I made and some of the opportunities that I've had, like, man, I had some stupid bad white bitches throw themselves at me. And I'm just like, okay, well, no, I'm just going to be race loyal. I mean, there could have been some fucking solid ass women.
Yeah, they'll jump in your lap. It's crazy.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, could have been, like, I'm just keeping it a buck. Could have been some solid ass women. Professional
I've been
women.
there, but with Latinos. Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, these motherfuckers ain't broke. They ain't gonna be stressing you about nigga shit. But at the end of the day, I made the choices I made. I have been under gynocratic influence all of my fucking life, man. It is what it is.
Well,
and look, I got a friend, right, who cuts my hair in St. Louis. And he used to work at various barbershops and shit, but then he just started cutting out his mama house and shit like that. So go over his mama house, man, but I don't have to pay them, because I done so much living with this guy, so he just cut me up. I buy him brews or something, buy they food for the family or whatever. That's how I pay. I don't pay for the cut. I come with gifts when I come. So anyway, I remember his mama telling me, because, she knows my status, this nigga got a doctoral degree, all this kind of shit, and, he ain't the average nigga or whatever the case may be. She came to me and directly told me, don't you be fucking with no white women. Like, literally told me, don't you fuck with a white woman. And, I'm not even, the conversation ain't even about, women or nothing. Like, why are you coming to me with this? I'm just walking into the crib.
Because, listen, and I said this before, Green Gorilla. Again, it's because a lot of so-called non-black men and a lot of non-white women, they put Western so-called white women up on a pedestal, okay? which is why they have a problem. They have a problem when you deal with them, and they have a problem when you don't deal with them. Because again, it's because most so-called black men in America don't see white women as special, and so because we don't see them as special, we're kind of breaking the unspoken social rule. You know what I mean? Like, this is why, again, this is the real hidden reason why so-called passport bros get so much hatred and controversy, is because they're not going after white women. They're not trying to.
But I just want you to think about this. Why is your homeboy's mom interested in who you are fucking or who you gonna marry or be in a relationship or not?
Can you guys hear
Why
me?
is it important?
Because unfortunately, like you said before, a lot of them feel superior to so-called black men, but feel inferior to white women, which is why you see them.
There's no bigger slap in the face. There's no bigger slap in the face.
I could see if she had a daughter. I could see if she had a daughter that I had the potential to fuck with. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like my boy had a sister and she ain't got no man, and you know, like she's a good prospect or something. I could see her telling me that in that instance. But just out of the fucking blue, for no reason? Like, I mean, you telling all of this niggas homeboys to don't you fuck with no white bitches?
I think we all heard that in one degree or another. In some fashion, that's just built into the gynocracy. It's built into black culture. And you hear it from black men too. I ain't never slept with a black woman. I'm like, I ain't never slept with a white woman. You hear black men say that all the time. And a lot of the times they say it proudly. And then sometimes they're just lying. It's like, you lying. I know you. You're my homeboy. I know what you did. You just saying that shit to try to save face in front of these people. And so, you know, part of this is just is again, it like if you like you were saying, Kev, black men really don't look at white women as special like that. So if a white woman's gonna deal with you, it's like, you really got to bring some shit to me. You really got to be on point. Now, once a black man says, oh, well, I'm gonna make this white bitch act right, she better act right around me. Well, now all of a sudden, that black man just set a new type of standard for himself, because even black women might not have to meet that standard, because you go, I'm gonna put a higher threshold for a white woman to have to cross. Well, once you set that higher threshold for yourself, you go, a woman has to come in my life and treat me like this. And if a black man does that, and then he brings that standard to black women, oh, now they got problems. Now all of a sudden, Green Gorilla, oh, he's feeling himself now. He's really trying to check these women to make sure that they're straight in his life. And a lot of women don't want to do that. Now, where I'm from in Portland, that's like the whitest city in America.
Oh yeah, nigga.
But let me tell you, it's hood like a motherfucker out here. Like right now, they had an article. They said the black homicide rate is higher than Philadelphia. I mean, what I'm saying is, the women out here, ever since I was a little kid, they would say black women would say this, black women in Portland ain't shit. Hey, Truth, what do you think about black women in Portland? They ain't shit, are they? I mean, I heard this my whole life. And you go out and you talk to black women here, they go, oh, you don't even want to talk to me. You don't understand. They would warn me like, you don't want to talk to me. I'm a snake. I will eat you. I go, okay, I believe you. Like,
that's crazy. I don't fuck with bitches to do the shit like that. So much so, my stepmom took my sister from Portland and moved her out to Baltimore so she could be around good black women. That's how rough it is out here. So, it's one of these things where, as black men, like, we did have a higher threshold in how we deal with women. That's why I say, like, coming back to the table, women making us a better deal. It's like, no. What we got to say as black men, like, build this culture. If you're going to deal with a black man and you want to have our seed, you want to get married to us, you got to be a family building warrior. And that means you're going to have to work hard. You're going to have to be loyal. You're going to have core values. And if not, we're going to replace you. And, you know, nobody wants to see a million interracial families and all that. We'd like to see black couples. Everybody wants to see more black couples. White people want to see more black couples. But I think in order to do that, you got to use interracial dating as a bit of leverage. So you go, look, man, we're going to replace each and every single one of you gynocrats, and we'll replace you with all different types of women. So let me do this before
you're going to see some change.
So look, BGS, you know, I'm going to give him the opportunity to speak.
Man, I don't know. What is it with this table, man? What's going, what is it with this table thing? Okay. Okay. Well, why you, what, I mean, we've explained it over and over and over again. What is it with the table that you guys have a problem with? It's the whole, it's the framing of the conversation as if we're waiting for them to come back to make us a better offer. And I know what you're saying. Like, you're not wrong. You're not wrong that there are black men that really want these women to come back. You're right.
Well, then quote me directly and stop saying this. Even white women have to come back to the table. Okay, they have to renegotiate that. What do you think Reeves and Chetty and all these people are out there trying to negotiate this? This is not just here; it's all over the planet. Okay,
what I'm saying, I'm not trying to beat you up right now.
No, you don't. You can't beat me up. Okay, I'm trying to understand you because because the thing is, you guys, and I've talked to this, Trust and me and Gigi talk about this in the background. You guys are looking at this too small. Okay, you guys are looking at this as a personal thing, and it's a cultural and it's a structural societal thing. And it's not just here. It's also it's in the UK. It's in Europe. It's in South Korea. It's in China. It's the same thing.
Well, that's how I'm looking. But BGS, that's how I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it as a cultural issue.
Well, then talk like it's a cultural thing.
That's what I've been saying. We've got a cultural issue where black men. We take a subservient position within our own family structure, and then we don't really talk to each other to say, no, we need to put an end to that.
Have you seen, the thing is, what I'm trying to get you, why you think I go through all this trouble to actually break it down and break down the why? Why do you think I have people like Gigi and Dr. T and Dr. Neil here to break down the why? Why does this stuff happen? Why is this stuff being passed down? Okay, why do you think I do that?
I'm talking about what to do.
Now, the thing is,
actually rebuilding the culture for ourselves.
You can't rebuild the culture unless you understand what went wrong with the culture. It's like
we know what went wrong with the culture.
What went wrong with the culture, sir?
The history's been broken down. It's right here on the Black Manosphere. We know what happened.
What happened? No, I want to hear from you.
We got the legacy of slavery. We got Jim Crow. We've got, what's talked about in the Moynihan report. We got deindustrialization. We've got birth control. We've got mass incarceration, the war on drugs. We got the opioid epidemics. I mean, there's 75 different things that have led to this disintegration of the black family, this reversal where, the black race is the female race, the white race is the male race, and therefore the women in the black community are the leaders of the community, unlike other races. And so this is something that we've inherited as black men. And what I'm saying, as a culture, as men, we can reverse that.
Okay, how?
By putting ourselves at the head of our own families.
Okay.
Simply put, as a culture, we go say BGS. Let's say we're all at a party. All of us in here right now, we're in this party. And these girls are in the party with us. And we say, well, these chicks seem okay, but they got to be on point if we're going to start a family with them. If they're going to get married to us, they have to be a family building warrior. And we, as men, we discuss what that means for us in this party. This is what this means.
What if
we talk to these women, we find out.
What if your percentage is so small that it's structural? How do you try to change that?
Well, then we're going to move those women out of the party. And we're going to bring in new women. If party's over, we have a new party with new women.
In other words, so you're gonna, and I've said this before, you probably should import, like for black men, like 10 million women. Okay, the thing is,
you have said that before.
Yeah. I have said that before, right? I said it's cultural, right?
I like that.
But you like that. But the thing is, will your United States as a society allow you to actually import 10 million women?
I don't know. I don't even know how that works.
They won't.
I don't know how you would begin to actually even do that. But what I would say, though, you could, get a passport and go overseas. You've got different sub-demographics in America of different women. They don't have to be off the continent.
You're already, okay. How many times have you heard me? Because sometimes I don't know if you guys hear me, okay? From 1945 on, is actually in the Moynihan report, right? It's called it's called assimilation, right? Which is admixture. Okay, the policy of America since 1945 is to assimilate and admix black people. Okay, interracial marriage is supposed to be, admixture is normal. Okay, bringing people in is marrying out is normal. Okay, my brother's been married to a Filipina for the last 30 years, 35 years. That's
It's
normal.
so normal. You got to create laws to stop it.
Laws to stop. What they exactly had to create laws, miscegenation laws to actually stop it for a very particular reason. But the thing is, once those laws went went past, guess what happened? The natural progression of it.
Right.
So what you're saying is already happening. That's normal. But thing is, there's other stuff that's on top of that. Okay, like the gynocracy. United States is a gynocracy. It's not just black people's. United States is a gynocracy.
And let me just say this. I think that the United States became a gynocracy, not in a globalistic sense, but in a sense that it was a racial measure, if you ask me. Okay, it was in order to maintain racial hegemony. White men gave up a portion. They changed the gender structure of their own society in order to prevent black people from being included and having access to certain benefits. Okay, that's just my opinion. Okay, now I could be wrong about that, but I think I'm right. And what I mean,
it's not the whole story, but it's definitely part of it for sure.
No, I'm not saying it's the whole story, but
it's a big part of it.
It's especially recently. I can't speak about like what was happening, like with the 10 Years of Abolition Act or the Custody of Infants Act or the Tender Years Doctrine, because those happened prior to the second wave feminism. But they also play a role and they play a part. Slavery, in terms of the relationship between black men and black women, it played its part. Okay, there's a lot of distrust there. There's this idea that, as a black man, you're not really a man because you're not at the top of the food chain in the society. It's a white man's world. It's not yours. But we already know that white men, they work for white women, man, because white women reproduce their culture. They reproduce white people. So they're afforded a certain kind of, privilege that everybody else does not get. And so, look, they just said, fuck it. We're gonna elevate you to where black men should be, and we'll stem the tide on this racial shit. And here we are. All I'm saying is, I wish it is the case that America would just do right, because we would be over this shit right now. Because black women wouldn't be able to argue with black men about being dusties and crusties and musties if black men were making money equivalent to that of the average white boy. And I ain't just talking about money in terms of income, but money or had money in terms of wealth.
Access to wealth. And
if we had the same kind of material wealth as the average white boy, then any black woman would be out of her fucking mind to be like, well, I could be independent. I could do it my damn self. It would be stupid. Because it's like, why would you do it your damn self when these guys out here have a lot of material wealth for you to bank on, so you can help build a viable family.
It's so bad that the white women are picking up the same verbiage. I read Medium every day amongst these educated white women. They have the same kind of talking points that black women had back 20 years ago. The same ones. The same ones.
Can you push me on this ring for a bit?
Somebody's got to.
But let me just say, the problem white women are having now is first of all, when they elevated white women, so there's a limited amount of jobs and openings, in schools, because they aren't unlimited. Okay, there's only so many openings in fucking law school in the University of Michigan or UCLA. Everybody can't be a fucking student at this institution. Okay. You got to cut it off somewhere, because there's only so many faculty members, so many classrooms, so many seats, okay? Now, when you start to allow for women to enter into these professions, then now you got extra competitors that weren't there before, okay? Now, you got women making money now, but the difference with women and men is, men will make money and use it to support everybody in the family, a woman included. But if a woman makes money, she feels as if she's doing something lesser by attaching and connecting herself to a man who's not making as much or more than she is. Okay? So this is the biological, or maybe the cultural component that should be eradicated but can't be eradicated because women just won't do it. Okay? Now, white women are beginning to feel the pinch that black women have been feeling all along in relation to their men not having access to money and power and shit like that, because they took the shit for themselves. So my whole thing is, if you're going to actually be independent and all this shit, to me it's just stupid, because men don't get money and say, I want to be independent. Men get money and say, let me get a family.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're all on the same page on this. I don't like this is I concur with what's being said. This is like information that you guys have spoken about continuously, and I agree with all of it. But what I'm saying, I don't know why there's this pull. I think I know what the pushback is, but I don't think it's credible pushback. What I'm saying is, in this environment where it's been normalized, and I'm not saying every woman's going to be happy with it, but it's been normalized to where a woman can make more than her husband, and that can be part of the family. And what I'm saying, despite all that, despite the history, despite the structural issues in America, and I'm not saying to ignore those or not try to change them, but I'm saying working within that, what's stopping black men from saying, if you're going to deal with a black man and you're going to have a family with a black man and you're going to get married to a black man, then you've got to be a family building warrior. You've got to be loyal. You've got to have strong core values. And I'm saying, as black men, we set this precedent for ourselves. Like BGS, you got a strong voice of the black manosphere. You do too, Green Gorilla. Mr. Z, you do too. And we generate a meme, a viral meme, an idea that if you're going to deal with a black man and have a family, you've got to be a family building warrior. And everybody knows that a family building warrior is the wife of a black man. Everybody knows what that means. And you put that out into the world, and young men, that's theirs. That's like a gift you give to young black men, and women will respond to that. And they go, oh, they start to get their back straight. Well, shit, I'm with a black man. He says, I got to be a family building warrior. What's that mean? Let me investigate that. He's telling me what that means. He's saying a lot of these women aren't good enough. I talked to his family. I talked to his dad. He said the same thing. I want my son to marry a family building warrior. Now, all of a sudden, you've created a culture for yourself where black men set the precedent in how we build families, where we put ourselves in the lead. And we haven't had that before. I don't know if you've ever had that before in that way.
Go ahead and answer it.
So, truth as I know it, have you ever heard Green Gorilla talk about true power ultimately lies to the person who decides who lives and who doesn't? Meaning the power to kill people off.
Sure, I don't know how that's germane to this conversation.
It's germane to the conversation because, well, let me make an analogy for you. If you go to a job interview and you're not happy with the terms of what the company is going to pay you, what do? You go back and negotiate, right? Even if you come back and get a better deal, even if you get the best deal, you come back and say, you know what? I got them to give me everything I wanted. At the end of the day, you are still the employee and they are still the company. So what you're saying is, even if you put all of those things out there and say, you have to be this, you have to be that if you want me to be your employee, you are still the employee and they are still the boss.
That's because you see yourself in an inferior position.
No.
You're putting yourself as the employee from the beginning,
way, bro.
But you're not marrying the government. You're marrying your wife. You don't have to sign paperwork.
Are you not marrying the government?
That's I think that's what
paperwork.
I'm sorry.
You don't have to sign paperwork.
Nobody has to.
You don't have to say. You don't have to put yourself in a subservient position.
You can.
I think that's the problem here. You go. Well, whenever you get with a woman, you get with you get married. That means
So let me get this straight, Truth. Okay, you think if we started a meme that we're going to change the minds of what is it, 15 million black men in a short period of time?
Say that. Ask that question again.
In other words, you think if we just started a meme, a popular meme, we can change the minds of 15 million black men in a short period of time?
Yes, I do.
Okay, that's the problem.
I don't think that's the problem.
So let me
I don't know why you're giggling. That's how viral memes work. This is how culture works. Remember, let's just say we go.
No. Hold on. Where have you seen that?
I'm trying to explain it to you. Let's go back to the year 2000, right?
Okay.
Black folks are getting beat up by the cops, incarcerated. of planting dope on black men.
Okay.
Well, now then what comes up 2018. You got Twitter, you got social media, you got hashtags. You got a hashtag that comes up, Black Lives Matter. You're able to share videos, ideas, memes, propaganda at lightning speeds across the world. And all of a sudden, what's culminated is the largest social protest in the history of the world with Black Lives Matter that created massive institutional change in America and influenced the world.
When did that happen?
That wasn't.
No,
that
hold
wasn't a
on.
grassroots
No. Hold on. When did that happen? Truth. When did it happen?
Well,
all the protests. When did
the
it happen?
explosion was with.
No. When did it happen?
I don't remember the exact year.
It was 2020 with what's his name with the cop putting what's his name the knee on what's his name's neck.
Yeah, Minnesota.
Yeah, Chauvin.
Chauvin.
Yeah.
What was going on at the time, sir?
We had COVID.
COVID. I don't know if you guys actually listen and actually study this kind of stuff, right?
No, I do listen to it. I've read books on this. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Propaganda.
Truth. Stop talking for a second, okay? And listen to me. You're not listening, right?
You're not listening, and you're dead wrong.
No,
you're speaking.
Truth. Listen to me for a second, right? I listen to you.
Go ahead.
Listen to me for a second, right? COVID, right? You had a lockdown, right? All the people that were protesting were tired of being locked down. They needed a reason to get out. Okay,
that's part of it. Sure.
No, that's most of it. Okay, that set the environment for this kind of protest to happen.
Okay,
that's what was out there. That's how come we had little white kids and little white girls and little white boys with BLM flags. Okay, they didn't do that before. Okay,
that's my point.
The thing is, the point is, just because a viral meme is just like a match, right? And this is something that I'm trying to think of his name, right? He wrote the book, The People's History of the United States. It was what's his name, right?
God damn. Yeah, Zinn. Yeah.
He said this 30 years ago, right? Because he had been leading protests since the 1950s, right? He said many times the match will get struck, right? But the thing is, until it hits dry brush, until the environment is right, then it won't take hold. Why do you think Kevin Samuels took hold? I told Kevin Samuels before COVID got here, okay? I told him, I called him, told him, Kevin, they're getting ready to come to you. Get ready.
All right, you can see it coming. Everybody's locked down, couldn't leave the house.
No, it's not because they're in the house. It's one reason, but the thing is, the social and the economic environment is going to change. The broads are going to get scared, and they're going to start looking. And where are they going to look first? They're going to look at what they call the high value man first, right? They're coming to you first, okay? That's what happened. The environment has to be there for this kind of change. People change with the environment, right? And no matter what meme you put out there, if it doesn't harmonize with the environment that's there, it's not going to take. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not that easy.
And
I didn't say it was that easy. But the thing is, I've read more than you on memetics and propaganda.
I doubt it. Go ahead.
So sometime
it's not that you're not. It's not that you're wrong, per se, but you're not looking at it in its full context. Yes.
Okay.
So let me stop the conversation. Hold on. Let me slow it down right now.
We can pick this up on my channel if you want to. Let Gigi run his channel. Okay.
No. Just the only reason I want to stop it right now is because this Crozer guy's been sitting here and he ain't said a fucking word. Like he's been waiting for 30 minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'm gonna let Crozer say something, then I'm gonna let Leon say something, then I'm gonna let Bob say something because that's the order.
Okay.
And I'm always gonna give BGS because
no, that's okay.
I'm gonna give you precedent. You know what I'm saying? Because you know like how you do me on your channel. That's why I told you I wanted to hear from you as soon as you popped in.
No, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So I'm just gonna let the Crozer. Are you there still?
Yeah, I'm here, man. What's going on?
What was your initial idea, man? You know what I'm saying? Like, what was it that you were trying to express initially?
Nah, to be honest with you, I just saw the live stream and I loved the channel. I just thought I'd pop in and say hello.
Oh, that's cool. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate your presence, man.
I do have a question, but I'm not sure it's relevant to what you guys are talking about. So, what I wanted to ask was, what is your thoughts on things like the zodiac with your academic background?
The zodiac?
You're talking about astrology.
Astrology.
Now, if you want to start getting into esoteric, Gnostic type shit, with me, I believe that, I really, I'm not a very big Gnostic, but the zodiac to me is just astrology. And then people, like in the past, people used to believe as above, so below. And as an individual, you are not the cosmos. You're a part of the cosmos. So in order to understand yourself, you have to understand the cosmos and where you fit into it. So, so I understand that position. You know what I'm saying? Now, in terms of me, having the kind of knowledge that BGS knows about various parts of the year and what your disposition is going to be like and, what your personality is going to be like, that's not something I really, get off into, bro.
No.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just going to keep it a buck with you. I just, that's not something I'm really into.
Yeah.
But I am into mystical shit as it pertains to the psyche and reshaping and changing behavior, right? I'm into that. But I never even get into that kind of conversation because, shit, man, we keep talking about these bitches, man.
Well, if you understand that, you understand the bitches. That's the problem.
But here's my thing, right? Look, and this is what I want to say before I open it up again. But shout out to Hurricane Greg. Shout out to him. Hit him with the Cash App sign. Appreciate that. And then also I want to thank some people who hit me up. Matt Brennan, appreciate you. Ramon Stewart, appreciate you. J.N. Baker, appreciate you. And Corbett Goodwin, also appreciate you. Okay? With the Mythosaur, J.N. Baker's got a Mythosaur icon, man. That's dope because, that's one of my favorite shows, The Mandalorian. But at any rate, I think the family is an institution. It's a social institution, okay?
Yeah, it is.
And my belief is that institutions are either supported or they're not by the culture at large.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that America suffers the extent to which it doesn't support the family structures that. And I'm not saying that you can't brave it alone, and you can't make it happen. I believe it's possible, but I believe that also though, the U.S. government and your state and local governments could do more to actually support it. But what's happened over the course of a few years, since the 60s, there's been a radical shift in the power and the prevalence of family life. And this is what conservatives have been fighting against, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But a social institution is going to be, let me just say this. I'm just going to say, I'm going to say,
have they? Because
more rhetoric than reality.
They were, yeah, they were.
But let me finish. I got to finish this because I got to get the idea out. Okay, but social institutions are basically influenced by the culture in which they exist. Okay, so you got cultural norms, you got values, traditions, and beliefs, and they are going to shape what people think about and how they understand institutions and the practices of the family. And because family formations differ across different societies. You can't deny that, okay? Now, every family structure is not exactly the same, okay? Now, in many societies, the family is perceived as the basic building block or the core foundation for socializing people, right? Teaching them responsibilities, teaching them roles, where they get emotional support, nurturing, and things like this, right? Families typically are going to include parents, children, even extended family members, grandparents, uncles, aunts, cousins, right? Many societies have patriarchal structures or matrilineal structures, okay? Right? But there are, in this culture recently, what you've seen is a lean towards acknowledging by law the viability of single parent families,
Mm-hmm.
gay families where no kids are there, cohabitating families, right, that aren't married,
Mm-hmm.
queer families and shit, right? Families with adopted foster kids in them and shit like this. So society in the past 60 years, and I'm not saying it's all been good, because my personal opinion is that the extent to which you don't have the basic building blocks, you don't have strong communities, and you don't have people who are able to actually participate in society as richly and as substantively as they should be. Okay? Because the bureaucracies by de facto become the patriarchs. Okay? That's just a fact. Okay? The school system or the welfare office or the Section 8 lady or, you know, the family court system, they become the de facto bosses. They dictate what goes on in the context of your micro and you know, like your familial life. But
so DJ, oh, are you done? My bad.
Well, the only thing I want to say is you can work hard as fuck to try to keep your family together. But it's like, do you know what it's like to try to build a fucking hut in the middle of the wilderness and to have to deal with the exigencies of nature and to not have support from a community of people who support your idea and who help reinforce it and to subsidize it? Okay, that's all I'm saying. Like, the government has to understand, and this is, if I get back to ancient philosophy, I'm going all the way back to Aristotle. Politics is the first science of every institution. It's the first science, political science, because the state itself gives values to the citizenry. Okay, it tells the citizenry what's important, what's unimportant. It determines, it circumscribes the norms and the practices that the people in the culture are going to follow. If it's the case that y'all want to be on some old it's everything goes kind of shit, it's going to be harder to develop mononuclear families with men involved in them, especially if women can get subsidization from the fucking government. I mean, BGS has been over this where like a chick will marry you and you make 50 G's, right? Okay, that's good. That's great because the average black man is going to make what, 40 G's, right? But if she don't marry you and she connects herself to the government, she gonna get 40 G's plus more subsidies.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and the problem is that the state has incentivized a set of practices whereby subsidies that used to be provided for by family life is being subsidized by bureaucracies. And this shit has been going on since the 30s, man, since the fucking New Deal.
Yeah.
Now the question is, what does America want to do with family life, man? Because either they can support it or either they can reject it. Either they can subsidize it or not incentivize it at all. And right now, we already know they have not incentivized strong family life in the black community. And that's on purpose. I believe it's on purpose. I wrote a fucking paper about this shit called Thugs and Welfare Queens. And it's been published, all this shit, okay? The point is, the white state, man, has basically used bureaucracy as a means by which to control and monitor black women through paternalism. And it basically, I would say they took black men and fucking shifted them and exerted paternal control over them through the carceral state, meaning the police state.
They did.
So here we are. So here we are trying to figure out how to put this shit back together, but we had strong families, and now we don't have them anymore. And it's like, now I understand we need everything to come together. We need, like, to be quite frank, a person like The Truth As I Know It is going to be necessary, because if people don't believe in family at all, they're never going to exist. Okay? But at the same time, we have to be realistic as well, and to try to get people to see that policy and law that works to the benefit of everybody involved in family life, not just to women and children. Because if it don't work for men, why would men be involved in it? So this is why you're seeing men being like, fuck these hoes.
Yeah, that's what's happening. Yeah.
And I don't blame, I really don't. You got men who should be having children who are not. And then you got men who should not be having children who just fucking these hoes and moving on. You know, they basically giving them some good dick. And going about their business.
Yeah.
This is what we living with now. So I want, look, more than anything in the world, man, I wanted to have a cohesive family. I wanted that shit. I'm not the best man in the world, but I'm fucking educated, I'm smart, okay? I feel like myself personally, I'm cool as a motherfucker. I can get along with anybody, white folks, black folks, brown folks, whatever kind of folks. Rich folks, poor folks, I can fuck with anybody. You put me in any social environment, I feel like I can handle my own. Politicians, academicians, whoever, whatever, okay? But the system, man, like people, they have short attention spans and nobody has patience, man. Everybody's looking out for their own interests. Nobody gives a fuck about being self-sacrificial for a larger goal.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that that's the problem that, like, you know, I think Truth as I know it wants to see people be dedicated to an institution and a set of practices and norms and values that in this culture, man, like we're seeing writ large, Ebony K. Williams say, fuck, I don't want a man.
Mm-hmm.
You know why? Because it's obsolete, unnecessary, and you're not going to choose me. Well, fuck all y'all. I'm going to go have a baby by sperm donation.
I was going to get into that real quick. You know,
so what do you say to a chick like this? To a Keke Palmer who's not married? To a Nicki Minaj who said, or Rihanna who says, you know what? I want to have a baby, but I don't care who the daddy is.
She didn't say that, did she? She said that.
But I am I'm gonna work to get that baby.
Yeah, you did say that.
And now she got one. You know what I'm saying? And who knows how long she gonna be with ASAP? Who knows? Because they ain't married.
No. Same thing with Keke Palmer, her man, right? Basically, and me and cousin Tito actually laughing about this. Basically, she had a baby by her side dude.
Yeah.
By her side dude?
Yeah, that's her side dude. That's why she never
who
brought him out.
Who was the first dude? Who was the first dude?
In other words, at elite circles with elite women, they have concubines, right?
Right.
As males, right? We call them side dudes or concubines. That's their concubine. Okay, that's her dick. Okay, she's happened to get pregnant by her dick and had the baby. That's not her boyfriend per se.
And that's unfortunate. Yeah, exactly. So that was her jump off. What you're saying?
That's her jump off. Yeah.
That's a dick supply. Okay?
That's her dick supply. Yeah.
But unfortunately.
So why do black men sign up for that? That's what I don't get. Like, you know what it is. The game is the game. They want to be single moms. They want to run your pockets in court. They want to embarrass you. They want to pester you. They want to fuck your life up. That's just what it is. That's the gynocracy. Welcome to the world of the gynocracy. These women want to cut your throat. Why are we giving them babies?
Because you're socialized to do so. How do you socialize people? Under what environment?
Yeah.
And what's reinforced of that socialization? How do you just cannot change the worldview of men or people overnight. It doesn't work that way. It takes a long time.
I would say the reason why it's so controversial is because I would slightly disagree. I think the reason why it's so controversial is because a majority of so-called black men have given up on the idea of having a family. I mean, remember, only 2% of only 2% of the sperm in sperm banks are from brothers, and the majority of brothers are single and childless. I think the reason why everyone's losing their shit is precisely because most brothers have given up on the idea of having a family. Because again, when the women were doing it, they portrayed it as quote unquote empowerment, fighting against the patriarchy, blah 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 blah. But now when men do the same thing and say, you know what, you're right. You know what, family's really overrated. I'm good. Now everybody wants to lose their shit because what happens is that men are, because we're assumed to be the responsible ones, because the assumption of responsibility is always put on us. When we give up, everything goes to shit.
What happens when men lose hope in a society? What happens to the society?
It dies.
It dies. So women can say whatever they want, but if men lose hope or lose passion to keep a society going, it'll die. And everybody knows that. That's how come everybody's losing their shit. Especially, guess who? Is it black men that they're really upset about?
No, not for real.
It's white men that are losing hope. That's the problem.
I'll jump in with an analogy, if I may.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not running your show. I'm mute.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You good, man?
I want to make a kind of a crude analogy, but truth as I know it, you got to understand that you got to have the women's buy-in as well, and it's more of them than us. If you if you want to make a crude analogy, you can just look at prohibition.
You're talking
right?
to me like I don't understand what's going on out here.
No,
I'm not saying that
trying to
the
make
women
an
are on
analogy,
board.
bro.
My
I'm just
point
trying
is
to make an
black
analogy.
men need to put themselves in the driver's seat. For some reason, you guys are fighting me on this. Like,
I'm not
one thing you
fighting you.
can
I just
control is
got
your
on
own
the panel,
family.
bro.
Like,
I just
as
got
an
on the panel. I'm
individual,
just trying to make
the
an
one
analogy.
thing that we can control is our own family. And who
Truth,
we have
you got to chill out, Truth. You got to listen. You got to chill out. You got to listen. Listen to what he got to say. Let him finish what he's gonna say. Okay.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. All I'm saying is if you look at prohibition, right?
Mm-hmm.
Prohibition actually came about because the women got together and said, "Fuck that, we're not gonna buy in if you guys keep doing this." It's kind of the same thing with feminism, right? Feminism, we got to a point in history where women decided, "Hey, we're gonna stop buying into the social contract until you give us something." And once this prohibition swung too far in the other direction, where yes, men started to act a damn fool and it started to affect women's life, that's when prohibition was rolled back. So this is kind of the same thing. Like what we're going through right now as men is that we're pushing back. And just like BGS said, the environment is starting to now affect the women. So now the women can buy back in. But you can't just have it both ways. You got to have buy-in from the women's side.
Well,
and that's all I wanted to say.
Well, you're making my point. That's my point. BGS said earlier, he talked about environment. You got to have for a viral meme to take hold, that you have to have certain parameters, and one of the environment has to be right for the people. And what you just said, which we all agree with, is a lot of these women, because the environment, they are listening, right? They are coming back to the table to a certain degree because the environment, and I've seen it, man. I've seen it, not younger women. I haven't seen it with younger women, but I've seen it with older women. They're like, "Oh man, I think I need a man now."
So what?
Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying. Is that
I'm in
the
agreement.
environment is right for black men, and I'm not saying I'm not saying do this for yourself. I'm not saying you as an individual tell women you want a family building warrior. I'm saying this as content creators within the black manosphere who have the ability to create viral memes and really give gifts to people, like give a gift to black culture, to black men, where we say we are putting ourselves at the heads of our own families, and we're empowering men. We're giving you agency and autonomy to go, you require a high quality woman, and it's not you saying that alone. The culture is saying that for you. So all you're doing is repeating what the culture is already pushing out there.
But see, so okay, there's where my contention is. When you're saying the culture is agreeing, right now, I'm not saying in the future it won't be, but right now we're outnumbered.
True, I agree.
The coach,
but that's how you get it started.
So that's all BGS and them are saying. Is like it's not gonna happen overnight, bro. Like,
but let me say this.
It's not gonna happen overnight, but
let me say this. I'm gonna let Bob speak.
And we could talk about this truth later, because I see what you're trying to say. You want somebody to actually carry your message, but the thing is, you haven't proven to the content creators that your message is correct, and that's the problem.
Okay, so what I'll do is I'll
hold on. Wait a minute. Wait. Truth.
You can email me all you want. You got to prove that it's correct. It's more than just information, right? You got to prove. You got to give us a case study that it's correct. Okay.
So let me truth, man. Let me speak, man. Let me say this. Okay. I'm just gonna be upfront and frank with you, man. Like, I mean, in terms of in the black manosphere, there's nobody in the black manosphere who's going to say, if you enter into family life, you should be a person who exists in that context on the periphery. You should be like a satellite, the moon related to her being the sun. You kind of revolve around her. Nobody's sending that message out.
Yes, they are.
That's the
gynoc. I mean, that's the gynocracy.
No, they're not. Black men in the manosphere are not saying you should follow the bitch lead.
Okay,
you should do whatever the fuck she says. That you got to take her shit. We're not saying that, bro. Like, I mean, I don't know.
You're right.
If you listen to our content, I don't see anybody in the black manosphere saying, "Hey, man, you better put that woman first."
No, nobody's saying that. But nobody's also saying, "Man, you need to dominate. You need to be a family building authoritarian. Don't take any shit. Make sure that bitch's head is on straight. If you're gonna give a baby to a woman, she's got to be fucking great. And if she's not, you fucked up." And as a matter of fact, other black men are going to check you for dealing with these raggedy bitches out here. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, we need to lay it down in a major fucking way. That's what I'm saying. Like, I get what I don't know why.
Bro,
I get why you
I
guys
think,
are pushing
I think
back.
most of the
but
motherfuckers in the
because we
manosphere
can
are saying
have
exactly
a
what you're
one-on-one,
saying, bro.
and I'll
I
give
don't-
you a presentation, and we can talk about it.
Bro,
So-
I don't see motherfuckers in the black manosphere saying anything other than what you're saying, bro. Really, I mean, quite frankly,
I don't see it. I just don't see that authoritarianism.
What do you think they're saying, bro? You think motherfuckers
saying
in the
these-
manosphere?
they're
Bro,
saying don't
honestly,
deal with
I
these
just-
women.
I am asking you in the manosphere. Do you think that you hear men saying, "Hey, you know what? I'm gonna go get a wife and shit, and then I'm gonna put on some panties"?
No,
You
I
hear
didn't
niggas
say
saying that shit in the manosphere?
I
All
didn't
you
say
hear
that
is
they're
men in the
saying that.
manosphere saying these bitches out here wilding.
That's not what I said. That's a mischaracterization of what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is we don't speak in an authoritarian manner about our family structure
dude,
when we most
so-
certainly should.
Oh, let them
I have
finish.
a question for you.
That's
have
all
you
I'm
ever-
saying.
have you-
Like,
in
be the
work-
boss and talk like you're the boss
Yeah,
within
yeah.
your own family and watch the magic happen.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yes, really,
Even,
yes.
even against
Look,
other men.
even
against other men.
even
Well,
in
I've
interpersonal
had more problem with the men than the women. The men are like, no, you can't say that. No way, it won't work. You're gonna need
Okay, I mean,
you know,
you can be the
a
you can be the
volcano
black
to
Idi
erupt to make
Amin,
it
bro.
happen.
Hey,
We
can I
can,
say
we
can
can
bring
do
in the
it.
upstairs.
We can, brothers. We can do it. We
Hey,
can
Look,
do it.
Can I say
so-
something?
You just pound
Let
it
Bob
away.
speak, but Bob ain't said shit yet,
Yeah,
so
go
Bob
ahead.
about to speak.
Let me back up.
You
You
go
got
ahead,
black
Bob.
men
Yeah,
that ready
it
to leave
was,
the country.
I was gonna say real quick that sort of strategy. I guess you're implying you want us to be like chauvinists, basically.
No,
Um,
no.
That's where you're implying. It seems like we already tried that. I think it was like last year. A bunch of black fathers showed up at a school. They enforced the rules, and they got a whole bunch of backlash, like across the board from black women, white liberals, like all kinds of people. So the only way to incentivize people to do something is through policy, power changes, money. Rhetoric is empty if you just being hard headed like that doesn't really do much. You
Well, I'm
actually
flame throwing a little bit just to be entertaining, right? It's a show. So, you know, you don't talk to women and you don't talk to men and talk crazy to them about their own family structure. But I am trying to emphasize that black men need to have a little bit more fire in our belly in a
that
cultural
doesn't do
sense
much.
when it comes
That-
to our own families.
That doesn't.
A lot of women want the black man seed. If you don't know, a lot of women want that black man seed. So act like it's worth something.
So take immigrant families, for example, right? There's a reason why they're so long lasting. It has nothing to do with the men being like heavy handed and quote unquote assertive. It's because they kind of need to make it in America. So the atmosphere around you has to change, like Gigi said. You can't just like rhetoric isn't going to change anything, you know. That's my opinion. Even so, I currently live in an East Asian country, and I often run into black women, black American women specifically, out here, and you notice the difference between black women who have been living here for at least like more than a year and those who like come here because I guess over time they realize that their atmosphere changed, so they change as well. Like they're more cooperative and shit like that. So your environment has to change. You can't just decide overnight to use empty rhetoric.
How old are you, Bob?
I'm 20.
Yeah, so he's a young guy, man, and you know these guys are the future, man. They're gonna make choices according to their own, you know, their own dictates and their own terms. And look, the only thing I've ever told guys is, look, be careful because there's a lot of ratchet shit going on out here, and you don't want to end up fucked up, you know, because you thought you had a good thing. Because like everybody thinks they got a unicorn until they get that motherfucker home and they unwrap the box and shit, and they found out it ain't nothing but a motherfucking jackass, just like with a motherfucking horn helmet.
That's fact.
You know what I'm saying? Like you thought you had a dime, but you rubbed that motherfucking paint off, and you find out you got a motherfucking penny.
So, like what black men really do really well, you know, this is one thing that black men do really well is we have we're very good playing defense. Like most of us are pretty good at spotting bad women. We're good at messaging about staying away from the worst types of women. That messaging is really good. It's kind of built into the culture. There's a lot of hard-headed brothers that don't pay attention, and you know they try to alpha their way through it, or they just say, "I don't care. I'm gonna just get her, have a baby anyways, and you know whatever happens, happens." But I think we do a great job with that. And I guess the position that I'm coming from is the reverse of just being, or the opposite side of that is not only being defensive, but also being offensive and not like offending people, but like offense in football where you're trying to score touchdowns, where you're leading your families, more conversations in that regard, and really integrating that into our culture in ways that we haven't seen before. I think it's very obvious we need to do more of that, and that's really at the crux of what I'm trying to share with you guys.
Okay. And the only thing, look, I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna be done with this shit. Look, because look, at the end of the day, we got Klingons for mates, bro.
We do.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? You got like these are the, I'm not saying all of them are like this, but there's a lot of black women who believe that if you tell them some shit to do, they gonna do the exact fucking opposite. Just like this one chick, she recently went to a fucking hotel in some European country, and the woman told her, you can't bring food into the hotel. You can't order food from the outside and bring it into the hotel. If you do that, we're gonna fine you and we're gonna charge you.
But so what? So if you tell them what to do and they don't like it, so what?
Hold on.
I'm saying, well, so what? Like, I want to tell the chick what to do, and if she don't do it, she's out. There's no problems there. That's fine. That's how you vet her. That's how you know she's got to go.
Truth, calm down. Hold on. Let him finish.
So I mean, ultimately, this is what I'm saying. Contemporary Western women and black women, like, they are fucking amped up. Batteries have been put, I mean, not the regular kind. I'm talking about the extra strength Duracell batteries has been put in these chicks' backs, bro. To be obstinate for no fucking reason. And one of the reasons why is because, and we had to just be factual about this shit, bro. One of the reasons why is because nobody in American culture has to respect a nigga saying shit.
Exactly.
Now, and I mean nobody. I mean, you had a black man fucking 8 years ago who held the highest office in the land. And it was white motherfuckers walking around this bitch like, he's not my president. Who's the fucking monkey in the White House?
Calling his wife a monkey.
Mm-hmm.
Say that's a man. That's a trans man or some shit. Ain't even a woman. But at the end of the day, I'm not saying that black men should not be assertive and that they shouldn't, consider themselves to be vital, important, and constitutive parts of their families. I'm not saying that, black men should play second fiddle to attack head bitch, this obstinate and ignorant as a motherfucker. No, it's not what I'm saying. But I am saying, as it deals with cooperation in any relationship, it has to be reciprocal. Respect has to be reciprocal. And if it's not reciprocated, like, you do have to cut that bitch like karate, like Future said. Cut the bitch off karate. Or like the motherfucker K-Camp said, it ain't nothing to cut that bitch off.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So we agree.
But the problem with black men is, a lot of us, is that we got the winter soldier chip, like BGS talks about so fucking often. Because and the winter chip soldier really becomes, it ain't that bad when you ain't got no kids. But once you fucking start having these fucking kids and shit, you done knocked 2 or 3 motherfucking little negroids off in her. And now this bitch you thought she had a battery on her back when she didn't have babies. Now this chick is like, shit, I got income tax coming.
Right.
I got motherfucking, if shit go bad, I got Section 8 coming. I got fucking WIC coming. I got milk and cookies coming, some cheese.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
These motherfuckers, I mean, you talk about, I got the CHIP, Child Health Insurance Program. Yeah. I get health care and my kids. Because if I ain't healthy, then I can't keep them healthy. So I get health care.
Can I push back a little bit on the Winter Soldier part?
Go ahead.
You
can try.
You now have put a man in a precarious position. You done knocked you married this chick. You done knocked 2 or 3 chickens off in her ass. Now she got her ass on her shoulders, walking around like she the motherfucking dude, like her dick longer than yours.
Okay.
Now if you smack this bitch, you smack the bitch and tell her, I'm a family warrior, bitch. I'm fighting for our family. You got a case.
It's too late.
I'm saying, look, I'm just saying, if you tell the bitch, fuck you, I'm out. You paying child support.
Yeah, child support, and plus other shit.
If you say, you know what? I'm leaving the country. You gonna get extradited back to this motherfucker. Like, nigga, where the fuck your ass at?
Yeah, I've seen that too.
So I'm saying, like, I think white people have made marriage untenable for white men.
Yes.
It's on their. This is on their heads. They did this shit to themselves. But also, Walter Williams said this shit a long time ago. You get what you subsidize. I'm gonna go back and fucking put that clip into a short. Because we had the highest marriage rates. The highest. Even higher than white folks. After slavery and during Jim Crow.
Yep.
Okay? Highest marriage rates. All of a sudden, Civil Rights Act passes. Negroes move from the South to the North.
Mm-hmm.
This, I guess, I guess the pussy holes, black women's pussies are hotter than they used to be? No, I don't think so.
And then 1961, they gave a black woman the same welfare as white women, and that's where the split started.
As white widows, though.
Yeah, it's white widows. But the thing is that was it Roosevelt allowed for, since the Depression was there, he allowed for abandonment. So because a lot of white men left to look for work and never came back.
And so, but this is the beginning of the ending. Mm-hmm. You know, so my view, you can't leave kids to starve, though. You can't.
Well, that was gonna be my point right there.
You can't just say in your culture, in your society, fuck them motherfuckers, let them fend for themselves. That's the shit they was doing before the Great Depression, believe it or not.
Yeah.
I mean, before there was Social Security, before there was, like all of these programs designed to, to develop a safety net, white people was fucking like in Appalachian, Kentucky and shit, running around barefoot with no lights, no gas, no nothing, living in shacks and shit.
Yeah, the Gilded Age.
Roosevelt came, said, "Oh my God, this is what's going on in America. We gotta change this." And they did change it. I saw a documentary, man, like when I was in college, man, about this shit. Roosevelt going in and hobnobbing with the poor white motherfuckers.
With white, yeah. The elite coming down from Mount Olympus and down to the valley, to the village.
Hey, you guys, I got to get running. Appreciate the convo. I'll email you, BGS. We could set something up. I want to settle this, man, because you're not understanding what we're trying to get across. You're trying to make something, trying to simplify something that is very difficult to do, even by the state. Well, I didn't say it was easy. I didn't say that it was simple. I'm just saying that it's possible and it's something we can do and it's something we could be successful at, and it's something that we should do. And impart this to black culture and the young black men.
You know what that's called in another culture? They call it.
I mean, you can't see it right now. What you're suffering from is cognitive dissonance because it's new. You haven't heard it before, so you're rejecting it. That's why. So we can't handle it right now. It's going to take time.
BGS, can I jump in real? Well,
it already exists in Latino culture.
Or I'm sorry, GG.
If you want to settle,
the truth is, I know it, man. Go ahead and bounce out, man. You email BGS, man, and then y'all rectify that shit on the by and by. Ain't no need to. You can't resolve that shit right now. It ain't gonna happen.
No, stop.
So the Swamp of Decadence just came in. Everybody else has had some sort of say.
Yeah.
You leaving, BGS?
No, I said I'll mute up. I'm not leaving.
Okay, no, you ain't got to mute up. You know what I'm saying? But I just want Swamp of Decadence. Give us a little short blur. You want to ask a question? I'm about to start doing the BGS shit here, man. I'm about to start putting fucking timers up.
2 minutes.
You should. It's better for us black men anyway. We need to get off this. It's my turn in the pulpit, and I'm about to start. Moaning.
I'm about to do that shit right now. Go ahead and talk. I bet you in 2 minutes I have me a motherfucking timer. Go ahead.
All right. So I would say I understand what he means in the sense of the family warrior thing and all that.
Oh, got him.
Uh-oh. Did we lose
him?
What happened to him, man?
His device cut out.
I don't know.
He disappeared.
He'll probably be back. Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I got it, GG. Go ahead and work on your shit, man. I'll handle it.
Okay, perfect. So
got you.
I think I think what happens is I understand what Truth Uno is trying to say. What I'm saying is that, listen. Okay, as the empirical evidence shown, it's not. I think a lot of brothers keep trying to blame themselves for shit that's outside of their control. You know what I mean? And again, it's that part of that macho ego that you talked about. You know what I mean? Because as several studies have shown, it's not that so-called black men have an aversion to fatherhood or hate being fathers or anything like that. It's the fact that this environment devalues the role of men as fathers and husbands. Okay. I think a lot of brothers really don't want to have to accept the fact that it is not your goddamn fault your family's fucked up. Okay? It's kind of true like this, right? it's kind of similar to how having like it's kind of like being a star player on a losing team. You know, the guilt complex. You think you got to be all outspoken and speak up and stuff like that. When in reality is, dude, you're doing your job. It's everybody else is fucking up. But instead of doing what's necessary, which is to hold these other people accountable, holding a lot of these racist white leftists and a lot of these right racist trad cons, you know, and a lot of these dysfunctional so-called black women for doing their part and helping to fuck up the family. What we want to do is we want to try to absolve them of accountability by trying to put the blame that should be going towards them on us. And it's like, no, that's not going to fix anything, okay? And just like what happens on when it comes to like the star players on a bad team, either one or two things is going to happen. Either you get rid of those trash players and those trash coaches and bring in better ones, or you go to a winning team.
Yeah.
But sit there and being on a losing team and being the great player on a losing team and constantly taking accountability for other people's fuck ups is stupid. No, it's like, no, you didn't fuck this up. They fucked it up, so it's on them to fix it, not you. So.
Yeah, you know, I get it, but the thing is, I'm tired of this stuff going around and round and round and round and round. If we can get the people that have help move the culture, right? Because they've seen me.
There you go. There you go, right
there. Doc ain't shit. I'm gonna say that right up front.
What you laughing, man? Why y'all laughing? Oh, because I did this shit so quick.
And it was, no, because it was big as hell when you put it on. It was like,
oh no.
He got it.
Okay.
He got it. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out where I want to put the motherfucker. I'm gonna put it down here. That's why I'm gonna put that bitch.
We
right
can't
there.
see it.
Look
That's
good
too low.
right there.
No,
It's
that's
too little.
Too
Well,
low.
hold on.
It's
It's
too low.
gonna be bigger when I. Okay, look.
No, it's too low. It's covered up by your name.
Is it? Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Move it up a little bit. Move it up.
I'm gonna move this motherfucker over here then.
Yeah, that's better. Okay, now we can see it. That's cool.
Okay. All right,
Yeah.
go ahead. Proceed, y'all. Go
I
ahead.
was saying that what he didn't want to hear is that he doesn't understand how culture actually works. Culture works a lot more slowly than people think. And the reason that certain elements like the iPhone, right, works is because they tested it out on babies first. Okay, it was already something already built into human beings and the culture, right? That's why when it got into the masses, it took off because the elements were already there for it actually to take off. People think you can just introduce something into the culture and with enough force, and it'll actually start picking up steam. Okay, and that's what I'm hearing. If we just all come together and all million of us or 6 million of us, 20 million of us come together and say something, that you can actually move the culture. That's not true. Okay. In other words, the environment and the culture has to be ready for it, and the environment has to be ready for it, and then you get buy-in, right? And people think if we just alpha our way through it and just be forceful enough, then we can just make it go. But no, we had white men with way more numbers. You know, look at the MRA, men's rights movement, right? Men's rights movement, right? Hundreds of millions of guys. Okay, they weren't able to move this needle. How are we gonna move it with 10? Just because we say so.
So look, I'm gonna play something real quick. I know you can't hear. Okay, I'm gonna play something. I'm gonna share the screen. I'm waiting for the ads to pass. So I want this. No disrespect. I mean, I like Truth as I know it because I believe he has good intentions. Okay,
he does.
So I like him. And he's not disrespectful. Okay.
Yeah.
He can be. I mean. Anytime you go back to your own channel, you just start down talking niggas and shit like that. That's a little disrespectful, okay? But I mean, I get it, okay? Because you don't always have the voice on other people's channels to say what you want. So you have to say what you feel like you need to on your own format. I get it, okay? So let me make myself a little bit bigger here, not because I believe that I'm bigger and better than any of you, but because I want you. I don't even have to do it.
Go ahead.
But I want you to see some shit. Okay. So let me see. Let me stop the screen that I have. Stop that. I want to stop that. I'm gonna stop the screen. I want to share the screen. Dave Chappelle. This is kind of like what this reminds me of. Can you see this?
Yeah.
All right.
I hate ever since I walked away from that show is that people keep trying to give me advice. Cause I guess I've been like depressed. You know, you be depressed and people be like trying to cheer you up. And then I in show business. That's what made me so mad about it. So they'd be saying, "Hey, Dave, look, I know that was a rough experience, and I can only imagine what you've been through, but you know, you just gotta hang in there. And what you gotta do is you just gotta keep your chin up. Just keep your chin up, Days. Word. That's what I was doing. That's what I was doing wrong. My chin was too low. Shut the fuck up. It had nothing to do with my chin, nigga. Just... Fuck is it? Keep your chin up. What kind of shit is this? See niggas walking around show business. Oh, I know. So, this girl I knew sent me a book called The Secret. She was like, listen, David, this is gonna help you. It's called The Secret. I was, I thought this, And I started reading the book, and I read like 5 pages of shit and threw it in the trash. I was fucking, I can't believe they sell this shit. Do you know what this bitch says the secret of life is? She said it was positive imagery. You gotta visualize the things you wanna have happen in your life. Like, bitch, that's the secret of life to you? Then kill yourself. It's gotta mean more than that. Positive imagery. The bitch fly to Africa and tell one of them starving children that shit. What's wrong with you? I have not eaten in 5 days. What you need to do is visualize some roast beef and some mashed potatoes and gravy. Oh, please, bitch, you're killing me. Stop talking like that. No. The problem is you have a bad attitude about starving to death.
and look, I don't say that to disrespect truth as I know it at all, but it just, I think it's a counter to the idea that positive thinking and the right attitude is going to get you there.
Mm-hmm.
But you probably can't get there at all if you don't have the right attitude.
Right.
But I don't think that the attitude in and of itself is sufficient to bring about the state of affairs that you desire. Right. And I think that your attitude actually is going to require it's going to require more effort than you think it is. I mean, you think it's just dealing with this bitch. You're going to have to deal with the bitch, the judge, the lawmakers.
Yeah, lawmakers.
You have to deal with Western norms and values and cultural attitudes and social practices at large. And I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm saying that what black men in the manosphere, even white men in their own manosphere space, or men's rights activists, they're doing.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think BGS, you're right about this. That paradigm shifts take time.
Yeah.
You can't they don't just happen overnight. I mean, they can to a certain extent. I mean, but even if they do happen, or they appear to be happening overnight, I think that what truth, as I know it said, is right. He's right about this. If the gestalt is going to happen, the people have to be ready for it.
Yeah.
Well, I think. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Let me stop talking.
Oh no, I wanted to because I actually my slight pushback on the Winter Soldier thing was actually tied into what I was going to ask Truth as I know it, is that what are the consequences that you're going to lay down, especially when the alternative is self-destruction. I mean, if the women say they're not going to buy in and you say you're not going to buy in, then that means that's self-deletion.
Yeah, yep, it is.
So that's why I had a slight pushback on the Winter Soldier thing, because I think sometimes when it's not the Winter Soldier chip, is that some people just realize that, hey, if I don't give in to something that these bitches want, we all up out of here.
Well, the Winter Soldier chip, the thing is, you guys kind of misunderstand what a Winter Soldier chip is, right? Is the socialization that's been put into men to fit into what I call the gynocracy over like 12 generations, right? It's there, right? Your place, what you think of yourself as a man, your willingness to serve and cooperate with women and stay in your place, that's the Winter Soldier chip. Okay. That's what Umar and the nationalists are trying to put on black men. They're trying to activate that chip because they know it's there.
And look, black men are resisting against that chip program, and they like, man, fuck that goddamn program. And at some point,
some do. Yeah.
at this point, you know, because even there are always going to be mutations. You know, I mean, if you want to use biological language, right?
The Bad Batch.
Right. There are always going to be people who deviate and who resist against imprinting, whether it be cultural, biological, whatever the case may. And that's just the way DNA. That's what makes us diverse as a species, and really actually creates fitness for us as a species. The fact that we mutate, random mutations and shit like this. But this, I know I've been part of the Winter Soldier programming.
Oh yeah.
I played a clip from Lil Wayne. That motherfucker's got the Winter Soldier program. Shaquille O'Neal's got the Winter Soldier program. Jim Jones, the thug rapper, has got the motherfucking implanted. Okay? But when you find strong men, there are men who counter, like, you can see the difference in how, like, men who've been raised around other strong-ass men, like, the difference in their outlook on life and what they will and what they won't tolerate. Like, take 50 Cent, for example. That motherfucker was raised by his grandfather and his grandmother. But his grandfather was there. He was very present. And you could tell, like, 50 Cent, like, man, fuck all this shit. I'm not about to sit here and tolerate this bullshit. But you have to have a man around letting you know that, like, I'm not tolerating this bullshit. Fuck y'all, I'm out. But a lot of black men, man, we'll sit there and we'll take abuse incessantly, man. Because we feel like the way our mothers treated us, like, is a form of love. So, like, if a grown-ass woman is scolding us, that's love.
Yes. Yeah.
And I'm like, man, that shit, man, look, man, your wife ain't your mama, man. I you know how many motherfucking, I was about to use the word bitches. You know how many women I done told, hey, look, you ain't my fucking mama, man. You motherfucker, I ain't never suckled your titties other than while I'm fucking you. And I definitely ain't done that to my mama. So at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? I don't want you to tell me shit. You can suggest anything to me. I have an open ear. But in terms of you dictating what the fuck I need to do, bitch, you got me fucked up. You can suggest some shit. Now, I ain't gonna tell you what to do. I'm gonna tell you what I'm not gonna tolerate, but I'm not gonna tell you what you gotta do. Okay? Because you're a grown-ass motherfucking woman. I'm gonna tell you what's a deal breaker for me or what the fuck I'm not gonna tolerate. But don't tell me what the fuck I gotta do. Because I'm going to end up fucking somebody else. You're going to, like, you know, like, I forget the girls made the song, you're going to make me love somebody else. You keep on treating me the way you do.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The Jones Girls, yeah.
Right. Now, my boy, one of my best friends, them his sisters and shit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Jones Girls. So, I mean, but at the end of the day, all I'm trying to say is leave me to be the type of individual that you want to be. You want to be respected, right? So show some fucking respect. Now you think a woman, like, no disrespect to her for real, but like Ebony K. Williams seems to me like a woman that has no respect for any men whatsoever.
True.
Don't matter if it's a white man, I don't think she has respect for them.
She doesn't.
I don't think she got respect for any black men ever. Like, really, not like you gonna listen to this motherfucker and like abide by his advice and take his counsel and preserve, you know, like the integrity of his image and his, you know, his reputation. I mean, like, all I'm seeing is this bitch go on a slander campaign. And she ain't got no reason to do so. It'd be different if she had a reason to do it. But what's the reason? Like, a lot of these chicks ain't even been through shit. You know what I'm saying? They just mad because bitch, you got everything you asked for. You asked for all these positions. You asked for all the education. You asked for all of this shit, but you still not satisfied? I just don't understand, like, the shit that it fucking kills me. You got women out here, man, making $250,000. These bitches still ain't happy. Oh, I have no man to marry me, and they don't have as much money as prestige as I do. While, you know, a man will make fucking $250,000 and fuck a high school graduate. And if long as she love him and has some modicum of intelligence and is willing to, you know, manage a household, cool, we good. Not a woman, though. Not most women. I ain't gonna say there are no women like this, because there are some. But there's a certain level of respectability and integrity that a man has to be able to hold, no matter if his wife is a boss bitch. You might be the boss bitch at the job, but you ain't the boss of me, bitch. But they don't know how to separate that, though. They don't know how to leave that work shit at work. I mean, I had a chick, man, that used to be a school teacher and shit. I'm like, bitch, I am not a fucking sixth grader, man. The tactics that you use to manipulate and to control those individuals, that shit will not work with me, man. Just as you have the wrong heuristic. You're using the wrong method with me. I'm not a fucking sixth grader, fifth grader. You can't talk to me like that. You can't set rules and parameters for me like you would for a child. But you know, hey, man, motherfuckers, this is the sort of shit that women today, they feel, I don't know who's training them, the sprinkle lady, I don't know who the fuck is talking to these chicks today. Now you got some chick like the one little ignorant ass girl that thinks she's smart as fuck, man. She just recently had an interview with an etiologist named France Duvall. Like, you know, the shit I'm seeing is just ignorant as hell, man. I can't believe some of the things I'm seeing on YouTube. But it is the way it is, man. Look, let these ladies do what the fuck they want to do. Men just want peace, man. Every now and then a piece of pussy and somebody to cook them some food, man. What is so hard for? How is that difficult to provide? I just don't understand what's so difficult. Some pussy?
It's not difficult. No, it's not difficult to surprise. The purpose is like this, okay? A lot of these women have been trained to be antisocial towards men, especially so-called black men. So, and they've been trained to basically use us as a scapegoat for all their problems. The problem, of course, is that with the advent of the social media and with more brothers falling back, how can I put this? How can I frame it in a different way? We've been told for the longest time, you know, whether by both people on the right, people on the left, etc. The whole emotional argument that's been shoved down, that we've been slapped upside the forehead with is this. Okay, the air quotes real reason why a lot of these women are antagonistic and hostile is either because of us being inadequate as men, or because we're all these, you know, just these mouth-frothing misogynists or whatnot. And what's happening is that more and more we're starting to learn that whole, for the most part, that whole narrative is bullshit. Okay, it's just a gaslight. It's a way to try to shame and guilt us into dealing with people that are hell-bent on being antisocial and spiteful no matter what. You know, and what a lot of people have a problem with is the fact that, you know, brothers basically exercising their right to say no to the bullshit. So,
yeah, like when you see articles like this, like I saw this on Dr. Johnson's fucking Facebook page. Like, do we even need men?
Mm-hmm.
And this ain't a woman that wrote this shit. It's a fucking man.
Yeah.
Yes, the answer is yes.
Like, I mean, like, when you talk about fucking, you talk about Stockholm syndrome or being ground down and penis twisted to the point where you capitulate to whatever the fuck is antithetical to your own existence.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Like, I mean, this to me is the equivalent of anti-black racism, or, you know, the internalization of racism amongst black folks. Like, where men start, like, talking about, like, toxic masculinity and shit like that. And how, you know, like, how men aren't shit. And they start grandstanding and shit, trying to demonstrate to, you know, anybody who will listen to, you know, how fucked up men are. Like, so what you gonna use evolution to demonstrate that men ain't shit? You understand what I'm saying? Why do males exist? If you learn biology at school, your teachers will probably have told you it was because of combining genes from different individuals, blah, blah, blah. But then he goes to talk about, like, big history in terms of, like, the development of organisms and how, you know, the first organisms are asexual and they just kind of split, like they just duplicate themselves, right? But, bro, we're not fucking protozoa, man. We're not amoeba and shit. We're not singular cell organisms, motherfucker. We're complex organisms, man. We're mammals. And most mammalian species have sexual dimorphism, bro. Where there's males and females in the species. I mean, then the guy goes into, like, how some species of females, like, murder or kill the males in the species after having sex. Like what the fuck? Like what the fuck type of bullshit is this guy? You know, like
In the
men are
words of Big
obsolete.
Worm, what
Men
the fuck
aren't
does that have to do
necessary.
with me?
I'm just like, man, look. At the end of the, I'm gonna read this article maybe tomorrow. I ain't gonna do it now. But like, when you got men grandstanding and virtue signaling like this, man, you know, it's a problem. Okay,
Yeah.
it's an issue.
Right, it's cuck shit. It's cuck shit.
It shows you how they have been trained and socialized into thinking with a certain worldview. That's a demonstration of it. It's not just cuck shit. It's the way they've been trained. Even being a cuck, or what we think of as a cuck, is
Being
socialized.
trained to be a cuck. Yes, yes.
But I left a comment on this
A lot of,
motherfucker because it's a lot of
to-
comments.
Hold on. Go ahead.
I left a comment on this shit, and you know, my comment,
Yeah.
you know, ultimately is, you know, look, the very people who are claiming like that they're oppressed, which is mainly white women, them the biggest oppressors in the fucking world. You got genocidal, colonial, settler white women who own slaves and who were part of the segregation project and lynching. Now all of a sudden talking about the various ways in which men aren't shit. And they're the cheerleaders of this shit. They're the ones rallying the masses in the stadium to do the wave and shit related to this bullshit. And everybody's standing up, yeah. Now I'm not look. I'm not saying that women don't have their own unique issues, but I mean, come on, not you bitches. Y'all shouldn't be the ones rallying. But the only issue that I have, and like that black men really do have, I think, is that how you gonna just all of a sudden like fuck with Miss Ann now? That's what y'all doing? Y'all rolling with Miss Ann now? Or Zaddy? These motherfuckers used to make you breastfeed their kids and shit.
Yeah.
And then suck the master's dick, suck their husband's dick. Now that's now you cool with these motherfuckers? Like I just would like and black men are like, y'all rolling with these motherfuckers now? You trying to tell us we fucked up out here?
Whoa,
This your value system now? Come on, man. Y'all got to do better. But anyway, I want to shout out Afro National. I haven't done so. He says, salute GG panel and chat. Says these topics and discussions are changing the narrative and policy. Support the scholars. Support Black Men Media. Shout out to him. Thank you so very much, sir. I appreciate that. And
So
Jan
GG, to answer what you just said, so I think it's just a generational. So my generation, you're basically describing my generation, I'm guessing, right? With what you just said, I'm guessing. And it's because like we didn't really like growing up. I didn't know a lot of this shit. So like for example, my parents didn't teach me a lot of shit about slavery. Like even at school, like I had to learn this stuff like in college. So that's, I guess we're kind of racially blind, I guess. So that's why you're seeing a lot of this shit.
Well, I think that unless you have a parent that's really actually knowledgeable and this, somebody who's read and who really actually is politically conscious in a specific kind of way, they're not going to talk about race anyway. Because black people, downplay the significance of race more so than a lot of white folks do. Like Amazing Lucas. Or like Myron from, if you want to call him black. I just have a different take on what's black, who's not black. Because a lot of people will say, like a person like Myron is not black because he's from the Sudan. The Sudanese aren't really black because, they haven't gone through what Americans going through. I'm like, look, I think you're black in America because you have African ancestry. Okay. Now, the extent to which you have African ancestry, you're going to be treated like how Africans would. Like if you're in colonial Africa, you still get treated like less than human. If you're in America and you have African ancestry, you're going to be treated like you're less than human. If you're in Jamaica, St. Kitts, if you're in Puerto Rico, if you're in fucking Trinidad, whatever, you're going to get treated like you're less than human because the African ancestry connects you. And I mean, they went after Africans. They didn't just go, oh, well, only our slaves here are black and they're the only. That's not what these white people said. That's not how they perceive, the racial question. They are global in their definition and their scope and their understanding and classification of race.
Yeah.
They are. I'm not saying that we are. They are. They're not gonna give you a pad. Like you think if they see a fucking Haitian, they're gonna be like, oh well, that's a Haitian. Now, when it comes to class, they might observe that to a certain extent, but like they'll put you in your place, even if you're from a higher class. They'll put you in your place if they feel like it. But they'll shoot a Trinidadian, they'll shoot a Jamaican, they'll shoot a motherfucker from St. Kitts or Nigeria. To them, like, how do they differentiate? Like, if you saw, like, do you know how many different like tribes there are in Asia? Have you ever thought about that? I mean, I'm just asking you. Have any of you ever thought about that?
No.
You know, you got about 8 or 9 different fucking like different types of Asians and shit, like in China alone.
Yeah. I think they said there's 50 different ethnic groups in China alone.
Now I'm not gonna split it into that many motherfucking groups, but I mean, you know, the whole point is, we like if I see an Asian, I'm sorry, man, I can't tell a Korean from a fucking Chinese. I can't.
I can't, but yeah.
I'm not trying to even be ignorant by saying that. I'm not. Like, I swear to God, I'm not. Okay, but you got the Zhuang people, or the Zhuang people.
Yeah.
You got the Manchu, the Uyghur, the Hui. I don't know how you pronounce it, but
the
Hmong people,
the Hmong, yeah.
Tibetans,
yep.
The Yi. You got Mongols. You got so many. Them motherfuckers are not all like exactly the same. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they have different ethnic and tribal affiliations. Okay? Now, I mean, but the funny thing about it though is they're centralized, but there are always going to be rifts amongst tribes of people, man. You're never going to stop like tribal like rifts between people. It'll never end. That's just how human beings are. But the problem with Africa and a place like it, man, it has more diversity than anywhere else in the world. I was telling BGS this the other day. It's a curse and it's a curse and a gift.
And a blessing, yeah.
Because the diversity everybody says that they want to have, Africa already has. But it leaves it vulnerable because there's more linguistic diversity there in terms of, like dialects. There's more cultural diversity there, and there's more biological diversity there. You're going to find the shortest people in the world in Africa. You're going to find the tallest people in the world in Africa. You're going to find the dumbest motherfuckers in the world in Africa. You're going to find the smartest persons, in the world in Africa in terms of IQ. Because there's some smart motherfuckers there. But it's also some of the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet there. Okay? It is what it is. You're going to find some of the most athletically gifted people there, or physically endowed and gifted people there. And you're going to find like more, deformity there more than any other part of the world as well. So it's a gift and it's a curse. And all I'm saying is, I think that the extent to which you have African ancestry and you do whatever is deleterious to other people with African ancestry, and you do shit to, like, demean and to, make yourself look good in front of other, people from other so-called races or whatever, I think you're on some coon shit. That's just my opinion, though. But I have a different perspective. I think, white supremacy is not just something unique to the U.S. But I do know, I do understand, like, when people who are ADOS or FBA say, don't come, like, grandstanding to me. I don't like coon shit if it's coming from a Jamaican, a Trinidadian, a West Indian, a fucking Nigerian, a Kenyan, a Ugandan, or some Jack and Jill nigga in the United States. If it's some coon shit, it's coon shit all across the board. That's just my perception. But we done got off the subject, man. I did some Tokyo drift. I apologize. I apologize. But if anybody, man, has, man, this will be 4 hours into this motherfucker, man.
All right, so closing thoughts, huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna go around the horn, man, and give everybody thanks to my new fucking timer. But what I don't have though is my timer set up on my motherfucking stream deck. So hold on, let me take care of that shit right now.
You love that idea when I put the timer up. Huh?
Hell yeah, I'm like, man, that shit is dope as a motherfucker. Hey, I'm sorry to steal it from you, sir. But this motherfucker has been now stolen, sir. Let me see. I haven't put it in. I'm fucking up now. Hold on.
Yeah, because I got tired of let me talk. I said, okay, man. I said, ask for your 2 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, I got something for you motherfuckers.
Yeah, I said, ask for your 2 minutes. Okay. You can't say I didn't let you talk. You got 2 minutes. Go.
And it's a beautiful thing, man. This time is because let me see. Hold on. I want to find a visual real quick. Go ahead and talk to me though.
Yeah. You the master of that stream deck, man. Yeah. But the thing is, because I always get accused. I got pissed off like my last stream, right? Because a guy said he didn't get a chance to speak, man. I said, dude, your topic was the last hour and a half. So I went back to it, man. I said, half of that stuff was you talking, but I didn't get a chance to say what I wanted to say. You didn't get it. In other words, you're losing the argument. So you thought that by reiterating the argument, you were actually going to win it. You weren't, okay? But you had your say. That's why I came up with a timer. That automatically you get your 2 minutes no matter what, right? Get your 2 minutes. You can't say that you didn't get what you wanted to get out.
Shit, I got that motherfucker. Hold on, let me put this motherfucker in right now where it'll come on and fade in instead of just coming right in.
Oh, ain't this nothing?
Man, I'm on some nigga shit right now. Hold on. Yeah, that's how I do it, man. Look, watch this shit.
Got to put some spinners on it, huh?
Right. I'm about to put, look. Hold on, how to show transition. Look, let me swipe this motherfucker in. Hold on, no, I ain't gonna do all that. That's too much, man. Let me see.
I always thought it'd be
swipe that whole in. Look, you see that shit? Let me swipe that a bit. Swipe in. Hold on. So hide the transition. I'm gonna fade it out. Like, okay, you done, sir? Okay, all right. We're gonna start the timer again. I love that shit, man. I'm on some ignorant shit right now. Hold on, Leon wants to come back in. So look, I'm gonna go around this horn.
Okay.
The first person I'm gonna hit up on the horn, but let me finish doing this. Jamfar says, look at black women's family tree. Every black boy has to find a way to navigate black women and their peculiar dispositions. And that's true. I was talking about BGS about this the other day.
Yeah.
The birth, from birth every day for years, inverse is not true for girls, finished from inception.
Yeah.
Because you can't escape your mama.
Nope.
If she's a black woman. Now, if you got a white mama, it's different, okay? But if you got a black mama, you got to negotiate and navigate around her idiosyncrasies all goddamn day, every day.
Yeah. And the reason it was set up that, everybody tries to run through it, it was set up as an adaptation for survival. It didn't come out of nowhere.
And this is why I say it's concubine culture, because you're dealing with a woman who's by herself, who's not tethered to any stable man.
Mm-hmm.
And, she just gets to do what the fuck she wants to.
Mm-hmm.
And she's the authority figure. And that's just for a child, man, especially a male child, that's just not the greatest kind of environment to be thrust in, But we've become accustomed to it. It's natural for us.
It's natural for us, and that's the problem. And sometimes guys get so accustomed to it, it's so natural to them they can't do it any other way. And that's kind of hard to kind of get them out of that,
Hey, can I say something?
Well, hold on, look. This is what we're going to do. Who said they want to say something?
Yes, Kev.
I'll say it first. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to give you 2 minutes, Kev. You got 2 minutes. Go.
Perfect. Cool. 2 minute warning. Okay, perfect. So, what's the BGS is, I would certainly disagree. I wouldn't say there's so much as natural. I would say so much as these cultural norms are anti-survivalism, because if they were survivalism, they would be self-sustaining and self-perpetuating, but they're not. The reason that these cultural norms were put in place, as you pointed out in the Negro family in the United States, this whole idea of female supremacy, this is a tool of slavery and colonialism. It's not quote unquote natural. It literally was used as a way of keeping us downtrodden and dysfunctional and oppressed. And what's happening right now is that basically the gynocentric and misandrous BS that brothers have been forced to deal with for decades, centuries, is now infecting the West of so-called Western society. But the reason why they're not going to say that up front is because they will ultimately have to admit that they helped create the problem to begin with. And I think that's what's going to happen. I think we're basically in a game of chicken. This space is in a game of chicken where, for the most part, we're telling the truth, and most people that detract from the space are either lying or not willing to admit the truth. And we're basically just caught up playing a game of chicken of who's going to blink first. You know, so that's what I think is going to happen. But anyways, thanks for having me up, GG. Peace to the chat. Peace to the panel. See you guys later. Bye.
Hey, man, peace out, man. Appreciate having you today, Big Kill. Straight up. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
So, is there anybody who wants to step up next and to give their closing comments?
Yeah, I just have a question for you, GG.
Okay, go ahead.
It's relating to what you were saying earlier about how you think that it was set up this way on purpose as after the Civil Rights Act was passed. So my question is, do you think it's because of a little bit after that, because the Black Panther movement scared white people so much that it resulted in like a huge backlash? I asked that because right after the Black Panthers kind of disintegrated in the early 70s, you started to see the emergence of people like Michelle Wallace and Bell Hooks. I posted, there's a guy I follow on Twitter who he posted a link to a Bell Hooks quote where she said that George Jackson or any black men who were counter-revolutionary wouldn't make any sense in any other culture, because that would just be called being like a freedom fighter. But they were put in place to characterize the Black Panthers this way, so that years like today, whenever you bring up the Black Panthers, people think chauvinism, black patriarchy, or all kinds of negative shit to kind of overshadow stuff like the free breakfast program. So do you think the Black Panther movement was what led to the structure you were talking about, to where they kind of fucked themselves over in their family structure so that they could fuck us over?
Thank you for the question, sir. I'm acting like I'm on a panel at a fucking conference somewhere. My short answer is no. I do not think that the Black Panther Party in and of itself was the catalyst for black feminism, but I think that, I mean, it had its role to play, but largely I'll say this. Whether it's male or females, if somebody white comes up with a philosophy, there's going to be some black person that'll latch on to it. I hate to say that. I'm not trying to be ignorant by making that statement, but I mean, even in the suffragette movement, you had who? Sojourner Truth, kind of echoing the sentiments of Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Susan B. Anthony and some of the other suffragettes. Namely, that black men were ignorant and they really don't deserve the right of the franchise more so than white women who would be better for the culture if they were elevated as opposed to the lowly Negroes who represent some sort of devolution and regression in relation to cultural progress. So why not employ your sisters or invite your sisters to enjoy the franchise as opposed to the ignorant black men who you're allowing to vote now and you're allowing to hold political offices. So, you know exactly what happened after that. I mean, Jim Crow. So, I mean, you saw something similar. So, 64, you get the Civil Rights Act, and which benefits white women, and white women are very well aware of the ways in which it benefited them. But, I mean, I think what you saw is a growing kind of, like acclamation to that by black women. Like, okay, here's a new law that exists. Here's how white women are taking advantage of it. How and what are the ways in which we could also take advantage of it? And like, what kind of posturing?
Saying that it was always like that with the Civil Rights Act pushed it.
Yeah, and I think the white women, white women knew that they could find allies in black women and use black women in order to, maintain the integrity of the programs. And then, But there always have been black women who are like, why would you allow them to be perceived as a fucking minority group? Why? That's why Brenda Verner was important to me. But, you know, go back and look at those videos if you get the opportunity. I don't know if you've ever seen them.
Have
you ever seen them?
You have any other examples outside of any like notable feminists like before the 60s were like that?
Black women were not talking about we need to think and to do for ourselves, and there was a linked fate. Like I think Dr. Neal talked about that. Like black people perceive themselves as having a linked fate prior to the advent of second wave feminism. Like Ella Baker was not talking about like, you know, leaving black men behind. The Black Panthers weren't talking about leaving black men behind. Like all this talk about chauvinism and misogyny is something that white women created.
Okay.
They weren't. I mean, they had their differences, you know, during the first wave movement of feminism, but like during the suffragette era and subsequently, but like they weren't saying shit like the patriarchy, smash the patriarchy.
Oh, so
They only started to smash the
give them
patriarchy. They are only concerned about smashing the patriarchy right at the time or the point at which black people are about to be able to enjoy the accoutrements of Western culture.
Yep, exactly. Affirmative action. Yeah.
Now it's time to smash the patriarchy.
Yeah.
So you're saying that white women took what was supposed to be like our in a way?
I want you to think about it, man. And I've said this
No,
before.
I don't know how to explain it.
I want you to think about this. I'm gonna make myself larger now because I got to show you. You think these women right here, man? You think
I get what you're saying.
were they hurting? They were like saying, "Fuck, we don't want our schools integrated. Keep white schools white. KKK, motherfucker."
Yeah.
I mean, this is the shit that they were on. Like, I mean, you know, like it ain't no secret. This is what they were on.
Yeah, white women didn't want black men to have the rights that they didn't have, especially economic rights, and that's why they put sex into the Civil Rights Bill. She actually said that.
And so what ends up happening when they do this is they just basically hijack everything that was supposed to go to black
They
folks.
usually felt insulted that we would get more rights.
It was not just insulted. The thing is, it's economic power. It's not just insult. It's power.
It's political and economic. But white women have always had political power. Don't sleep. Even though they might have not had formal political power in terms of holding the same amount of positions that white men held, anybody that has a fucking woman around them knows women have a way of getting the type of shit that they want, even if they're not in an official position or hold a position, an official position. They know how to squeeze out of a man the shit that they desire. That's all I know. Look, who are the ones that established all of the statues and got all them motherfuckers erected in the South after the fucking Civil War? It wasn't white dudes, it was white women.
Daughters.
Who are the women, who are the people behind Prohibition? It wasn't white men, this was largely white women. The temperance movement. Like, I mean, you know, if we argue that the only way to engage in political activity is to, you know, hold political office, come on, man. And then not only that, you got to be mindful of the fact white women, they were only delayed in voting behind white men by 60 years. As soon as black men had the right to vote, that was like 1866?
Yeah.
Okay. 15 years later, you know, you get Jim Crow, black people weren't able to vote until fucking the mid 60s.
Yeah.
Without, you know, having, you know, fear of having a, you know, house burned down or getting, you know, the church blown up. So, I mean, you got to ask yourself the question, who's really actually oppressed? Like, I can see like a group of black women saying we're oppressed, but I can't really actually see a group of white women who were actual segregationists and lynchers and slave owners and colonial genocidal supporters, how all of a sudden like they're oppressed. And the momentum of their being seated in oppression is not going anywhere. They're still talking about how they're oppressed. They're still bitching and complaining about how oppressed they are. And these motherfuckers, they eradicated racial affirmative action, but preserved Title IX and all the other fucking, like policies that help women out. They got, in higher education at least, we don't know how it's going to impact corporations and governmental agencies over the years. We don't know what the impact's going to be. We have to wait and see. But I mean, quite frankly, shit, there's white women working their deviltry, man. But you got to ask yourself, like, these motherfuckers look like they broke and downtrodden to you? They don't look too fucking downtrodden to me. They look like they're doing fucking pretty goddamn well to me. That's just my perception of how they're doing, man. Like, these motherfuckers, they look like they're lynchings to me. I see a whole bunch of white women littered, little girls and shit. I see them screaming at black women, trying to integrate the school system. Lynchings, looking on in glee. Oh, I'm glad that nigger's dead. In the Klan. No, I'm not gonna say all white women were, in the Klan, but like enough of them were to be represented to like be like, well, why the fuck we need to look out for y'all? And they lynch black women too. Like, don't get it twisted. These women are not like all pure as the dripping snow. Like, what position would you rather be in the 40s and the 50s in America? Look like
I think I get what you mean now. I think what makes it hard to conceptualize it is because like like you said, these were the slave owners at the time, and it makes sense now.
Yeah, but now they're oppressed. Now there's like the patriarchy, and now they're not earning enough money, and now everything is so unfair, and like men aren't necessary anymore. Fuck out of here. To me, it's a crock of shit. But thank you for joining us today. See you on the next one. Hope to see you again, sir. And be productive, man. Go do your thing. Anybody else want to step up and get their 2 minutes?
Yeah, I'll go for it.
All right, man.
I want to ask what you think. What you think went wrong in places like Egypt, that I guess laid the foundations for a lot of this stuff to happen. Like, I know a lot of our information got burned in the Library of Alexandria, which
it's called climate change. In other words, Egypt, the Nile was rich, and basically the Sahel was basically had trees and had growth, right? But the weather patterns changed, right? And over 1,000 years, the desert actually grew. So Egypt was actually lush, was actually a lush land, and it became a desert. That's what happened to it. What's going to happen when your weather changes? Society is going to die.
In terms of politics, in terms of cultural makeup, racial, genetic makeup, man, Egypt. First you had the Hyksos invade Egypt.
Yeah.
Then you get, like, I think the Hittites after that invaded Egypt. Then you get the Greeks invaded Egypt. Then you get the Persians. The Persians before, I think, the Greeks. But then you get the Persians invaded Egypt. Then you get the Greeks invading Egypt, Alexander. Then you get the Romans who invade Egypt. You know what I'm saying? So bro.
Yeah. And then you get the Israeli. Then you get Israel at war with them.
Well, we're talking about Israel as a modern country or what? Okay, well, that's a different story. Talking about a modern country, basically, Israel's there to actually protect the Suez Canal. That's what it's put there for. And actually, the Suez Canal was actually there. That's why Israel went to war with Egypt in the first place, right? Because they wanted the Suez Canal for the French and the British.
Yeah, to me, Israel ain't shit but a fucking military base, man.
It is
in the middle of the fucking near Africa, bro.
Yeah.
Between Africa and Asia. That's all. To me, it's just and they're willing to serve as a military presence because their culture is militaristic.
Yeah.
Like even women in fucking Israel, them chicks got to serve in the military, compulsory.
Yeah.
Okay, them motherfuckers riding for theirs. They ain't living soft lives over there. Ain't no soft life living over there. Kept ass Israeli women, fuck that. You got to get in the military. You got to be ready to fight. So if you got that hand clapping energy, bitch, you better be ready to pull out this gun. I mean, that's just real shit. But like, we talk, black people posture up for violence without being ready to exact it with, you know, merciless acuity.
And when you do, you're vilif, you know, you go down as an Idi Amin or a Charles Tyler, and now you're the bad guy.
Well, your white people will try to make you feel guilty about everything, man. Fuck them motherfuckers. They'll make you feel guilty. If they hang you, they gonna make you feel guilty for them hanging your ass. Look what you made me do, nigga. I fucking about my thumb.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. Like, I had to spend all day getting this damn thing on this tree. You know, and then, man, they'll blame you for everything, bro. You can't. One thing you can't do is listen to a whole bunch of white people, man, with a whole bunch of claims about morality, because they don't really they speak with a forked tongue, man. These are the same people who say, you know, like, slavery was a good thing for you motherfuckers.
Yeah.
But like, they were taxed without being represented. Them motherfuckers went on a war path. You gonna tax me and I have no representation in the legislation? We're gonna kill you. And you got real slaves, so you should enjoy this slavery.
Yeah, black people are immigrants.
Right.
To this land.
Right.
Man, you let them people, man, convince you. Let motherfuckers play a Jedi mind trick with you, man. Like they fucking Baby Yoda or some shit. Grogu. Got your mind all in a trance and shit. You know? Played a little Jedi mind trick on you. Now you feel. That's why Malcolm X said a long time ago, man, if you are not careful, man, you know, the oppressor will make you feel like the oppressed are the ones doing the oppressing. Gotta be careful, man. So shout out to you, Crozer. Appreciate your presence this afternoon, man. See you on the next one, bro.
Thanks.
Peace out. Who wants to go first? Vector or Swamp of Decadence?
Oh, man, I don't really have nothing. Shit. The reason I actually jumped on was to respond to your question. You asked a question. I don't know if it was rhetorical or not when you was talking about your homeboy and his mom.
That shit.
Was that rhetorical or was that?
Well, you know, like, it's rhetorical, but it is a serious question as well because, you know, I don't have an answer myself. A rhetorical question is a question that you have an answer for. I don't have an answer for this. I'm wondering, why was it why was it necessary for my homeboy's mom to worry about my reproductive strategy in the world to begin with? I think at the bottom of it all is she knew this is a good catch of a man, you know, a relatively, I guess, handsome guy who, you know, is educated, street nigga who cleaned himself up, whatever. You know, he'll be a nice catch for some lady and be a damn awful waste if he was, you know, fucking with one of these bitches, these white bitches.
Oh, I don't know if it's that deep. I think just, in my opinion, you know, a woman of that generation is still close enough to know that white women will get you fucked up. Just bottom line.
Yeah, could be.
It's part of it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my mom used to say the same thing, but at the same time, if you ask my mother today, she can actually quote Men on Strike. Like she's down with the Manosphere movement, but at the same time, she'll still be like, white women, nah. So.
Yeah, but you know, my mother never came to me with that white woman shit. But you know, I mean, it was never something that she made mention of, you know, but like I had to, man, I'm teaching my mom, I'm reading fucking Chiak Anta Diop, Theophilo Benga and Ben Yakin and bringing that shit to her. She tired of me talking about black nationalist shit. You know what I'm saying? So
where did your mom grow up? Was she from St. Louis?
She was born in Texas, Port Arthur, Texas, but she was, you know, reared in St. Louis. I guess, you know, she went to Beaumont High School in St. Louis. And so, you know, what can I say about that other than, you know, she's a St. Louisan, you know, but born in the South, got, you know, family members out in the South, Texas, Louisiana, you know, but Port Arthur is, you know, her birthplace. And, you know, my grandmother, man, I told people before, my grandmother looked like a damn white woman, man.
Okay.
I mean, you know, I don't know if I ever showed you what she looks like, but to me, she looked like a fucking white lady. I didn't know that, because I used to ask her all the time, like, why are you white?
She offended her, huh?
Yeah, I mean, she was like, boy, I ain't white. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't white, boy. You know how they talk, you know.
Yeah, I know they talk.
So I can show you a picture of it. I was like, what the fuck? It's like, what is this shit? Like, I didn't really understand. You know what I'm saying? You see that?
Yeah.
Looks
She
like a
could
fucking
pass.
white lady. She's
Plastic Blanc, yeah.
And that she ain't, and that shit in her hair is not a fucking perm.
Mm-mm. Yeah,
So
Plastic Blanc.
in other words, more than likely, she does probably have European ancestry.
Mm-hmm.
Not Indian and all that shit like niggas love to talk. Oh, we got Indian in us. Yeah, okay, sure, buddy. But it could be some Indian shit. I haven't dug into
Down in the area, yeah, you're gonna have a mixture of white, black, and Native American.
But yeah, she looked like a white lady to me, shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, why you white, grandma? Boy, I ain't white. Okay, all right, if you say so. You know? So, but in terms of my mother or my father, my father probably would have been like, what you doing with that white bitch? You fucking with that white bitch? Yeah, he probably would, go off on me more so than, my mother would have. But, I got a brother right now, man, a younger brother, been married to a Filipino woman for fucking 30 years, man.
Yeah. That's same as my brother. Yeah.
And got some beautiful kids, you know what I'm saying? Both of them, a girl and a boy, beautiful children, man. You know what I'm saying? They grown now, of course. I mean, you know what I'm saying? His youngest son, but the motherfucker 25, 26, you know what I'm saying? That motherfucker, what's up? Taller than me, shit. I'm 6'3", that motherfucker. He think he's sexy as a motherfucker. That's, but it is what it is. Light-skinned black nigga in Chicago. You know what it is. But he don't, he ain't a gang affiliated type of guy. But he, he's streetwise, so because his daddy is. So, how that go. Then the girl, she's not streetwise at all. Hangs around a bunch of white girls and shit, but she cool. She got the Negro in her. So loves my daughter to death. So fuck with him. So that was who? Vector answered that question?
Yeah, I ain't got no shit. I done talked a lot.
Yeah, so I'm gonna get the Swamp of Decadence. You got anything you want to end with, my brother?
Yeah, I just wanted to just kind of add on to the conversation. That what was the truth as you know it?
Yeah, truth as I know it.
I understand exactly what he was talking about with the marriage warrior and things of that matter, but a lot of it. First off, I'm getting within my 2 minutes. All right. So the first point is being impatient. A lot of that conversation, the manosphere is already addressing. You actually have to listen to a lot of those panels to pick up some of those philosophies that you can actually impart in your household. But that stuff takes time. Most guys and most married men that I go back and forth with, they can't get their woman on a financial plan. Nonetheless, talk about what is the philosophy of this house? That's a reach. Okay. So it's going to take time. And the other aspect of this is I do agree that, yeah, you do have to have a position of, what is this philosophy? What are you going to implement in this house? Like specifically mine, I don't play with the, we're coming together to create a house that enables us to be a part of more hedonistic and pleasure-seeking desires. Like that's not the point of us coming together, so we can feed into most of that. And if that is what it is, then I don't need to be here because I've already was under a house where it was like that. And I don't care what happens. I don't need to be in that situation. But for most men, you're just going to have to continue to listen to the space, listen to some of the stuff that Gigi's talking about. It actually gives you the vernacular to actually kind of put this stuff together and, just learn how to set some boundaries and figure that stuff out, but what he's talking about is just far away. Guys, like I said, amongst most married men, the idea of doing what Fauci said, where you're 67 or 66% of your household is going to save investment and you live off 33%. That is a big reach for a lot of married people. I do it in my household, but they look at me like I'm insane. Both me and my wife, they look at us as insane for doing that. So we're just not there yet. But I understand what his position is. But it's just going to take time. Guys are developing a plan now, actually stand up. So, be politically assertive. So that's all I got.
All right, man. Well, thank you for joining me this afternoon, man. I appreciate that. So I'm gonna drop you down. Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm gonna drop you too, Vector. I got Leon. He hasn't. I guess he wants to come up and say something. So I'm gonna let you come up and say something.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give BGS the mic. Go ahead.
The first part, when it comes to your education level, you have to remember Black women look at themselves as one group. So when they see that a Black man succeeded and he has accelerated education and advanced education, then they see you get with a white woman, it's like we educated and invested into this Black man and he's just giving everything to another race of women. Look at us fell again. That's why they look at it like that. It's like literally me bringing a Hispanic woman into my grandma's house one time was a no-go. And they're from Mississippi, so you know how that go. They're not playing that shit. They feel like we totally wasted our time investing in this individual. For the other part, I was trying to get in on the Ebony K. Williams. I talked to my mom and my aunt about that. They were talking about it. And yeah, they're in agreement that she's on some bullshit and that basically some guy must have hurt her in her past because she's angry about the shit. And basically what she said, my mom added and my aunt added, the thing that Black guys need to understand is when you hear village and you don't recognize that some women are fucking a lesbian or queer or bisexual, you got to realize that they don't fucking want you. And there's nothing that you can do to change that. And they will take you for your fucking sperm. That's what my mom said. And I was trying to say it earlier to give guys the understanding that some of them deal with bisexual chicks and they just want your fucking sperm. And you don't put yourself in that position or that predicament. That's what my mother said. And I just wanted to hop up and say those two things, pretty much.
Hey, man, I appreciate you, my brother. Thank you, man, so much, man. Appreciate that. Thank you. So, look, of course, I'm going to take the timer off, man, and give BGS as much time as he wants. But
I don't need much, man. And, I just wanted to come up and I just wanted to kind of clear up some things since the truth was there and we were talking about it. And you as an educator, man, this stuff takes time. It doesn't happen overnight. As a philosopher, you actually know that how culture actually goes, man. You just can't snap a finger and people change. It doesn't work that way. That's what I was trying to clear up to him. Just because we push something doesn't mean it's actually going to be implemented. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah. I mean, let's say, for example, you were a fucking dictator in fascist Italy. You might be able to get some shit across. Like you believe this and you follow this decree. If you're a pope and you issue a papal bull, you might force people to do some things. But like Western liberal, neoliberal democracy, man, like you can't force people to do anything. Especially since the culture has moved so far in a direction that's the opposite of what it is that you desire. Mm-hmm. It's a lot you're fighting against, not just the woman, but you're fighting against everything that the woman has entering into her consciousness about what options exist and like what role you're supposed to play and what kind of power she has and what kind of choices that she has the right to make. You know? So it's quite different, but also, I wanted to show this because the brother talked about Egypt, and people talk about Africa, but like this is the first representation of the Holy Trinity. We got Osiris in the middle; he's the father, being venerated by his wife Isis, or you can call her All-Set. You can call him All-Sar if you want to, or on the right of him is his son Horus or Heru. Mm-hmm. Okay. This represents balance in ancient Egyptian culture. This is the Holy Trinity, not Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, which is some sort of kind of like theological. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it, but there's no woman in the picture at all. Which I don't know how you get a son without a woman, but in the ancient Kemetic system, you got the father, the wife, and the son. Okay, and All-Sar is the chief god. He's the chief deity of the pantheon of gods, And that's balance. That's ma'at.
That's
Okay.
That's also how the universe is created, because it goes back to the Nun, Ptah, and Atum. Okay, the same kind of what we call the Holy Trinity. And if you look in physics, the same way as far as creating the physical world, the exact same powers, which the positive, negative, and then the junction between the two. That's where your atoms or the base of your atoms actually sit with between the polarities. Even how your modern day computers work, the on-off switch, that dot in the middle, that's the on-off switch, right? And you construct that from these basic three, which is the positive, negative, and then the what is it, the resultant, which is a tune. So this is the basic. It's religion within physics within the universe. So it's telling a story about powers, and the basic deities are representations of those powers. Okay.
But you know, my point is that, you know, there's no balance in this culture. It hasn't been for quite a bit of time, but I mean, you know, maybe it might be more balance in their side of the culture, but in ours, we were purposefully imbalanced.
Imbalanced, true.
Okay, purposefully. Now the question is, you know, like Carter G. Woodson said a long time ago, you know, the miseducation of the Negro concerns or deals with, you know, going to the back door. Once the obstacles are removed and the back door is removed, if you feel like your proper place is at the back door, you'll continue to go through the back door over and over and over and over again.
Yeah.
It's like an elephant, you know, like who, since an infant has a rope tied to his leg, you know, he won't try to move beyond, even when he becomes like a full-grown elephant, he'll still believe he's tethered and limited by, you know, the small force that's provided by this rope, even though he can, you know, use it, you know, use his force and his heft to remove himself from the situation. He'll just, you know, allow himself to be, you know, restricted to that condition. So it's like, hey man, like at this point we're recreating our own, you know, impasses and own obstacles and hurdles. And I get, you know, look, freedom is a hell of a thing, man. You know, white freedom is really a hell of a thing. You know, you start telling people that, you know, the summum bonum rather of life is, you know, having a car, a job, and a dog and an apartment, and, you know, some material shit and like that. You know, the floss. It's the inverse of what, you know, the ancients have always taught, that like relationships are the things that are important, man.
Yeah.
We don't know how to relate to each other. And I don't know, this new discourse, this narrative that, you know, puts men and women at odds with each other, man. That's not supposed to happen. But here we are.
We have an imbalance, and it'll work itself out. But the thing is, it takes time for it to work itself out, because and now the men are starting to push back. So now you got to they're trying to push this society back into balance. So, but when the environment changes, then you might have to write a new contract. We don't know.
Yeah, my only misgiving with the entire system is you bitches ask for this shit. You ask for jobs.
Yeah.
Now I have to work. Bitch, you asked to be employed.
Yeah.
Well, I went to school, so you asked to go to school. No, my motherfucker told you had to go to school.
Yeah.
You wanted that shit. You wanted to go to school. You wanted to get a job. You wanted a career.
Yeah.
Now, you mad because what? Another person, you know, it doesn't have it?
Yeah.
Did you want to marry? You like the person you marry has to have all this shit?
Yeah.
Men never had those preconditions.
Yeah. Because you took his place. What do you expect? Okay. That slot that was built for a man, you took it. So now you're in that slot. Now you have to do what he did. And they don't want to do it. That's the problem with feminism right now.
You gotta, man, you ask for it, you gotta, and anytime you get rights, you grow a set of responsibilities attendant to those rights. There are there's no such things as rights without attendant or corresponding responsibilities. It just doesn't happen. Like if you get more power, you got to take on more burdens.
Yeah,
it just is what it is.
Yeah.
You know what you thought the power was fun? Being in control is like the thing to do. Like most men who work themselves to a fucking, you know, like to a fucking sickness.
The early grave, yeah.
Yeah, if you work yourself to that, man, like those guys don't, they're out to prove something. And most women, like Jordan Peterson, the psychologist, says, like most women are smart enough to realize that they don't have shit to prove. They're like their proof is in their biology.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who they are is tethered to, the physicality. But, it is what it is. And like Camille Paglia says the same thing, but.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's nature, you can't get past that. Women emerge. You see it in their literature, right? When they the hero, she doesn't go through any kind of trial; she just emerges. One day, she realizes, I'm a woman, I'm a hero. It just comes out. There's no trial. There's no process.
But to them, their heroism is related to their ability to give birth. Those are their labors.
Right.
Okay. Men's labors have to do with, terraforming the environment such that when she does give birth, that there's something, a nest for her to give birth in.
Yeah.
And to provide nurturance and safety for her to be able to take care of children. That's, that's the natural order of things. But like, civilization is nothing natural about it. You know what I mean?
It's artificial. Yeah.
I mean, when it gets this big and it gets this bloated, then it's, you're moving into another territory. It's like the same kind of roles and rules don't apply.
No, you got to write new ones because the environment changes. Just like as we advanced, even what we call patriarchy, man, it comes up from the Hittites, but they're in a different kind of environment, in a changing environment, like post the fall of the Bronze Age. So that kind of thought took over, and actually took over, especially in Western Europe, and basically, and now it's taking over to most of the world right now. But things, because your environment changed, how you organize people has to change too, and that's what's happening now. The things gotten out of balance. Now, what do you do? Now they have to figure it out, and that's bigger. That's bigger than just one person or one group of people.
Yeah, I want you to. Have you ever seen a show called The Foundation?
Yeah, I read the books and I saw the first season, and actually. I saw the first episode. Yeah. So I read.
So if you want to go over that, man, Isaac Asimov, man, if you want to, do a show about that, man, I'd be down with it.
Okay. You talking about the first season or the second season?
I think we should start with the first. I'm not sure that people have already seen. I'm a geek, so I like sci-fi. I like cerebral sci-fi.
Yeah.
Not like a whole bunch of special effects and bullshit. I like to, have sci-fi that makes me think, and it does. I mean, it's a little. I think it's doing too much, quite honest. But it is interesting though.
Yeah, there's because they radically altered the main story from the book, because they gender swapped, like the three main women they were actually men. So they gender swapped them, and they race swapped two of them, and then they altered the timeline, altered the storyline. So. And they actually made up a whole new storyline to go to the Foundation. So, but things we can actually go with just the what's on the screen.
Yeah, I think that'll be best because I haven't read the books, but I'm willing to read the books.
Yeah. I got it. I have them on audiobook if you want them.
Yeah, please forward those to me.
Okay.
The thing that I think season 1 was more comprehensible to me than is season 2. I just started watching season 2, and they're just taking. There's too many leaps and too much, time has elapsed to the point where you have no grounding. Like I guess the book would make more sense if you could see a natural progression of what's actually taking place. But like there's too many gaps.
There's too many gaps, and basically they've altered the basic premise for the book so much. Now they have to kind of make things up. I understand what they're saying, what they're trying to get to. They're trying to get back on track because of the Foundation actually separating and deviating into what they call chaos, right? So they're trying to what the professor was trying to do is actually keep the society, keep civilization on a direct path. That's like actually he knew that the original one was going to fall. He was trying to set up a different one to catch it, catch civilization. That's what the second Foundation was actually about. So they're trying to they're trying to correct that and trying to put it back on a path to where it's supposed to go. That's what the blue line was about.
Yeah, balance.
I mean, balance also going into what he called a dark age, or we call barbarism.
Right. Well, I think. Well, Isaac Asimov, man. He's a sci-fi writer. So I mean, ultimately, many of the themes that you find in science fiction are, like how technology and advancement can lead to a fall.
Yeah.
And how to prevent the fall from happening, or to lessen the blow as much as you possibly can, if a fall is going to occur.
Yeah.
And the various ways that the system kind of implodes because of the weight of itself. It happened during the Bronze Age, man. You had evolved ancient societies that all of a sudden come to a screeching halt.
Yeah, and you saw that after Rome fell, right? Europe went into a dark age. In fact, the whole Mediterranean went into a dark age for about 400 years until it merged. And so basically what Asimov was trying to say, there's a cycle to it, right? And how do you kind of lessen the impact of that cycle? It's going to happen anyway. But think, how do you actually lessen the damage to that cycle if you know it's going to happen? And that's what the whole book is about. I think that's what they're trying to get back to.
Yeah, so it's the series should either slow down or because it's just not capacious enough, like moving so fast.
Yeah.
To tell such an intricate story. Because we're already at a point where I'm not gonna tell you what the second season is. We ought to just go through this step by step. So,
okay, where you want us to do? Depends on where you want to start. We actually go through it episode by episode. Where do you want to? Want to start with the first one?
Yeah, started one, man. Started episode 1.
Okay, we can start there and actually do it episode by episode.
Yeah, that'll work for me, man. So you just let me know when you want to do it. I'm down for it.
Just email me or call me. We can actually do it anytime.
That's cool with me, man. Sounds good.
Yeah, because me and Artisan went over it 2 years ago when it was actually on. But things we actually go back over it.
Yeah, might want to invite him. Then I don't want to leave him out. If this was a discussion that you were having, I would definitely like to invite him.
Yeah, he was actually texting me about the second season and the thing with Demerzel, which is the robot, which is the what do you call those things? And they're robots and humanoid robot.
Yeah, artificial intelligence.
Artificial intelligence, and it being a female, and she wants to be human. You're trying to find a humanist and trying to find her soul.
Yeah.
Remember when he was actually on that planet, doing that walk?
Trying to go through the ordeal of the trial. Yeah,
trial and see the vision at the end. Okay, and he didn't see it, but she did.
That was deep, man. That was when she found her soul.
Yeah, and what it suggested that he doesn't have a soul, but she does.
Which is odd because he is humanoid, but he's not really actually the type of human it was given birth to. So
yeah, and that was a very critical part in that series. I wish it was actually separated to it and make it about the Klingons and the Empire. That'd be a much more interesting story, because that's what most of the real interesting parts come from the Empire and the interaction between the emperors and the people and Demerzel, which is a humanoid robot. She's actually there to actually keep human society, human civilization on track. That's what she's there for. Remember iRobot?
Yeah.
With Will Smith, and I forget what I think it was Robbie the robot in iRobot. Okay. See, that robot is Demerzel 13,000 years in the future. Same robot is still alive. The consciousness is still alive, and her job, or its job, is to keep human civilization on track.
Yeah.
So, but that's in the books. But the thing is, that's the key. That's the connection between the two, between Demerzel, the humanoid robot in female form, and Robbie that doesn't have humanoid form back in Will Smith's iRobot. That is a robot that was actually created to actually do that. But anyway,
that's interesting.
Yeah, we can talk about it.
Interesting.
It's deep. It's deep. But that's Asimov trying to connect all these things. But thing is, if you that's an inside thing. If you read the books about the Demerzel character and the first robot created by the professor, those it's the same robot trying
That's
to
crazy.
trying to work towards being human.
The interconnection between different storylines and different by the author. Okay, because I had no idea that Isaac Asimov had anything to do with iRobot.
Yeah, he wrote it. He came up with 3 laws of robotics.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's great. Yeah, that's deep. It's deep, but yeah.
I got to get back on my sci-fi shit because but there haven't been a lot of good sci-fi shows that are coming out lately. I
want you to. Have you watched Andor?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, I think that's a good one.
Have you watched it?
Yeah.
That is right up your alley, man, because that is politics and revolution and philosophy all wrapped up in one, right? Especially the Luthen character. Okay.
And also, it's the hero's journey as well.
And hero's journey, yeah.
It's definitely the hero's journey. The reluctant hero.
The reluctant hero. You probably need to actually do a series on that, man, explaining that from your vantage point, because that's a philosopher's dream right there, which is Andor. All that stuff is wrapped up into the set empire and order versus revolution, of the people.
Yeah, so I've seen The Expanse. That's already ended. Was good when I saw it. He says The Expanse is good. Picard sucks. Picard is done as far as I know. I think they ended it. I only think there's going to be 2 seasons of Picard. I did watch both of those.
Yeah.
Anything that's sci-fi, I'll watch it quick. Okay. But there's just not like lately. There's been nothing very interesting to me. I like Black Mirror is somewhat interesting. I just but if it's too redundant, like if it's a series that lasts like 7-8 years or some shit, and it's like it's all episodic, then I'm not really that deep off into just episodic stories or whatever. I mean, not that I mind them, but I watched the new Star Trek. The one with I forget this fucking name. I don't know why I can't. It's before Picard, not Picard, but before Jim becomes the captain.
Okay. Star Trek. What is it? With Pike.
Yeah, Pike. Yeah, Pike. Yeah. That's I couldn't reach. Man, I'm getting old. You get old when you can't remember shit. But like, yeah, Captain Pike and his crew and Spock is there before his relationship with Kirk and all of that. So So I watched that. You know what I mean? What else am I watching right now? There's nothing really interesting, man. I started watching The Lincoln Lawyer, man, which is kind of
A Lincoln Lawyer.
It's all right.
Yeah, it's all right. The thing is that, like I said, the book is already better.
Of course, man. I mean, look, you can express more. I'm waiting for Dune, the second installment of that movie to come out.
Dune is the only set of movies that is actually faithful to the book. Because the guy's actually directing it, he was actually faithful to the book. I want to make a Dune story that's actually accurate. So he's on the money right now.
Yeah, so I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it much more than I did the movie that was done like when I was a teenager. So, I ain't gonna say it was garbage. I mean, during the time it was entertaining, but it's this is an update, a reboot, and I think he's doing a pretty good, pretty decent job at it.
Yeah. When there's a question about the script, he said, go back to the book and read it. Okay.
Which is unlike everything motherfuckers are doing in every other genre, boy. But one series I've been watching also is From. I don't know if it's kind of like a horror / fantasy type of story, but like it's like I don't know, it's like a Lost or something like that, like a story of people getting lost somewhere, and they got to figure a way to work it out. But it's pretty decent. So anyway, I'm a sci-fi head. So anytime you want to talk about sci-fi, I'm down to do it. Or fantasy. I'm a fantasy. I love fantasy as well. So I'm waiting for. But fantasy's been letting me down lately. I ain't gonna lie, it's been letting me down. I've been watching The Witcher. But I'm sad to see Henry Cavill be,
Yeah,
cast off. It's like they fucking over.
they want to inject women into these stories, and they don't do it right. So
Why would you, man? Look, these chicks, man. The Kathleen Kennedy done fucked up Marvel, bro. You know what I'm saying? She done fucked up Star Trek. Not Star Trek. What is it? She fucked up. She done fucked up
Star
a whole
Wars,
bunch of-
yeah,
Star Wars. Yeah, she
and
done fucked up Star Wars.
they have plenty of strong female characters in Star Wars. Why take a character and make it a male character? They got plenty of female characters in Star Wars.
Man, she been going back since the days of Color Purple, man. That's what she does, bro. She been doing that shit since Color Purple, bro.
All roads will lead to Mister, huh?
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's just a fact. She's one of the people responsible for that kind of imagery being utilized. You know, at the heart of it is some white chick that got a penis problem.
That's why Andor was such a shock, because it had none of that stuff in there, right? It's actually a very mature adult story told without lightsabers, right? No lightsabers, no Jedi, none of that. It's strictly people and revolution, right? The Empire versus the people.
Yeah, but there's some gay shit in it, but not a
some.
lot. Yeah,
But that's normal. You know, that's normal. So
yeah. But yeah, bro. Also, if anybody like one of the dopest fantasy video games I've ever played, man, is Bloodborne, man. That shit is hard to play when you first start off playing it, but boy, it's fucking rewarding. Bloodborne, man. Play that game, man. Dope.
Okay.
So anyway, man, I'm out of here, man. We can talk. We'll Continental Drift, man.
I know.
Tokyo Drift until fucking.
Two Geminis keep changing the subject, back and forth. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go on forever, man. But thank you so much for blessing me with your presence on the stream, man. Thank you all out there for blessing me with your presence this afternoon. And before I leave, though, I would like to say shout out to Anubis. Appreciate that donation. Maurice, appreciate that donation. Matt Brennan, Ramon, again, Baker, Corbett, Goodwin, and all the other countless people who've contributed to the stream this afternoon. I really appreciate y'all, man. So I'll holler at you all on the next one, man.
All right. Peace out, Doc. Go get something to eat.
Man. Peace.
All right, peace.
Peace. All right, y'all. Y'all be good.